Good morning and welcome to the March 13th meeting, the California Fish and Game Commission Marine Resources Committee meeting. With me today is my co-chair, President Murray, Vice President Murray, I'm sorry. Please, and now I'd like to ask Melissa, Executive Director, to provide technical notes followed by introductions and a meeting overview by Susan, our Marine Advisor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair Sklar, Commissioner Co-Chair Murray. For those of you joining via Zoom or phone, you have been placed on mute. When it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, you will receive instructions on how to indicate you want to join the conversation. Please keep your microphone on mute unless you have been called upon. For those here in the meeting room, please mute your computers and especially Zoom if you are connected to the webinar. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, the linkage happens automatically. If you are joining by phone only and wish to contribute to the conversation, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you are having any technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov. Again, FGC at fgc.ca.gov. Preferred, or if necessary, you can call 916-902-9291. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host. And I'll turn it over to Susan.
Good morning, everyone. I will start by introducing the staff and the department leadership participating today. From the commission joining in person, I'm the Marine Advisor to the commission, Susan Ashcraft, Executive Director Melissa Henson. We have our Executive Analyst, Kelsey Laird, Marine Environmental Scientist, Kimmy Rogers, our new California Sea Grant State Fellow, Caroline Newell, and joining by Zoom is Regulatory Analyst, David Howe. The department staff joining in person today, Dr. Craig Schumann, Marine Regional Manager, Law Enforcement Division Assistant Chief for the Marine District is Eric Ford, and the Marine District Captain, I believe, is Danny Lenging.
Two captains.
Two captains.
Brent Chase.
And Brent Chase, thank you very much. Welcome. State Aquaculture Coordinator, Randy Lovell. Joanna is here. She's the Invertebrate Fisheries Program Manager. And Claire Wagner, Marine Habitat Conservation Program Manager. And welcome to our California Ocean Protection Council colleague, Dr. Stacy Lewis, who's the Marine Protected Area Network Program Manager. And now for a meeting overview. And we welcome you to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. The committee is comprised of up to 2 commissioners who chair each meeting, and members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion that'll guide future decision making by the commission. And we appreciate your cooperation to ensure a lively and a comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. However, it's important to note that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the commission's regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded. They'll be posted to the commission website and YouTube page for reference and archival purposes. Items may be heard in any order of the committee chair or co-chairs. As a general rule, if you have ideas for regulation changes, those need to be directed to the full commission. There's a form for that, of course, FGC1, and it's available on our website. But at the committee's discretion, it may request that that staff follow up on items of potential interest to the committee and possible recommendation to the commission if you raise them. Committees are intended to be informal and operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. If you wish to contribute to an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair or co-chair. Please share your name and if you have an affiliation, what that is. And time is limited, so please be as concise as you can to give time to others time to speak. And if there are several of you that have the same concerns or ideas expressed, please appoint a group spokesperson or you can meet to them. Generally, participants in person are called on first and then followed by participants joining by Zoom or phone. And I do want to note, as a topic discussion evolves, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue. They're not limited like you are in the same mission. If dropping things on the floor, please come up carefully and place them back where they were. Please note the nearest emergency exit. So again, you know, there's a few different ways. But obviously you come out that way. And if you didn't notice, there's restrooms as well as refillable water for your water bottles outside the gate and at the door. And our staff member Cynthia will let you give you at entrance again. And with that, I turn this back over to Co-Chair Sklar.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate it. Before we begin, I'd like to ask any elected officials or tribal representatives to identify themselves. If they're in the room, to come up to the table. If they're on Zoom, to raise their hand. And David, you could explain how people can raise their hand if they're a tribal official or an elected official. Only tribal officials and elected officials, please.
Absolutely. And for those elected officials and tribal representatives joining online, please raise your hands using the Zoom raise hand feature, or if using your phone by pressing *9 only one time, because if you press it multiple times, if you press it again, it will remove you from the queue. So raise hand or *9 to introduce yourself, please.
Anybody in the room? Is anybody raising their hand online? Doesn't look like it.
We have no raised hands online.
Okay, great. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Okay, so the next item is to approve the agenda in order of items. Anything desired?
It looks good to me.
Same to me. So we're good on number 1, which leads us to our first item of the day, which is commercial coonstripe shrimp fishery. And I ask Susan to introduce this, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric. And welcome, Samantha. This is an informational topic. There's not going to be any recommendations specifically today. But this is to receive input and discuss potential long-term regulatory changes following the Commission's adoption of emergency regulations in February of 2025. And these would be a discussion of potential changes that would be continued through a regular rulemaking. And if you would like to speak, please make sure you raise your hand. And I think, in fact, just a quick reminder on this, as we go through this, and I'll just hold on just a moment, please. The department did bring this to the commission, the MRC's attention back in November, raising the concerns, and based on that, those concerns, the commission adopted the emergency regulations in February. Those can be renewed or extended up to a period of a year. And so following today's update and discussion, the department anticipates bringing a potential recommendation or options for a recommendation to the July MRC meeting. And then that would be followed by a notice hearing and a date to be determined, but in time for to not have a gap between the emergency regulations. So before I turn it over to Joanna for her verbal comments, I'd like to ask Melissa to remind people, so that if you're on the phone and you want to contribute, please remind them how to raise their hands. Well, this is how you raise your hand. But for people on Zoom.
All right, so if you'd like to contribute to the conversation about commercial coonstripe shrimp fishery and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand function in Zoom. The button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you also may need to unmute your microphone. If you are on the phone only, please press *9 on your phone once to raise your hand and alert us that you would like to contribute to the conversation. If you press *9 on your phone a second time, you will take yourself out of the queue. So please only press *9 once. We will manage the queue of speakers, and again, you may need to potentially unmute yourself, which you do on the phone by pressing *6.
All right, thank you. And so now, Joanna Grable, the Environmental Program Manager over the invertebrate fisheries, quite a daunting role, is here to give an update.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Susan, and good morning, everyone. So as Susan mentioned, at the February meeting, the commission adopted emergency regulations for the coonstripe fishery, which is an open access trap fishery. These changes are intended to minimize entanglement risk by establishing limits for gear, allowing for regionally specific regulations and preventing prospecting while we discuss long-term solutions. The emergency regulations are intended to be in place for the duration of the 25 fishing season. For the 2026 fishing season, she mentioned we will be developing permanent regulations, and those regulations can basically take two pathways. The first is either the certificate of compliance, which you will just make permanent what those emergency regulations are. The second pathway is the standard rulemaking, which provides more flexibility to, consider additional changes. Just something that we do want to note though, for these rulemakings is that given the timing of them, there is going to be overlap on the changes that just got implemented versus this rulemaking. So we're not probably going to have a lot of information on the status of the changes that were just made to inform the future rulemaking. So our plan is to work out a schedule for public meetings to inform that July MRC discussion. We have not formalized that plan yet, but looking at Craig here, hopefully we'll include an in-person public meeting so that we can actually, have those face-to-face conversations, which we felt were really helpful in developing the emergency regulations. And finally, to wrap it up, based on prior discussions and conversations during that emergency rulemaking, I would anticipate having we'll hear more information and discussions about a couple of topics that we just wanted to flag for you all. The first would be to reducing the gear limits. So the number of allowable vertical lines, the number of traps per string, that came up. So as you recall, the emergency reg just capped it at where it was at. We heard some interest in discussions on allowances for ropeless fishing gear. A lot of discussion about control dates, and then finally, potential use of trap tags to enforce those trap limits. So that's my update. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks, Joanna. Any questions?
I'm just curious what folks have to say about this, since we're sort of talking about it for the first time since the emergency.
Right, I feel the same way, just kind of gathering information to be able to say. So with that, we will turn over to public comment. Who's going to lead that up? Is that David or?
I believe Kelsey or David may have that.
David.
Perfect, David, when you're ready.
We have one hand raised on Zoom, Francine Kershaw.
Great, why don't we let that person speak? We'll kind of do a reverse order, and anybody who wants to speak on this topic, please come up to the table, and we'll let you speak as soon as the person online is done.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Sklar, committee members and department staff. My name is Francine Kershaw. I'm a senior scientist with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input today. We really appreciate the attention and thoughtfulness that it's been dedicated to getting the regulations for the coonstripe fishery right, and also the protective measures that were passed in February under the emergency rulemaking. I think the long-term goal in our mind is to come up with longer-term regulations that are both durable in terms of economic viability and also in terms of environmental protection. Last December's news of preliminary data showing 34 confirmed entanglements in fishing gear off the Pacific coast in 2024, which, if we recall, is the highest number since 2018, clearly indicates that the risk of entanglement is as real as ever, and requires strong and ongoing management action to ensure West Coast fisheries remain in legal compliance. Important foraging habitat for several large whale species exists off the entire California coast. This is indicated by the designation of critical habitat for humpback whales in 2021, and more recently the update to the NOAA biologically important areas in 2023. The updated BIAs include important feeding areas off both the northern and central coasts for humpback whales between March and November, and fin whales and blue whales between June and November. So given the potential for spatial and temporal co-occurrence between the coonstripe shrimp fishery and foraging whales, we have a keen interest in and potentially identify a need for the use of pop-up gear, potentially in all regions that this fishery operates. We recommend exploring if key learnings from the deployment of pop-up gear in the Dungeness crab fishery off the Central Coast could be transferred to at least some regions of the coonstripe shrimp fishery, which may help to reduce burden on CDFW staff as they, diligently manage and work really hard to manage the EFP process, which is resource intensive. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any other hands online, David?
We have no more hands raised online.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please.
Great, cool. Good morning,
Morning.
Co-Chair Sklar and Vice President Murray. My name is Ben Grundy. I'm an Oceans Campaigner with the Center for Biological Diversity. Thank you for providing the opportunity to make comments today. So in regard to this fishery, the two recent entanglements in commercial coonstripe shrimp gear are concerning and highlight the need for establishing more permanent entanglement risk reduction measures in the fishery. In the words of Commission staff and the previous report, these entanglements hinder progress toward California's goal of zero entanglement mortality, and are in direct conflict with the Federal Endangered Species Act and Marine Mammal Protection Act. The emergency regulations passed last month by the Commission are a necessary first step. However, as long as vertical lines are in the water, whales and sea turtles are at risk of entanglement. And until the Commission has addressed the fisheries whale entanglements and implemented strong entanglement reduction measures, the fishery must be closed as it's in violation of the Endangered Species Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. The coonstripe shrimp fishery season typically runs from May through October, and during these months, humpback whales, leatherback sea turtles, and blue whales typically congregate in high concentrations off the coast of California to forage. The Commission, Department, and OPC have all invested significant time and resources into rightfully prioritizing the health and safety of California's threatened and endangered marine life. And we ask that the agencies continue to make whale-safe fisheries a priority and strive towards that zero mortality goal. And one way we see as an opportunity to address the fisheries whale entanglement risk would be to require the use of pop-up fishing gear in the fishery. We believe that results and findings from EFP's testing pop-up gear in the Dungeness crab fishery would provide the necessary information to support the use of pop-up units on strings in the commercial coonstripe shrimp fishery. And given its similarities to Dungeness crab gear, coonstripe fishing gear is compatible with pop-up systems, and they've already been tested in California fisheries. We believe it's in the interest of the Commission and the Department to review and tackle pop-up gear authorization and use in a manner that avoids any duplicative efforts and preserves staff time and resources. And we ask that throughout these discussions, the Commission consider how pop-up gear and other entanglement risk reduction measures can also be established in other state fisheries, state trap pot fisheries. Waiting until entanglement happens probably isn't the best way to act as triggers for implementing preventative or proactive measures. And so as fishing effort continues to shift in response to seasonal and regulatory changes, we believe it's essential that the Commission has regulations in place to ensure that California's marine life are kept safe.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's great to be here and see you in person. I'm Jeff Chester, representing the conservation organization Oceana. I guess I wanted to start by really just kind of commending the department for being proactive on this fishery and kind of being very responsive before any of us even heard about the entanglements on coonstripe last year. Joanna Grable came to the working group and told us that there was a plan to address this and that the department was on it and was already working on a plan. And I think that's really, great to see and just shows a real good faith effort by the department to try to figure out and get in front of some of these issues. We're certainly supportive of the emergency regulations and wanted to commend the Commission as well for adopting those at the last meeting. And we'd like to see those made permanent as well as creating limited entry permits for the fishery. I think we recognize that challenges facing fishing communities right now are pretty severe, and we believe it's important to support California fishing opportunities. Coonstripe shrimp fishing does allow for profitable, low-impact fishing during the spring and summer and early fall months when the Dungeness crab fishery is closed. But of course, this is also when humpback whales are feeding off California at high abundance. I think there's great potential, as some of the other speakers have said, for the use of pop-up gear in this fishery. We've talked to some fishermen who have explained that it is almost the ideal fishery for pop-up gear, given that it takes place in shallow Dungeness crab fishing grounds and the fishery already uses multiple traps per line. So really, that just requires replacing the end buoys with pop-up units, which could be the same as what is going to be authorized presumably next year as alternative gear for the Dungeness crab fishery. They'd be using the same virtual gear marking apps, and also there's ancillary benefits in that pop-up gear can help address potential interactions with other fisheries like salmon trolling and prevent gear loss in high traffic areas like the shipping lanes. So thanks to the commission's support for the pop-up gear EFPs, and really I think the investment in time made by LED and the enforcement officers and the department to kind of figure out how to manage and enforce pop-up gear, I think we now have a proven basis to allow and enforce responsible use of pop-up gear in this fishery. So what we'd like to see at this point, in terms of a stepwise process that we think can be done more collaboratively, is to allow for the voluntary use of pop-up gear in this fishery, consistent with the terms and conditions as what the department plans to authorize for alternative gear for the Dungeness crab fishery under the RAMP program. So we also think it would be helpful to think about the potential use of pop-up gear in other trap fisheries. There's rock crab, nearshore fish traps, spot prawn. And I think what we'd like to see is a way that the commission can sort of help bring folks together and have NGOs, the Marine Region, LED, work together with fishermen to support fishing opportunities, including seeking funding opportunities to kind of ease the burden of bringing on these new technologies on the fishermen, as well as the management burdens that that the department will face, especially in light of the recent, I think, challenges with the budget for the department. So we'd like to see a way forward and try to figure out how to use this opportunity to work together. Thanks.
Hey, Eric, before we go to Brant, since this is an MRC meeting and we really wanted to be a discussion, yeah. So I was reflecting back on some of the things we heard in February, which I think we're talking about maybe 11 or so vessels in this fishery, ballpark 7 to 11.
Maybe 20.
There's north and south.
Separate.
Yeah, so there's like Crescent City, Monterey, San Francisco. Okay, we'll say fewer than 20, right?
Yeah.
My understanding is on the pop-up issue, something we heard in February is that, the pop-up gear might work well in San Francisco Bay, Monterey. But up in Crescent City, maybe not as viable. So I don't know, Brant, if you were gonna say anything about that.
I was
too,
gonna
but
say
I'd love to
something
hear
about
about that too.
Yeah. So we had 2 entanglements last year. We did. I mean, it happened. They were reported by the fishermen, so they weren't trying to hide them, they were self-reported. But we do have to remember that this fishery's been operating for a long time, and this was the first incident of entanglements. There was one previous one back in 2018. It's been well documented that that was an offshore whale that got caught in some other fishing gear that was then discombobulated or whatever and swam into the shallow reefs where they coonstripe. So we have to be realistic about the significance of these entanglements. That being said, they did happen and they're likely to happen more in the future. I've talked a lot with Jeff about pop-up. And I want to stop short, as I told him, I don't want to mandate pop-up gear in the shrimp fishery. I do see a benefit to it, and I do think as enforcement becomes comfortable with pop-up gear in the D crab fishery, that we need to create a path where we have the option to use pop-up gear in all vertical line fisheries. Right now, it's a big unknown. It's scary. It's scary for enforcement, probably more than anything. But the D crab fishery is going to be the biggest pop-up gear fishery, and they're going to gain a comfort level after they start enforcing that. So we need to start thinking about a pathway to where we allow for pop-up gear in some of these other fisheries, because there's a lot of fishermen out there that would opt to use pop-up gear for personal reasons, besides whales. I had gear stolen last year. I don't know if you're familiar, there was some coonstripe gear stolen with an RFID tag on it that was tracked back to Vacaville. So there is theft that occurs of this gear. There's vandalism that occurs of this gear. Buoys get ran over. There's a lot of reasons why pop-up gear is good for the fishermen. And so as the fleet becomes more comfortable with pop-up gear and has it in their arsenal of tools to be able to use it in something like coonstripes is very beneficial to the fleet. And I think that doesn't mean we don't get to a mandate on pop-up, but we need to carve a path to allowing for pop-up so that it can be used. And like I said, I think enforcement's gonna get a lot more comfortable with enforcing pop-up after 2026 gear authorization in the deep crab fishery. That being said, I only operate in the San Francisco area, and I know how we fish, and I know where we fish, and I know that pop-up gear is viable there. I've been told by up north, the guys that fish up there, that it is not viable. I've also been told by an entire Dungeness crab fleet that pop-up gear isn't viable. So I don't know.
Thank you for that.
I don't know what that means, you know. They say they fish right next to each other. Whether you have a buoy or pop-up, I think there's a fear, and I don't want to put words in their mouth because I trust fishermen when I've explained the process and they say, well, that just won't work for us. Okay, you know, I think it would, but I'm not gonna say you're wrong. But as you gain faith in the gear marking apps and how accurate you can be, and you realize that you can fish tight next to each other with pop-up gear. So that's my biggest thing. I'd like to see, you know, before we get ourselves in a nasty situation where these guys over here are suing the state and fisheries are getting shut and the whole deep crab thing, we need to be proactive. That doesn't mean we need to mandate pop-up gear, but we need to open it up as an option to let people explore it before we get ourselves into a bad situation. And that's
Yeah.
kind of my, you know, there's a whole nother level of gear allotments and how we're gonna do that and limited entry and, you know, those conversations need to be had too. I think it's really early for that discussion right now, but I think, you know, mitigating the entanglements is the number one thing. I will say this too. One of the big ideas behind implementing the new February 2025 control date was to discourage more people from coming in the fishery. There's a lot of eyes on the fishery right now because probably us, we went out in the wake of salmon closures and we're very successful. Guys are starting to say, oh my gosh, the pale horse is out there making money. And so people are getting into it. I know a boat yesterday that bought a bunch of gear because they don't know that there's a control date of 2025. And so we need to communicate that to the fleet. If the whole idea is to disincentivize people from putting gear in the water, we need to make sure we let them know, hey, don't waste your money, you know, knowing that this isn't a long-term investment if you don't have landing. So I don't know how to get that information out to the public.
Yeah.
Super helpful.
So just on that point, I don't think the control gate is to disincentivize people from fishing. It's to disincentivize a mad rush for people that want to try to get access, should there be a restricted access program in the future. And thinking about the future of this fishery, you know, it's one of the few open access fisheries that we have in the state, right? We keep hearing about the loss of opportunities for younger fishermen getting into the fleet, the barriers to entry. So the more restricted access fisheries we create, the harder it is to create new entrance opportunities. To me, I think long-term, I think there's viability for pop-up gear. So I agree there could be places where this could work. I am concerned about, I don't think there are any silver bullets in life. I don't think there's any magic bullets, and I don't think pop-up gear is that bullet. I think it's proven that is starting to work. I disagree with one thing Dr. Chester said was that it's proven. It hasn't been proven at scale. And that's something that this spring, we're gonna try it at scale. And because we need that gear marking, everyone that's putting gear in the water needs to know where that gear is underwater.
Right.
So we've got to transition this entire fleet across the state of California to know that equipment, make sure that equipment works. And I think we can get there, but it's not gonna happen overnight. And there's a quote that Joanna's heard me say, and I'll say it here early on, slow down to go faster. So let's make sure that we're being methodical and we're not rushing into something and setting ourselves back by going in too quickly and setting ourselves up for failure, not setting ourselves up for success.
May I just respond just to
Yeah,
that exact
please.
thing, but first, because I know you have something you want to say. You know, I'm as impatient as anybody on this, you know, but it's been a long process already. But I really take what Dr. Schumann says to heart, that going slow increases, and doing it the right way increases our chances of success. And if we're successful with this, it'll really be revolutionary for the West Coast fisheries and for protection of marine mammals. So we all want it, and we're all coming at it from different angles and different perspectives. I think here we try to see all those perspectives, right? That's where we're coming from. And I just appreciate Dr. Schumann's words on that. But I'm also very excited by the progress we're making and by, the scaling up of this, because it'll help with fisheries where the problem may not be as large, but will be helped by this enormously. And I really appreciate your comments on it and your candor on all of it.
And I want to say, I agree with Dr. Schumann too, and that's why.
Craig's back.
Yeah, in fact, if we all agree, we all go by first names.
Okay.
Commissioners,
I agree with
President, no commissioner.
Craig too. Didn't you refer to you as Dr. Schuster a second ago? That's why I don't want to see a mandate, and I'm not in favor of a mandate the way these guys are, right? I'm in favor of allowing at the discretion of the fishermen. If they have the gear because they're in the pop-up fishery, let them use it. If they can take a vertical line out of the water, let them use it. And,
we're not to the mandate stage yet.
Yeah.
There may be a stage point where
it might
we've got
get
it all
there.
figured out. It's working well. It's easy
But
to do. But yeah,
I'm all for
we're
not
not
making it happen, right?
We're not talking, especially for this issue, we're not talking about that at this. We're talking about trying to solve the problem.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we're not asking for a mandate now. I think, we can have that discussion down the road. I think, we're on board with trying to do this methodically. And I think now is kind of an opportunity, because we're not just doing this for the first time and thinking about this for the first time with coonstripe shrimp. This has already been explored, and we can kind of use and leverage the experience and the lessons learned to try to take advantage of the opportunity and figure out a way that we can do this that doesn't I think there's been a lot of fear in the fishing community about this being mandated too soon. And I think Craig's right. We can't oversell this as further along than it really. I think that's something we can work together on, and I think now we need to do that type of collaboration more than ever.
I just wanted to say one thing, which on this issue of, two whales last year, and, this, and I know you weren't saying this, but of course, like, we as a state cannot take 2 whales under the Endangered Species Act or the Marine Mammal Protection Act. And when you think about, like, fewer than 20 participants or fewer than 20 vessels equals 2 whales, like, if more people are eyeing this fishery and looking at becoming engaged in and participating in it, what does 40 vessels look like in terms of whales? I'm not suggesting it's like a linear, like, that it climbs that way, but that's why I do think the control date is really smart, right? Like, before more participants get engaged, we can just take a beat, brainstorm like we're doing here, be thoughtful, make adjustments while we still can be nimble with a smaller group of participants. I'm just really glad that we're here. It feels like we're in a position where we get to be proactive rather than always on our heels. So I'm just really grateful for that.
I'll let you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. So I think just to kind of add on to that EFP conversation. So just for clarity, right now they can't, EFP, I meant pop up, I'm not hopeless. Right now they can legally use pop up on one end of the gear. So this is not something where they are mandated to mark both ends of the string of the gear. So they can right now be putting pop up on one end. They still have to maintain the vertical line on the buoy and on the other end. So they can test it right now. We've also heard from our fleet meetings that often they don't use double pop up or double lines on their gear. They do in the north, but not necessarily in the Bay Area.
So if they're only using a single line, can they use just the pop up, or do they have to have one?
They have to have one line, yeah. And so I think what, we need to explore internally is what are the hurdles to allowing full pop-up if somebody chose to do that, right? There's other sections of codes that require gear marking, so we have to explore that. But I just, for clarity, wanted folks to know that they can legally do, unlike Dungeness crab right now.
That's super helpful.
They can.
Would encourage you, while going slow to go fast, encourage, at a kind of adoption through education as much as anything as possible, because the more we'll have more data.
And I think this is advantageous because it is a small group of people now.
Yes.
Right.
And
Who are motivated and
And,
get it.
and we have two very unique situations, which, kind of back in the old days when I was a scientist, right? That's a real interesting,
Right.
Experimental design where you've got different situations and you're trying them out and see where they work and why they work in one place and may not work somewhere else. So, this is kind of exciting.
Are you saying missing a scientist and management stuff?
No comment.
And I can't speak to the hardest part about the D-Crab EFP was we were completely reinventing the wheel. The pop-up unit was the easy part. It was changing single line fisheries to a gang of gear, right? That was the hardest part for everybody to swallow. The coonstripe fishery already utilizes that gang of gear, and whether there's a vertical line on the end or you push a button and the vertical line comes up, the rest of it's all the same. So that makes it easy. I do want to say, Ben had referenced blue whales and leatherback turtles in this. These fisheries primarily occur right next to the beach, where we don't see blue whales and leatherback sea turtles. And not that many humpbacks. Unfortunately, in San Francisco, we do have humpbacks that push right into the beach. But this is why up north, there hasn't been an issue. These guys are fishing right next to the beach up north, where we've seen, I don't know if it's the habitat compression index or what happens, but for whatever reason, the humpback whale population stays further offshore up there. That's why we use the 30 fathom depth restriction in the spring sometimes for the deep crab fishery. So we got to remember, they are out there, but we haven't had blue whales or leatherback sea turtles in this coonstripe here. So.
Yeah, an 1,100-mile coast is gonna.
Yeah.
That prevent from the few bad apples that are out there, from the nefarious use of having undetected gear, like pop-ups inside MPAs to go poach those MPAs. We have, in the last couple of years, had a couple MPA cases where a large amount of coonstripe gear was in the MPAs. And that's the gear that we can see. So as long as we get ahead of that and have, really good regulations that keep that activity from happening, I think we can move forward. And you brought up, there were some MPAs that fishermen need access to. We can look at a few of those MPAs, provide some transit corridors, provide some anchoring, but again, the majority of the MPAs need to be steered clear of when using that gear.
I will tell you this, there's new technology that I don't know if you've heard about, but there's actually two-way communication with all this equipment now, including subsea sonic, where enforcement boats can patrol an area and ping for gear in the area that's down there, which could be useful if you suspect people in the MPA. You can patrol it and ping, and you will get a return communication if somebody's got gear.
Technology is definitely going to be our ally.
Just one thought before let's go. So one of the things key is going to be making sure the pop-up gear manufacturers use proprietary location devices, so somebody couldn't put their own device on there that we wouldn't be able to detect, right? That's gonna be part of the process, right?
Yeah, and then there's, we have options. There's an EFP right now where there is no pop-up gear at all, where it's just, long line, where they retrieve it by grappling. So that's also a concern as well.
Other issues with that, possibly. I'm sorry, please.
Yeah, no worries. I guess to first respond to that note, and also just to get some clarification on if this is a correct assumption or a correct extrapolation, but at least when we're talking about blue whales and leatherback sea turtles, I'm not sure what the lost gear rate of coonstripe gear is, or the broader lost gear rate, and sort of in the absence of line marking, there's also a significant number of unknown fishing gear entanglements that are currently occurring in California fisheries. So I think while you can't definitively say entanglements may be happening or could be happening in the gear, I think just more so making a statement that with the gear in the water, there is the risk of entanglement, whether it's an active gear or derelict or lost gear. So recognizing that there hasn't been any recent documented entanglements for those species, but more so raising that there is the potential with the lines in the water and lost gear. And a quick question on, I don't know if we're getting in the weeds on sort of the statute and regs when it comes to restrictions on sort of using the double-ended pop-up. Would that be, I didn't see it in the Title 14. Are we talking Fish and Game Code, the 9005, 9006? Got it. And then for a broader conversation, when we're talking about moving this gear forward, I feel there's already been a tremendous amount of resources, and we've had previous conversations about feeling a little overwhelmed when it comes to introducing new EFPs and sort of reinventing the wheel when it comes to pop-up gear. So hearing that there might be oceanographic conditions that might exist in the northern fishery compared to the southern portion of the coonstripe shrimp fishery, does the department or the commission feel that something like an EFP is a necessary step, or do we believe that the information that we can gain from the Dungeness crab EFPs that have been testing different variations of this gear could provide data that gives some insight into how this gear would work in the coonstripe shrimp fishery? Just so when we're having these conversations moving forward, we know whether or not an EFP is something that's even necessary to allow this gear to happen.
I think that would come out of discussions with the fleet and to hear what their concerns are. I think, and to me, the biggest issue right now is seeing the gear underwater. So if we let some folks voluntarily fish with ropeless and other folks aren't, how do they know not to lay their gear on top of that other gear if they're not using that same technology to see where that gear? So it's kind of an all or nothing, zero-sum game. And so how do we get to that all point where we like to slowly build to that piece? And I think that's where we're going to learn a lot this spring in the Dungeness crab fishery. And I think we'll be able to translate that to a lot of different things. You know, take the good, learn from the bad, and improve.
Couldn't you also learn potentially from that experience how those two gears might potentially coexist in the future?
Like ropeless and non-ropeless?
Non-ropeless?
They don't.
Yeah,
Just not
you gotta be able to see it.
So they do, and
Unless-
we lived this last year, right? We had a significant EFP going on last year with subsurface gear simultaneously with a couple of different fisheries, including the coonstripe fishery. And you had to know, you know, and the guys were well aware, and I'd never heard of one incident of gear entanglement or anything else. But the guys that were coonstriping were given access to the app, and they could essentially see all the gear, and they said, oh, I'm not gonna go set gear over there. There's a bunch of, so they don't coexist without effort, but the effort is minimal to where, you know, it's a free app that, you know, if you're gonna be fishing in the gear and in the ocean and you know you're in an area with subsurface gear, you better have the app so you can see what's around you. It's not any different than buoys. I really rely on our eyes right now when we're out there. Was there any buoys before I set this? Which is a real primitive way because it's foggy, it's windy, the buoys are, you know, very primitive. And the one thing that everybody in the EFP experience was, oh my gosh, it's like X-ray vision to find the gear around me. You know, I'm not limited to 50 feet in rough seas. I can see 5 miles of where the gear is. So it's just a different mindset. It's a learned skill. I mean, it takes time to learn. You can't just do it.
But don't we have different gears coexisting right now in Dungeness crab? I mean, we have some people doing the EFP and then lots and lots and lots of. No, because they're
It is after the
geographically,
season closes.
because it's after the season closes, yeah.
But we do have rock crab.
Right, there's other
fisheries.
Yeah.
Right, and this is where, when we get into the numbers, so right now it's small numbers
Right.
and we can make it work, but when we get to large numbers, the entire fleet, 600 crab permit holders, thousands, tens of thousands of traps, managing as we have to do to the lowest common denominator. Right now, those folks that are engaged in the FTs, they're progressive, they're thinking ahead. There's other folks that don't have the capacity, they don't have the money. For whatever reason, they might not be as adept to that technology, and we gotta get them there.
Right.
To get to
And
the
that's,
point.
these guys aren't gonna like this, but for that reason right there is as big of a proponent as I am of pop-up gear in the springtime. I'm the first one screaming from the top of the mountain that this stuff's not coming to the opening of the crab season. We're not putting 20,000 pots out there for a fleet of 600 people in the Bay Area subsurface. It's just not going to happen. It's not viable. So if we have to wait every year for the whales to leave to go fish our traditional gear, and then the small subset of fishermen that want to continue, you know, on a smaller scale, go to EFP, that's fine, but I will resist tradition, you know,
We hear you.
pop-up gear as a
Okay,
whole.
one last comment, I want to wrap it up.
Yeah, I guess just, and following up on Joanna's comment that it is currently allowed on one end of the string. I mean, there's an opportunity because a lot of at least some of the folks that do fish coonstripe shrimp are participating in the Dungeness crab EFPs and have already invested in that gear. So outside the need for an EFP or you know, department involvement, I mean, we could work together, and I think we would certainly offer to try to help support in terms of data collection and potentially, you know, if there is some sort of need for some sort of you know, stipend or something like that to help assist folks that do want that, as well as there's also the gear library where people can borrow gear and not have to buy it and invest in it. So I think we can take advantage of that opportunity, which then could help inform the next steps. But it sounds like we're on a good path. I think there's general broad agreement that, you know, there's a pathway to do this. We can't go too fast, but I think there's some key steps that can be made, particularly figuring out what the actual sort of regulatory changes would need to be in order to actually allow for sort of use of full pop-up in this fishery and potentially others. Thanks.
Okay. Well, I'm going to if Matt has any last things to say, then, otherwise to be continued. Great discussion, and I'm glad we're making progress on it. Thank you all. So now we're on to item 3, which is on marine aquaculture and state bottom leases. We're going to divide 3A and B into 2 separate discussions. And so with that, I'd like to ask David to give instruction for people who like to comment on, go ahead and just on A, please, 3A.
So as a reminder, if you would like to contribute to the conversation about item 3A, the application for new aquaculture lease, and you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand button located at the bottom of the window or participant list. When your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. And if you're on the phone only, please push *9 once to raise your hand. Again, if you raise it twice, you will take yourself out of the queue. When called on, you also may need to unmute yourself. You can do that by pressing *6 on your phone.
Great, thank you, Melissa. Susan, want to introduce this and introduce Kim?
Yes, great. All right, so this is an application for a new aquaculture lease. And the item is presentation and initial public vetting of Santa Barbara Sea Ranch Incorporated application for a state water bottom lease for aquaculture purposes offshore the Santa Barbara County coast, consistent and in alignment with the Commission's enhanced leasing process. And just by way of background, the Commission does have the authority to lease state water bottoms for aquaculture and marine waters of the state under terms agreed upon between the Commission and the lessee. And prior to lease approval, the Commission must determine that the lease is in the public interest, given that it provides a privileged access for use of public state water bottoms. So today you're going to receive a presentation from Kimmy Rogers, the marine environmental scientist for the Commission, who's leading efforts around marine aquaculture for the Commission. And then followed by a presentation from the applicant. Welcome, David Willett. And so Kimmy.
All right. I will, and I'm just waiting for the presentation. Great. So good morning, co-chairs. My name is Kimmy Rogers. I'm the Commission's environmental scientist and aquaculture lead. I'm here today to introduce a state water bottom lease applicant, Santa Barbara Sea Ranch. After my presentation, I will turn it over to David Willett, who is here today, who will provide an overview of their application. Next slide, please. This morning, I will provide a brief overview of Santa Barbara Sea Ranch's application, the history of the progress they've made, and how we've integrated the applicant into the enhanced leasing process. Then I will highlight our shared goals at this meeting and next steps for Santa Barbara Sea Ranch within the context of the enhanced leasing process, including more opportunities for public input. Next slide, please. In June 2018, the Commission received an application from Santa Barbara Sea Ranch proposing a 176 acre state water bottom lease in the Santa Barbara Channel to cultivate 5 outs. Next slide, please.
Later that summer, in August, the commission determined the proposed lease is in the public interest. Following the public interest finding, the applicant set out to develop a draft initial study for a mitigated negative declaration. Over the course of a couple of years, they submitted draft initial studies to the commission staff who distributed it to responsible and trustee agencies. Based on recommendations by the department and California Coastal Commission, our executive director discussed with Santa Barbara Sea Ranch that an environmental impact report pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act would be necessary. Reasons for the environmental impact report, or EIR, include the necessity for evaluating cumulative impacts due to an adjacent farm, the size of the operations, as it would be the largest aquaculture operation in state waters, and potential impacts to recreational and commercial fisheries. EIRs typically cost a significant amount of money to complete since they generally require a consultant. The applicant bears the cost of CEQA analysis. So while Santa Barbara Sea Ranch sought additional funding in March 2022, the Marine Resources Committee directed staff to develop standardized criteria for evaluating whether a lease application is in the public interest. These criteria were finalized in August 2023, and concurrently the commission approved an enhanced leasing process that now puts the public interest determination decision to a later stage. However, this does not apply to Santa Barbara Sea Ranch since it already received a public interest finding. Next slide. In 2024, Santa Barbara Sea Ranch reached out to ask to resume the process after securing a consultant and potential funding resources. And then the commission tasked staff to integrate new lease applications into the enhanced leasing process as appropriate. Next slide. So this image is what the enhanced leasing process looks like. It's divided into 4 stages, which includes a pre-application phase, an initial vetting phase, and scoping of concerns phase, an in-depth analysis phase, and a commission decision phase. Next slide, please. Prior to the commission, oh, no, go back one. Sorry, just a fun little transition. Prior to the commission's approval of the enhanced leasing process, the public interest determination occurred much sooner after the applicant submitted their application. Now it occurs after the CEQA review and staff analyses. Since Santa Barbara Sea Ranch already received a public interest determination, but has not completed parts of phase 1 or phase 2, these are essential to complete to help commissioners make a lease decision. Now, next slide, please. And Santa Barbara Sea Ranch has also done considerable work to get to the stage they're currently at, which they'll discuss more thoroughly in their presentation. For example, they independently met with agency representatives, took multiple water samples across the proposed lease area, built an ROV to conduct a benthic survey to confirm the area was composed of a sandy bottom. They developed engineering models to design gear that lasts in wind and wave conditions to prevent marine debris and mitigate entanglement, and created an interdisciplinary team to help bring their vision to life. Thus, the goal of integrating them into the enhanced leasing process is to remind folks, including agency representatives, the public, and commissioners, that they are ready to re-engage and begin CEQA review process and receive initial input. Next slide, please. With that in mind, we integrated them into the enhanced leasing process by coordinating and facilitating an interagency meeting this past December. This was important to help reintroduce the project to agency staff who Santa Barbara Sea Ranch hadn't engaged with yet, or it had been several years, and to provide an opportunity for feedback. So now we'll take a look at how Santa Barbara Sea Ranch was integrated into phase 1. Next slide. Sorry, gotta go back.
Just click.
And then the red box will have phase 1 over it, so back a few more. Thank you. During phase 1, the commission would receive the lease application, and commission staff and department would review the requirements criterion, which is made up of 7 inquiries. We did not do that for this meeting because Santa Barbara Sea Ranch had to meet the majority of these requirements to get its public interest finding back in 2018. The one exception is the inquiry to confirm the lease area avoids cultural areas as identified by the Native American Heritage Commission, which is currently underway. Next transition. Next, your staff scheduled initial public vetting opportunities at today's Marine Resources Committee and April's Tribal Committee, and will send out a tribal notification in the coming weeks. Staff also sent a letter confirming Santa Barbara Sea Ranch's next steps in the CEQA process. These steps include working with their consultant to develop a notice of preparation, which is then sent to responsible and trustee agencies, hold scoping sessions, and then embark on an EIR. Environmental review. Throughout the CEQA process and commission staff and department reviews, the commission's committee meetings are appropriate venues for milestone updates and discussions. Next transition. Following this in-depth analysis phase, the commission would use the analysis and previous public interest finding to make a decision about the lease. Next slide. So where are we at right now in this process? Next slide. So today is an opportunity for Santa Barbara Sea Ranch to present their project, including how it's been modified over time, and answer any questions. It also provides an opportunity for the co-chairs and public to share any concerns about the lease application that would be helpful to emphasize during CEQA review. I'd also like to highlight that this meeting does not replace standard CEQA scoping. It's additional to scoping. Next slide. Next transition. Thank you. And the next one, my bad. There's one more. While we think about today's goal, Santa Barbara Sea Ranch is straddling two places at once since we're beginning initial public vetting, and they are about to embark on the CEQA process since they've already submitted draft initial studies to agencies for review, and an EIR has been determined to be the appropriate pathway. Following today's meeting, next slide. Santa Barbara Sea Ranch will present at the Commission's April Tribal Committee. From there, we'll report out to the full commission later that week, and then we can continue in phase 2, which is in the in-depth phase and includes CEQA and public interest analyses. Next slide. Thank you all for listening, and special thanks to David Willett for his dedication and willingness to work with agencies as we integrate new lease applications into the enhanced leasing process and move his project through CEQA. I also want to express thanks and gratitude to department staff, including Randy Lovell, who's here today, Jessica Gerardo, Kirsten Ramey, and Sarah Briley. They are all instrumental on advancing aquaculture topics. And now I am happy to turn it over to David Willett.
Morning, David. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for having me here today and giving me this opportunity to talk about my proposed project. After everything Kimmy had to say, there's nothing left for me to say, so. But thank you, Kimmy, for that background on my project.
And David, please know also that the microphone is here at this owl, so the people online listening.
Okay.
You need to project to the microphone if you could.
Okay. All right, so project is the proposed project is a 176-acre offshore bivalve project for growing mussels, oysters, and eventually, hopefully, purple hinge rock scallops. It's intended to use 80 submerged long lines with helical anchors. And the hope is that we have a sustainable aquaculture project with a minimal environmental impact. We aim to comply with all the agency and CEQA requirements. And we've had quite a bit of interaction with various agencies and have made a lot of effort to try to incorporate their input upfront in the work that we've been doing. When we first got started with this, one of the first people I met with was Randy, and at that time, Santa Barbara Mariculture Company had just recently completed reconfiguring their lease. So there was a good mitigated negative declaration document available to me. And it was suggested that I look at that document, and because of the similarity in the operations and the proximity of the proposed lease to the Santa Barbara Mariculture Company, that I should, there was no need to reinvent a lot of the wheel. right? So that's where I was, asked to start, was to prepare an initial mitigated negative declaration and initial study, and I did, and then at a certain point, it was suggested by Cassidy Teufel at the Coastal Commission that I rewrite that application or that ISMND to follow the pattern of a state water or of an example document that he gave from me from the State Lands Commission, I think it was. So we did that, and as Kimmy said, eventually we got to a point where there was a decision made that an EIR would be required. So that's a little bit of background. The criteria for selecting the lease, you know, this was all new to me, and so there was a lot of learning for me to do, and there still is, of course. At this point, I've probably now forgotten more than I remember. It's been a while. But of course, it can't be in the halibut trawling grounds or a marine protected area or an incompatible kelp administrative bed or a wastewater treatment plant closure zone. Can't really be any structure. It has to be the right depth for the long line, so that's approximately 70 to 100 feet, and reasonably close to the Santa Barbara Harbor because you're working out of it every day. You've got weather conditions and commute times, and then finally large enough to be commercially viable.
Hey, David?
Yeah.
Will you make sure to say next slide?
Oh, okay. So I should be on, that was the selection. So next slide, please. So this is a slide that shows the proposed.
Are you able to advance the slide? It's advanced on my Zoom. Okay, it's just in the room. Oh. There we go.
Okay.
So we're having some just to note, we're having some connectivity issues in this room.
So the purpose of including this slide was to kind of explain to everybody why the proposed lease area looks like it does. It's an odd shaped parallelogram, but on the west side, it's bounded by a kelp administrative bed. On the south, it's bounded by the halibut trawling grounds, and on the north, it's bounded by shallow water. And then to the east, it's gives significant room for clearance to Santa Barbara Mariculture Company. There's room for about two aircraft carriers to drive through there at the same time. Next slide, please. This was something that was provided by Fish and Wildlife, and the intention is to just demonstrate or just to show what the seafloor substrate type is like in the area. You can see that it's all unconsolidated rippled sediment in the proposed lease area, in the Santa Barbara Mariculture area, and in the much larger area surrounding both of those leases. Next slide, please. So the farming operations are standard. It's long line mussel fishing, and it's oysters in baskets, and it's rock scallops in baskets. I won't spend a lot of time on this. Next slide, please. This is a typical section of a submerged long line for anybody who might not be familiar with it. You have screw anchors on each end of a stout rope that's about 40 millimeters in diameter. You've got submerged buoys along the long line and surface buoys. You've got thousands of feet of continuous mussel rope, and you've got oysters and baskets all hanging from the backbone. The farm that the proposed lease area is in about 70 to 110 feet of water. So when I did my design, well, I'll get to that later, but there are multiple versions of this line which are optimized for different water depths. Next slide, please. When we started, the Department of Public Health was helpful early on and designed a water testing plan for us, which we did from November 2018 through April of 2020. Probably went on site about 30 different times after certain conditions, lots of rain. We had excellent water quality results. Next slide, please. So this is a list of environmental concerns that were identified by Department of Fish and Wildlife. We've got benthic impacts, recreational and commercial fisheries impacts, local current impact, marine species entanglement concern, marine debris management, and phytoplankton levels. Overall, our approach is to have, to employ proactive mitigation strategies. And as I mentioned earlier, we've tried to incorporate in the MND all the input that we've received from all the agencies to address any concerns that they would have and to do as much mitigation as possible. It's important to me. I have a background in ocean engineering, so when I look at something like this, and I spent a lot of time in the Santa Barbara Channel, so I know how energetic it can be. And so it's really important for me to go forward with a really well thought out and considered engineering design. So that's part of our plan, and it also has to incorporate entanglement prevention elements up front. And finally, just to be rigorously compliant with all permitting and leasing agency monitoring and reporting requirements, and cooperative and willing to take input from the stakeholders that are involved here. Next slide, please. So the first concern is the potential habitat disruption. The mitigation plan is sonar and video surveys, which we've already conducted. The next thing is a benthic monitoring pre and post installation for 4 years, including sediment and fauna analysis, and then the use of helical screw anchors instead of drag anchors to minimize the interaction with the seafloor. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, well, I think Kimmy mentioned, we did a bottom survey, but the U.S. Geological Service also did a seafloor study with multi-beam sonar. And this slide just basically shows that where the lease is, the whole bottom is, and I blew this up a little bit, I don't know if you can see it there, but the light green and the dark green is all fine to medium grain smooth sediment. So this entire area, and that's what we found with our ROV study. Next slide, please. This shows the potential marine benthic habitat. And again, the yellow is all soft, unconsolidated ripple settlement. Next slide, please. So we did a survey. We were asked by Fish and Wildlife and the Coastal Commission to conduct a survey. And it was actually Cassidy Teufel at the Coastal Commission who suggested that it would be really expensive to do and that I might consider building an ROV and doing it myself. And because I have an engineering background and I kind of like that kind of stuff, I thought, all right, I'll do this. So I went out and I bought an ROV, and I went out there and quickly figured out that I couldn't fly it. I needed to build a tow vessel. The U.S. Geological Survey used a sled. I built this little contraption that you see here on the screen, which allowed me to just total on the bottom about a little under a meter off the seafloor. And after towing it for 7 miles on what was intended to be a 400-foot grid, I saw nothing but
David, I'm gonna,
sand and mud.
I think the staff, that this kind of level of detail isn't really, I think, productive or necessary here. So maybe kind of, skip, run through this pretty quickly, okay? Because we're not evaluating body right now in the decision, these kind of things. So it's helpful and interesting, but it's not, I think, productive for everybody.
Okay, will do. Very interesting to me.
It's interesting. It's not that it's not interesting to us, it's that we have a lot of people who are here. And
yeah, no problem. Okay, next slide, please. So this is a quick video. This just shows what we mapped, and we don't even have to watch this whole video, but you can see that it's just sand and mud. Next video, please. Next slide, please. This was the intended transect in the upper left. This was the actual transect. I had a hard time steering the boat. Okay, because I had to go really slow. It was like average of 0.7 knots. Next slide. This is a screw anchor. For anybody who doesn't know what it is, if you put 160 of them out for 80 lines, you will interrupt or disturb about 1/4,000th of the seafloor. It's my intention that the field or marine would do this anchor installation because they've been doing it for 10 years and they're really good at it. They've done it all over the world. Next slide, please. Second environmental concern is proximity to the California halibut trawling grounds and potential impact on market squid and recreational fisheries. The plan is to use aids to navigation, fisheries impact analysis in the EIR, and continued engagement with local fishermen. Next slide, please. This is a letter I received from the former president of the Southern California Trawlers Association stating that he had reviewed my application and was in favor of working with me in the future to implement it. Next slide, please. This is a letter that I received from Steve Escobar, who's been a commercial fisherman in Santa Barbara for many years in support of my project, and he's agreed to be my partner in this project. And on the bottom is, I also contacted Jason Diamond, who's the owner of the locals recreational fishery there and fishing operation there. He said there's no problem with the proposed location, and he agreed to be on my advisory board. Next slide, please. Next concern is modification of local currents. The baseline and ongoing monitoring of current speeds and bottom conditions is a mitigation. The long line layout for low frontal area in the direction of Santa Barbara Mariculture Company should eliminate any sort of flow impedance or minimize any flow impedance from flow in that direction. Next slide, please. This is just a quick discussion of what the flow is. The plot on the left is a directional plot that I received from NOAA about currents in the area. The predominant direction of the current is out of the south. Santa Barbara Mariculture Company is to the east of my proposed lease. So the predominant direction of current will not, I will not be blocking for the most part. I did some looking at the frontal obstruction from both directions, and I won't bore you with the details, but it's not very significant because overall the farm is pretty porous. Next slide, please.
David, I see like 60 more slides there in your stack there. I mean, this is supposed to be a brief 10 or 15 minute presentation. So what do you got left? And I'm just looking at the second paper.
A lot of the stuff I won't be talking about because it's just extra slides for people who might be interested.
Okay,
so
that's helpful.
Okay, the fourth concern is risk of entanglement. So we'll be using breakaway lengths and a long line design that's under tension. We'll be doing monitoring and reporting. Next slide, please. Marine debris management, potential for lost equipment. We'll be implementing a prevention plan. We'll identify all of our gears, we'll inspect, and we'll report. Next slide, please. Phytoplankton levels and water quality, overharvesting could impact these things. Mitigation plan is to monitor. Next slide, please. This is a statement that Bernard received from UCSB when he was looking to expand his farm, and basically it says that there would be no measurable impact from his expansion unless his farm is approximately 1,000 times larger than it is. Next slide, please. So long line design and safety margin, this is important to me. As I mentioned, I have a background in ocean engineering. I was not satisfied with the work that was done for Ventura Shellfish Enterprise or Bernard's farm and elected to do my own analysis. So I engaged with Orsina, which is the world's leading package for the dynamic analysis of offshore marine systems, and conducted a thorough analysis. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is the top picture is a picture of the line standing still, and I'll just mention that this is not a cartoon. This is an actual engineered model with all of the physical representation of the lines and the buoys and the flotation and everything. So the bottom picture is just a picture of analyzing what the lifting force required would be for a fully loaded line. So sizing the vessel and lifting equipment accordingly. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The top picture shows the line under full current in the direction along the length of the line, and showing that the backbone doesn't reach the surface. This was an important part of the design because for safety reasons. I won't talk about the bottom two. Next slide. This is a simulation. And again, this is not just a pretty cartoon. This actually shows the line in a 100-year current from the west, which is a predominant, wave from the west, which is the predominant wave direction. It shows a 10-year current from the south, which is the predominant direction from the current. And I only included it here just to provide some indication for anybody who might be interested of the level of complexity and study that went into this analysis.
Okay,
next slide, please.
that's your wrap up if you can. Just try to summarize for it, and no more slides. Just wrap up what you want to
Okay,
tell us.
I'm done.
Awesome. those stuff, and this stuff is all gonna be part of, intricate process. This was just to reintroduce that you're starting the application up again and to let everybody, kind of make everybody aware. So thank you for that, David. Okay. With that, Smith, any questions?
I had a clarifying question. So a couple times in your presentation, you referenced, an MND versus an EIR. I just want to, just for the sake of clarity, so everybody hears it, but you are moving forward with an EIR, knowing that that is the process.
Yeah, I just received a formal letter last Friday
Okay,
saying that an EIR would be required.
okay.
It sounds like you already got a consultant that you're, been talking to, and so you've already been moving along on that. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, he worked up a scope of work and a price for doing, for augmenting the work that had already been done with the MND to complete an EIR, and that's been iterated on 2 times between the Fish and Wildlife folks and the Coastal Commission folks.
Great. You're getting pretty close.
So now it just takes about $250,000. Yeah.
Any other comments from staff before we go to the public comment?
Yeah, I mean, this is really intended to be an opportunity for public vetting. So I'm super interested in hearing what folks have to say. They can ask questions. David is right here. I think that's the most important thing to do. So I'm excited for that part.
Okay, let's go with it. David, how many people do we have online?
You don't have any online.
Online? Anybody in the room would like to comment or speak? Come on up. Good, bring your chair. Okay. Is there anybody else who's also gonna, also want to speak on this? Raise your hand, please.
Just on 3A, right?
It is just 3A.
Are you?
Okay, great. All right. Please.
I'd like to go. My name is Bernard Friedman. I am the owner and founder and operator of Santa Barbara Mariculture Company. I've been out there for 22 years growing shellfish. I hold degrees, multiple degrees in marine biology, fisheries management, masters in fisheries management. I have an associate's degree in commercial diving. I've spent 30 years out there making a living. I know that area very well. There's a lot going on, but I just to be concise. Just this year, well, over the last 8 years, it's been hard to grow shellfish. So, just this year, 3/4 of my mussels died this summer. I went straight into 2.5 months of demolic acid closure. So my production has gone downhill. I think my best production years were 2014. So those are the facts. It's really hard to grow shellfish out there. And the proposal in front of you is the largest proposal we've ever seen. 176 acres. David's proposing to grow 2.8 million pounds of mussels. That's a lot of mussels. The applicant, David, has never spent a day growing shellfish, day in a life growing shellfish. Like, he failed to mention that he's ever grown shellfish. And so you have an applicant making a massive request who doesn't even know that they even want to do this. They've never worked a day in their life as a shellfish farmer, so they have no experience farming shellfish. Like, it's a pretty big request for someone who is not farmed shellfish. So just to give you 2 examples of similar instances that have gone down, and I've been a participant for 20 years. So I was around. So Catalina Sea Ranch. Let's go into Catalina Sea Ranch. I know Phil Kruger. I've spent many years interacting with him right around 2010. It took Phil Kruger about 7 years to get the farm permitted. And once they got, I think he raised $5 million of the capital. And once he got it going, basically every time he was harvesting, he was losing money. So, and it only took about 6 months of actively harvesting before, the company went bankrupt. So they burned through $5 million worth of investment. The investors went away with nothing. So they were harmed, investors were harmed. Employees were harmed, they weren't paid. Taxes weren't paid either. And then, there was also, an accident, an unfortunate death that happened that could have been easily prevented. And it was basically just operators didn't know what they were doing. And it was too big, too fast, and they didn't have enough practice and experience to know what they were doing. And that Catalina Sea Ranch is only 100 acres. It was only 100 acres with 40 long lines. And this applicant, David, is proposing 176 acres with 80 long lines.
So that was offshore in federal waters, just to
Offshore and federal.
clarify
This
that,
is
yeah.
the first state,
Yeah.
yeah. So the other
How big is your farm?
72, I use half of it for research. So operationally, I only farm shellfish on about half of it because it's really been difficult to, so I do a lot of research, for, native, California mussels and native, and kelp. I've done for the past 6 years, I've done a lot of research and we can talk about that in B. But mine is 72. And I can go into all about how I can go into the history of my farm, but it's not appropriate. But I do want to talk about the Ventura Shellfish Enterprise, which is the other big operation that I participated in for about 4 years. And they had some grants, and I think they spent maybe $500,000 worth of money, worth of grants and their own money, and we debated it. And it was 2,000 acres. It was going to be 20 farmers, each paying about $1.2 million for, they're each going to be able to grow on 100 acres of shellfish farming. And so it was going to be like a $22 million investment. And then after 4 years of debating this, the Ventura Shellfish Enterprise, they figured out there's no return on investment, and they trashed the application. And again, so I've been through a lot of this sort of pre-permitting, a lot of this, like, is this gonna work? And this is a very ambitious project that really has no chance in providing any return on investment. There's an investor that still owns the remnants of Catalina Sea Ranch, and he's been in it for 10 years or 15 years, whatever it is, and the return on investment has been zero mussels produced, like nothing. $10 million still, like, and even those, like, I don't even know what's going on with that. There's like, he's operating out there, but Catalina Sea Ranch went bankrupt, and so like there's a lot of unknowns. And so I can go into there's a few inaccuracies that David mentioned about the current direction. The current direction goes from the west to the east, not from the south. That's rare. So I can get into the details of like the harm it might potentially do to my farm, but we can do that later. But should you go forward with this application, I would say no. I would say you should not. And what else? I guess I can keep it there, but I have a lot more to add.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we have questions afterwards. Let's go with this one first. I'll go next. You go, Chris.
So, my name is Chris Foss, and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara, and I have been for the last 10 years. And our organization is unique in that we have members of all the different fisheries that are prosecuted out of our port on our board. So as a port association, we are strong in that we represent all the fisheries in our port. And I just met David for the first time. And We host all kinds of interactions with all kinds of projects. Ocean Rainforest has worked with us. We engage on an aggressive level in a host of different activities that are taking place or proposed to take place in our waters. So I am disappointed that we haven't been contacted yet in any significant way. Or David, I haven't met David and he hasn't presented to our organization. So that.
I did reach out to Kim Selko years ago.
I saw that.
There's been a lot of that already.
Yeah, appreciate that. So one of the other pieces of this is, we've all seen Bernard work really, really, really hard. There's a reason he's the only operation of his kind on the West Coast, as far as I know, open ocean aquaculture like he does. It's because he works like a dog, and his experience, it makes it possible for him to be successful, as he pointed out. The other piece is that one of our stated goals as a commercial fishing association for the Port of Santa Barbara is to get what we catch into our community, to build a strong relationship. People know our bumper sticker says, "Know your fisherman," right? It's all about strengthening our local food systems and getting food from the dock into our local markets. One of the challenges we face as managers of our Saturday's Fisherman's Market on the pier is not allowing 15 guys to sell the same product and then create an economic dynamic that collapses everybody's success, right? And so what I see in this situation is, and this is just me looking at it from an economic perspective, we can't create monopolies, I understand that, but we do want to preserve people that are working very, very hard to maintain a barely thriving economic model that is super valuable to our Santa Barbara and the community at large. And so what Bernard produces, even though he's had his challenges with his production level, is consumed locally. And if you were to inundate our local market with, a large additional production, it would create a potential destructive economic model that would be, I think, detrimental to both of these guys. And so I think that should be considered in this as well, so that there's an awareness of what the demand is and what the production is, and are we going to overproduce and then create a destructive economic model? So that's my comments.
Please.
I just want to emphasize that.
I'm sure you tell us who you are.
Sorry, I'm Ava Schulenberg. I'm the Assistant Director of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. I'm also the Executive Director of the California Lobster and Trout Fishermen's Association. And I just wanted to emphasize that it's a very rare thing to be uncontroversial in any fishing. If you go down to the harbor and anyone asks about Bernard, it's, everyone respects him. He's an outstanding member of the community, and that's a really rare thing. So we're here to stick up for him. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate it. It looks like we do have somebody online, Jamie Diamond. Yes, good, Jamie.
Jamie, are you there?
You need to unmute yourself.
Hey, that's actually Jason, my husband. It's hit my name coming up, but he's figuring out Zoom, and I'm trying to coach him from the office on how to unmute himself.
Give you a second.
Sorry.
No, no.
We also have someone online.
If somebody else wants to go ahead, I'll get him set.
Okay. We use Sickle Designs though, or
SLD Design.
SLD.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, my name's Rebecca Fracham, and I'm with Santa Barbara Mariculture. And Bernard and I have been putting our everything into our business, for about the last 25 years now. And I just wanted to make a couple comments about what it's like to farm out there. So farming, in general isn't easy, but farming on the ocean, it's a whole nother level. It's, you're dealing with extreme weather, you're dealing with extreme currents, you're dealing with predation, you're dealing with algal blooms. That's just naming a few of the obstacles that we face. So I just was, looking at this farm that's being proposed by Mr. Willits. It's extremely large, like very, very big, especially compared to our farm. And in my opinion, I think it would be nearly impossible for him to maintain it and to operate it in a safe and good fashion. He'd have to be out there pretty much every day with more than one boat. And just from our experience with weather, sometimes you can't get out there for an entire week. I just think just knowing how the ocean is really important, and knowing how to be able to grow something on the ocean is really important. And then just one other comment I wanted to make is that with where his farm is proposed right now, it's going to completely block out our farm. It's going to block plankton flow, and it's going to block any room for us to expand. It just doesn't leave any room for us. So that's pretty much the main points that that I have in my mind. I really hope that when the commission, decides what to do with this, that they think about these things. And my suggestion, if it's worth anything, would be for him to start a lot smaller scale. I don't think that large of a project right where it's slated to be is going to be a good thing for our local area at all. I actually think it'll be a detriment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So next speaker is, somebody call the next speaker.
I'm sorry, I thought you were, Sergey.
Yeah, thank you very much for letting me speak. I would actually ask a question to David. What is the rationale for proposing to put his farm so close to Bernard's farm? Because this is what is causing tension here. I am not in a position to evaluate how difficult it will be, how qualified the applicant is, because it's difficult to predict future. But I am just curious. The coastline is substantial and the amount of California water is substantial. So that sounds like a bad precedent for competition. So what is the rationale for putting the farm so close to existing Bernard's farm?
Well, the rationale was that I lived in Santa Barbara since 1986, and I wanted to operate out of the Santa Barbara Harbor. And I looked all up and down the coast for potential places for the lease. And, that location is about 5 miles from the harbor. And as the previous commenter, somebody from Bernard's operations just mentioned, I mean, the weather can be really bad in the channel. I've owned ocean-going boats for decades, and I know what it's like to be out there sometimes. When you look at the potential locations, when you use marine bios and you do some screening work to figure out where you can put a farm, I mean, the closest thing I found beyond the proposed lease location was up in Elwood, which was, I think, 12 miles away. And then beyond that, it was 15 miles up the coast. And that's a long way to go if you have to go out there every day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jamie, is your husband available now?
Yes, I actually am. I have him on speaker on my phone, and I'm going to have him talk to you guys now. Go ahead, Jason.
Hi, this is Jason Diamond. Hey, I just want to let you all know, I did not agree to this at all, or even, I don't even remember the phone call, to be honest with you. I don't. But there's no way I would agree to this without talking with a bunch of people about this.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you, Jamie, but I did have a phone call with you about that.
Jason, are you finished?
Yeah, so just as soon as I saw this, I was really shocked to see that also apparently my husband is on some advisory committee about this. He had no idea, and this is definitely not something that he or I would have supported without having a whole lot of conversation without a lot of other people. So seeing his name up there kind of put me on my heels. And so I apologize for having to go through this long-winded way of doing it. But this is definitely not something we were aware of, that our business name or my husband's name was being involved in.
Thank you, Jamie. We have one last speaker, Nathan Churches.
Yeah, hi, my name's Nathan. I'm the Chief Science Officer at Holdfast Aquaculture, and I've been working with Bernard for many, many years, both in academic contexts and as a commercial aquaculture producer. Holdfast Aquaculture is a seed provider. We've provided Bernard some of his commercial seed for the last few years. And we also have several farm interests and farmer partners, in the oyster industry, for example. And so the reason I want to talk is just to sort of, be a character witness for Bernard. He's the most responsible player in the offshore environment and has been that for decades. And at Holdfast, with partners like Bernard, we're really interested in growing the shellfish industry sustainably. And I can't say anything about the character in either direction of the applicant. And the intentions of the applicant seem good. But preserving the ability for Santa Barbara mariculture to not only survive but thrive and maybe expand is crucial to California aquaculture, right? We have roughly a dozen commercial players in the state, and that is in a complete contrast with the amount of potential that we have here. And so we want to see the industry expand, but if there's any at all implications or detriment to one of our sort of, I don't know, North Stars in the industry in Bernard and Santa Barbara mariculture, then that really needs to be considered. That's what I'd like to say on this topic.
Okay, great. Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate it. I don't see any more speakers lines. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak? Please, Chris, Great there. Thank you.
I'm Merritt McCrae, and you all know me as a representative of the Sport Fishing Association of California. But right now I'm going to wear a different hat. I am on the Santa Barbara Harbor Commission. It appears that the proposed lease is within city limits and also within the Harbor Commission's purview. I think this is the first time we've met. I would suggest that this come before the Harbor Commission for potential recommendation, one way or the other, to City Council, and then get the City Council weighing in before you make any decision in this. Thank you.
Randy, you wanted to say
I
something?
might be able to address that.
Just on that one.
So Randy Lovell, State Aquaculture Coordinator. It was mentioned earlier that the Santa Barbara mariculture lease was reconfigured as to shape. On one of the slides that David presented, there was a shape of the city of Santa Barbara's annexed incorporated areas. We had concerns about the jurisdiction on Bernard's reshape with regard to the city's involvement there. They deferred to the state to make that decision. That annexation of that submerged highland had to do with having a contiguous section of city lands that joined up the land that ended up in the Santa Barbara airport. So the city of Goleta separates the airport from the city of Santa Barbara. And the way to connect those two incorporated or those lands was by using the submerged highlands. So there's no, as of our meeting back in the mid to 20 teens, the city and the harbor master deferred to the state as far as any sort of interest in leasing for aquaculture.
Okay, I think it's probably worth checking with them again, is make sure that they're still willing to defer, because it is their, they have authority if they want it. Or something, they don't have authority, they have a role if they want it. So let's check with them just to make sure that they're, how they feel about it at this point in time, because that's 10 years later.
Fair point, yep.
Thank you. And I do want to mention that's the same annexation that goes through both Bernard's lease and the proposed lease area. And in fact, that work that we were doing with related to that with the city held up your renewal or your action by a good half year.
There was a lot of work that we had to do to sort that out.
But we'd happy to revisit that again.
They were pretty agreeable.
Yeah, they were very helpful.
Please.
Yeah, just a couple things. One on just like process and time and effort required to get into aquaculture leasing in California. And then on this proposal, this application specifically, one, I know it's a lot of process to get a new aquaculture lease up and running. I hear about it all the time in my day job, people complaining about how hard it is to get into the business in California. I know it can be time consuming and expensive to undertake a new aquaculture lease in California. I sat on a panel a couple weeks ago. I told the same cautionary tale about Catalina Sea Ranch. The state has a rigorous process because we want to make sure a proposal is well considered, well researched, that the applicant knows what they're getting into, that they have the necessary experience to be successful, and that it's been vetted within the community, which we're doing here today, and I'm really glad to have the opportunity to do that. So I guess I just wanted to say that, I feel like California gets beat up a lot for being so rigorous in terms of aquaculture leasing and how what the process looks like to get into it, and there are reasons for it. And so I just wanted to address that. On this proposal, this petition, or sorry, this application for aquaculture lease, it's unusual because it was started so long ago, right? 2018. The public interest determination was done in 2018 before we really had any criteria for what that meant, right? So that part has already happened. For any future applications, it will be more rigorous and it will look different and the timing will be different. But I guess my question, and I don't know if it's for Randy or for David, but how did this application, I know it's been resurrected recently, you were able to find some funding for the CEQA analysis, but it did continue on 2019 to 2021 with presumably without daylighting these issues that we're hearing today. And I'm just curious how that happened. And how can we make sure that an applicant doesn't get this far along in a process again next time, especially since now we've moved the public interest criteria determination to be after CEQA, which is after a big commitment of resources. We have other applications coming in the door now, and I want to make sure that what we heard today, that we're daylighting that before an applicant is very far down the road. So how did we end up here? What happened between 2019 and 2021 that this didn't come up before? And how can we make sure that this doesn't happen again with future applications?
I would be interested in hearing you interpret the concerns that were raised today that translate into concerns for you.
Well, some of the concerns and there's a lot of different categories of ecological or of concerns. Some of them are ecological. The ones I heard today are community and potentially like impacts to local fisheries, right, and local markets. I guess one of the things that's concerning to me is it felt like the characterization we got during the presentation by the applicant did not mirror or reflect what we heard from the community and some of the people that were even referenced in that presentation. And so that's concerning to me. So I guess right now I'm focused on the community and the fisheries impacts for now. But certainly there are like impacts to benthic habitat and other kinds of impacts that he did talk about too. We don't have anybody here providing counterpoints to that, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. We just don't happen to have anybody in the room, and we haven't done the CEQA analysis yet, so we wouldn't know.
Samantha, may I suggest that even though we didn't have the rigorous public interest determination that we've now established, there was a public interest determination which you think would involve this kind of input, right?
I wasn't there. What happened?
I said, yeah, right. I don't recall that happening then either. So the question is, why didn't? I'm just kind of reiterating your question. Why didn't this kind of input happen at that first public interest determination?
Well, that, but then also, iterations, draft initial study to staff distributing to agencies for review. I see in our materials that was all happening December 2019 to April 2021, even after the public interest determination. So during that process, what was happening, and were these concerns coming up? Susan.
Thank you. So just a reminder that we had 3 applications come in very short order, all in 2018 or maybe 2018, 2019. And these were the first applications to come in for over 25 years. At this point, it's over 30 years. And the process at that time was not well defined, including the public. That's why we now have a safeguard in place to have initial vetting early. But I do remember comment letters and public comment from Bernard Friedman at that initial meeting when the department presented its evaluation and consultation with State Lands Commission for this initial review.
Bernard, you've been there and around this whole time.
I've been through this permitting process, so everyone was waiting to see how my CEQA document would be received. And once it was available to the public, it could then be copied. And right now, the department's sort of process of aquaculture is basically whoever has $500 and a 2-page application can, draw, lines on a map, can apply for an aquaculture lease. That's your only barrier. So
Well, for the initial application, we
Right.
saw that chart. that,
So
like,
right now,
like.
everybody in this
This is-
room could have $500 and a 2-page application and draw a circle on a map and make that application and jam the system up for decades. So we don't have a process to evaluate lease areas.
Bernard, I'm asking something really specifically though, because I imagine you were around when this application first came in and there was a public determination made. Were these issues, did you raise these issues?
Where
Did you
was
raise them
I?
today then?
Where was I? I was moving my kids. I think I was moving. I was distracted. I just got through the coastal commission process. I think it was like July. And then I got kicked out and I was
We
moving.
turn and ask David then. David, did you have these kind of conversations with the port, with the city, with your neighbors back then?
Absolutely. I reached out to Bernard and I introduced myself and said, hey, Bernard, I think I'm interested in doing this. And, I'd like to get to know you and learn from you and cooperate with you. And I think that ultimately there could be economies of scale. And he had no interest in it. In fact, he circulated an email saying that I probably didn't know how to drive a boat. He was against me from the beginning. I'm a U.S. Coast Guard licensed master. I've owned boats all my life. So I've been sort of maligned from the beginning on this whole thing. And, I can't be a shellfish farmer without a permit. So I'm trying to get a permit.
Right. Understood. Okay, thank you. I think the answer is, it's hard to answer the question, 6 years, 7 years later, exactly what did or didn't go on then. And I don't think we're gonna.
Well, part of it is just how do we make sure that it doesn't happen
again.
with the other applications?
I think when we get to B, maybe we
Yeah.
talk about that at length. I think
I
there's
know
a lot of
Randy.
lots of it, but I want to, let's hold it for, because I think those general conversations we're really happen under B more. I'm kind of ready to make some comments as well on this one. And that is one, whether or not you can make money doing this, whether investors feel that the risk reward is not a core determination for us. What is a core determination though is fishing communities' health. We spend a lot of time and effort on that. And well, I don't know sitting here right now how it's incorporated into that Byzantine flow chart that's so complicated that I would never apply for an application in the state under the process that there is. That's my personal opinion, because it's so complicated and so expensive. That's your decision, right?
Hindsight's great, isn't it?
Right, man. Right, right, 100%. I'm an entrepreneur. I mean, the challenges you're facing in looking at this are immense. The specific things, and that's not for us to determine per se. But concern about the community and an oversupply is a concern, because these fishing communities are so delicate and so fragile to begin with, that if we allow a 10-fold increase in supply, that can be a problem. I'm not saying that's what I'm determining today. I'm saying it is something that you need to address and worry about and think about and be very involved with these community members to win their support in order to have my vote in the end. That's number one. Number two, my observation is, and I understand that better not to do the application and reapply 5 times as if you're successful and you want to expand. So I understand conceptually of why going for a large area. I would imagine you wouldn't start out, at that scale, because it wouldn't be wise.
No, you walk
seem
before
like
you can run, but
right.
I was
But
provided with.
I think we can have more discussion, but I think we're maybe past that. Let's get once more. I'm just kind of giving you my input from what I've heard today. But when you apply for such an enormous lease, it's problematic as well, even though you might view it as a phasing process, because we're approving it at that point. Right, and I believe it would be a taking. I don't, we have our counsel here, but we would taking if after the first stage, we say, sorry, you can't have the rest after you've gone through the whole process. So that's something to think about as well, that asking for so much initially could be really negative. And finally, I think you have some real work to do with the community in general and your neighbors to come back here with something that's gonna, you know, have a chance of approval. So that's my input for today.
I actually am kind of interested in what he has to say about
Sure.
the footprints.
Sure.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, there's been a lot said here, and I would appreciate the opportunity to respond to a few things that have been said. First of all, I would like to say to Jamie Dimon that I apologize for how this appears, but I did speak with him, and I will take down any reference I have to him immediately. But you know, I haven't spoken with him for a long time, but I did speak with him when I first started this, and you know, he did agree to be on my advisory board, but I don't want to dispute it. I'll just remove it immediately. I did reach it. This has been a long process. It's now 7 years. And when I first started this, I was given the same counsel. Reach out to everybody. I did. I reached out to the Corps of Engineers. I reached out to the Coastal Commission. I reached out to the commercial fishermen of Santa Barbara. I reached out to Bernard. I reached out to everybody I could reach out to get input, because I wanted to be thoughtful and I wanted to be considerate of the community. I had every intention of doing that. It looks like some of this stuff isn't very fresh when you have people, you know, important people sitting down next to me saying, this is the first time I've met you, but it's been 7 years. I've been putting 3 children through college simultaneously through private school. I have other obligations as well. I applied for 176 acres because, and another thing I want to mention is, with regard to markets, I'm not looking at just supplying the local market. The vast majority of shellfish that are consumed in California are imported, some probably 70 to 85%. There's a huge market just in Southern California alone. There's probably 24 plus million people, a huge market. So it's not my intention to take away, Bernard's business locally. There's a much bigger business. Secondly, with regard to the size, just because it's the biggest offshore aquaculture operation in California, well, there's only one other one. And the paper that I was given by the Fish and Wildlife, which discussed flow considerations, mentioned that the average size of an aquaculture farm is between 70 and 250 acres. So I fall right in the middle of that. So this perception that it's huge and, it's like, I have a lot of business experience. I have a lot of commercial, I have a lot of engineering background. I have a lot of business operations experience. I have a lot of supply chain experience. I've been a senior executive in a $1 billion company. And I think I know a few things about a few things. They may not be aquaculture, but I'm very good at learning things. And I've spent a lot of time on the water. I've owned a lot of boats. And it's my intention I've lived in Santa Barbara since. So naturally, I'm part of the community, and my intention is to work in a way that's supportive and cooperative and beneficial to everybody that's involved. And it always has been.
Yeah, that'll make sense. I appreciate you having the chance to respond to some of that stuff. It's, I think in your case, the fact that the application has been in the system for 7 years, in some ways that's been helpful because you got the public interest determination before it was as robust as it is now. But in some ways it has not been helpful for you, because maybe some of the conversations you had were 7 years ago, or some of those people have passed away in some cases, so it's a unique situation. I think there's obviously there's community work to be done. Maybe thinking about the size of the footprint would, as Eric said, would be a really good idea, I think.
I think it would be commercially risky to go out and think I'm going to deploy 80 long lines immediately.
Agreed.
We all agree on that. That's the point. By applying for something so big, though, you could do that.
Well, there has to be the potential to make it worthwhile. It has to be commercially worthwhile. There's a lot of time and money invested in getting something like this going. So if you go out and you apply for a 5-acre lease and you can't ever make a business out of it, and you invest 10 years of your life in it, then it's not worth doing.
Listen, we're not making any decisions today. This is about public vetting. That happened. Maybe it was a little painful, but I'm really glad that it happened. I think it daylighted a lot of important information and perspectives, and probably gives you a big to-do list as well. And in terms of next steps, what does happen? Well, go ahead.
I actually would like to also add a little more context for the conversation that's taken place. It has been 7 years. And as David knows, we shared early on when commission staff ultimately became involved more directly, because initially commission staff were not. You may recall that prior to my becoming the acting executive director, commission staff essentially were hands off with everything aquaculture. It was all done by the department, and our legal counsel had advised that that was inappropriate. So it's been a significant process, and David, we warned him when we first became involved. We apologized up front and said, we're new at this. Nobody, including not just us at the commission, and nobody in the department was around the last time a new aquaculture lease was proposed in the state of California. So we were all learning. It was a sharp learning curve for department staff and commission staff, and of course for David and our other two applicants. One applicant actually put their proposal on hold, as you well know, temporarily to see how these other two go, because it was the new process. So we've learned a lot. We're in a much better place now. Thank you, especially to Co-Chair Murray. She really, when we had those initial conversations about the in the best interest of the state, highlighted the fact that we didn't have a good, strong set of criteria for making that determination. And that launched an entire new process that we got through. So I want to thank David, and I want to thank our other applicants for their patience over these years as we've gone through all of this. To our partners at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, because we've had numerous conversations. I think that meeting still takes place every other week as we're trying to manage all the various requests, including the 3 new applications. So that context, I just wanted to highlight for those who may not be aware. That's in part what has contributed to the length of time. With regard to this particular project, we have been in communication with Mr. Willett for over a year with regard to the need for an EIR. We did find some funding and a consultant to assist him with that process. We provided him with the formal communication last week, confirming that the EIR is necessary. And our understanding is that he's going to move forward with his consultant to begin the CEQA process for a formal notice of preparation, the public vetting process. It usually is a meeting held where the public can provide initial input, et cetera.
Yeah, it sounds like the next step is the tribal committee next month for the commission. And then CEQA, which does include this public scoping process as well, and tribal notification. So a lot, if there is to be success, it seems like there's a lot of work to be done within the community. And I hope that, I know you see that, so I hope that you take that seriously as you go into these next steps. Because certainly if you're going to commit all additional resources and time, you want to have a chance of coming up with something that everyone in the community isn't opposed to. I think that matters. That's not what CEQA is about. But I think getting some support from the community is important if you can.
I thought I had it, and I don't think that everybody in the community is opposed to it. I did reach out to the College Association. I did reach out to the Santa Barbara Commercial Fishermen. I did reach out to Kim Selko. I did ask for a letter of support, but she didn't want to give me a letter of support because Bernard was opposed to it. It is true.
Wait, hey, listen, no, both of you stop. I'm not gonna put up with this back and forth stuff, and let's be clear, you have some work to do.
Fair enough.
Okay,
I just don't want it to appear that I haven't tried to do work because I'm ignorant of the fact that I need community support. I'm not.
I get the last word. You have some work to do. I'm not against this project. I'm listening, right? What I heard today, the stuff that wasn't real favorable. You have work to do. If you're going to spend a lot of money, my advice to you is to do this work really seriously and make sure that what you're hearing is accurate, what you're repeating is accurate, and that we come back and hear a consistent message, not conflicting messages, because that's problematic. This is ultimately discretionary. right? And you're gonna make an enormous investment to come back and see whether we're willing to approve this or not. And other bodies too, we're not the only ones, right? So you've got some serious work to do to put this together, because what I saw today was really problematic for everybody. Because there's real conflict between who's saying what and who said what, and that's, you know, public input's really important. So it's most of what we do is take public input. And so what I heard today does not foretell smooth sailing unless you do some really serious work to figure it out. Yes, and with that, we're gonna wrap up that item and we're gonna take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:15. Thank you. Calling the meeting to order again, please. Everybody, for your attention. We're picking up on item 3D, the status of existing leases, and I turn it to Susan to introduce this item.
Great. This item is part B of agenda item 3. This is a Department and Commission staff update on existing state water bottom leases, and then pending requests from existing lessees to make changes or adapt their practices that are under review. And this is the third year in a row that the department has come forward and presented an overview and in support of increased transparency on our existing leases to give more opportunities for dialogue across the spectrum of leases. And that's it's a developing effort. So Randy Lovell, the state aquaculture coordinator, will provide you with that presentation for today.
Thank you, Susan.
And Randy, actually, before you do, I just want to quickly remind folks online, if you're interested in ultimately participating in this conversation on Zoom, then please raise your hand using the raise hand button located at the bottom of the window or participant list. And when your name is called, note that you may need to unmute your microphone. Same is true for on the phone. Press *9, raise your hand, please press it once, and then you might need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 on the phone. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
I'm ready for, there we go. So again, Randy Lovell, State Aquaculture Coordinator, thanks for having me. I'll try to provide some background on our leasing overall, as well as some of the pending requests that are in place. Next slide, please. The commission currently has under its jurisdiction about 900 acres of state-owned public lands or aquatic lands used for commercial aquaculture. This is comprised of 17 leases operated by 11 businesses. 15 of them are in estuaries of Tamaulipas and Morro Bays. 2 of them are in the Santa Barbara Channel. The next slide.
Randy, maybe you can get the next slide, because this is really helpful, I think, for everybody to see, have a sense of the scale. These are all shellfish, correct?
One seaweed
as well.
One seaweed. One lease is intended for seaweed, is still working on its permits to get fully compliant.
So at this point, the only operating ones are
shellfish.
Five
That's
valves,
correct.
5 valves.
And the only one that is in deep water of the nature we heard about is in Santa Barbara.
It's Santa Barbara, really, I think that's a,
Yep.
yeah, thank you.
There are other locations where commercial marine aquaculture has or is currently conducted under entitlements from local entities, like Humboldt Bay, and up until recently, Agua Hedionda Lagoon in Carlsbad. The Port of San Diego is also looking at scaled up commercial aquaculture beyond its current level of involvement at a business incubator scale. The Port of San Diego has granted tidelands within San Diego Bay that it's looking at developing. It also has some areas outside of its jurisdiction that it will be looking to the commission to lease and then maybe sublease, but that's way down the road.
Got it, very helpful, thank you.
Next slide, please. State water bottom leaseholders both pay annual rent and what is called a privilege tax, which is based on their quantities harvested. We receive monthly reports of this production and also request it from the farms in non-state jurisdictions as well. The figures that are shown here on this chart are from last year, 2024. There may be some gaps in that data between the time that we produced this PowerPoint and what we've received since then. But for the most part, that's very accurate.
And these are individual shellfish.
So production is, so in the old days, oysters used to be shucked and put into gallon containers, and the reporting units from the legislature were could either be in gallons or as singles, or as pounds. So there's different, depending on the product form. Today, almost all oysters are sold as singles.
And singles, so these are all, these numbers here are singles. So you're extrapolating in cases where it's get by the gallon.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Shellfish produced in California farms consist of various oyster species, manila clams, and mussels. And oysters make up the vast majority of the shellfish type that's currently produced. If you combine all shellfish types produced on state leases, in other words, the oysters, clams, and mussels, they would be about equal to the oyster production in Humboldt Bay, just to give you a sense of scale. Put another way, Humboldt Bay produces about half of the state's bivalve shellfish, again, when expressed as singles or units, at market size. However, seed sales are not included in these figures and would constitute a significant additional portion, especially if we were considering the dollar value instead of just units or pounds. Production from non-state leases is not subject to state rents or privilege taxes, and our state program revenues are consequently reflected in that. Privilege taxes are controlled by the legislature and are currently at, and have been for a very, very long time, 4 cents per 100 oysters and 2/3 of a cent per pound of mussels or clams. Rents are subject to annual adjustment for inflation and further periodic review on a 5-year cycle to ensure that the tiered rent rates that we use align with productivity classifications. Next slide, please. Major innovations in seed production technology using floating upweller systems, or what are known as flupsies, have allowed scaling up to the size of barges. The 2 left images on the slide show how this has fostered a dramatic expansion over the last decade to meet the high demand for shellfish seed along the North American West Coast and beyond. This seed production relies on the high health status of the bay in Humboldt, which translates into approvals to supply the entire coast of North America with shellfish seed worth around $100 million by the time it's grown and sold for consumption. As you heard in a recent commission panel discussion, Humboldt Bay is facing both a challenge and an opportunity as it ponders offshore wind development that, if not undertaken carefully, could jeopardize the biosecurity upon which that seed business relies.
That's what that seed business. What percentage of West Coast seed business is Humboldt Bay system? You know, the biggest.
I don't know the percentage, but it's a very significant portion. So, like I say, about $100 million of West Coast oysters channeled through Humboldt Bay, and the allowance to export from Humboldt to states like Washington are heavily reliant and scrutinized as that biosecurity and health status. Next slide, please. Co-chairs are now familiar with 2 of the 3 proposals for new leases that have been received by the commission, with the 3rd on hold as the request of the applicant, and that is in their words, pending commission's decision-making on the other 2 leases. According to section 237 of our regulations, the commission must approve any changes to the cultural practices specified in an aquaculture lease or agreement before those changes are put into effect. As described in the meeting materials and the staff summary, proposals in hand to amend leases include a variety of changes, include additional species, or the reconciliation of approved culture methods or boundaries and reference landmarks delineating the leases themselves. For this chart, I'm not going into detail on the specifics of each request to change. Simply group them into new lease proposals, those that are asking for additional species, most of which require CEQA efforts to get through that process in order to change the lease agreements. Culture method changes, which in this case is a review of history of agreements over the past where there's been some clerical discrepancies. We're trying to sort that out. And then the boundary reconciliations, I'll go into in a second. With the help from are we on 6? Can you advance the slide, please? With the help from a previous surveyor or professional surveyor in the department, a much higher standard for describing lease locations has been adopted and can now be applied to resolve discrepancies we've had in Tomales Bay. Each lease in the vicinity of Marconi, California, has been reconciled and depicted by a plat, a meets and bounds legal description, and a comprehensive exhibit, as you see here on the slides. The fourth image, which you can't see detail on, it has the pink circle on it, is pointing to a much more complex layout of adjoining leases and discrepancies in the historical record of leases in the Walker Creek, which is the north end of Tomales Bay. And that's going to require coordination with the growers that hold those leases, in addition to discussions with the surveyor and the department and commission staffs. That effort should begin this spring or summer, but demand for the department surveyors are very high, and there's a waiting list for their work. So it's kind of depending on their capacity to address what we brought to their attention. Next slide, please. Our list of pending lease actions requests is indeed still taking a lot longer than you or staff or our applicants are satisfied with. There are, however, some achievements that we'd like to recognize, with contributions coming from all parts of our team and beyond. Coordination across state, federal, and local agencies has improved both at the project level and as a matter of policy and guidance. I'd like to thank Kimmy and Susan and Melissa for their involvement in this effort. Also, a guide to permitting for marine aquaculture is one product of a group called the Offshore Aquaculture Interagency Working Group. The department and commission staff contributes to that effort, and we expect that that guide will be released soon in the coming week or two. Our group, has also submitted a grant proposal to address the removal of legacy aquaculture gear at 2 sites dating back decades, one in Tomales Bay and another in Santa Barbara. Proposal also includes the review and reform of financial surety options to ensure the cleanup of leaseholds. The cleanup proposal we submitted, by the way, is to address legacy gear that was not covered by such financial sureties. So some of the folks that were cited in the previous discussion have some very well-founded concerns about leftover gear that dates back to the early 2000s. In addition to the financial surety options that we'll be reviewing and hopefully reforming, we'll also include a study of gear use and removal impacts to improve management and regulatory decision-making. So this is information that should help CEQA efforts by individual proponents, also should help leaseholders make decisions about which gear they choose to use, and should help you in your decision-making about which culture methods you might approve. We'd also like to thank the commission for moving forward with the assignment of lease to M43006 at your last meeting. Thank you. Last slide, please. Or next slide. Other marine aquaculture projects are also under consideration and require staff and in some cases commission attention. Includes a federal aquaculture opportunity area proposed in the Santa Barbara Channel, or Southern California Bight, I should say. The Humboldt biosecurity amid the offshore wind development that I've mentioned. A proposed seaweed farm in federal waters that is proposing 2,000 acres of seaweed aquaculture space. And an Ocean Protection Council-led effort to develop an action plan for marine aquaculture. Staff has also identified other projects, policies, and potential rulemakings that are also on our radar for the near term, including a resumption of our talks on shellfish best management practice plans, and a very necessary refinement of our wild broodstock collection permitting, especially as it relates to seaweed. We have wild broodstock collection permits as an avenue, but they were structured for fish primarily and other animals that clearly reproduce in a way that's distinct between the parents and the offspring. But when you can take seaweed and divide it vegetatively, it's a little harder to distinguish between parent and progeny. There are CEQA practices that we would like to make more efficient within our shared processes, including the roles, certain templates we can adopt to make that process easier. And also identifying more sustainable program revenues that can provide the capacity to more quickly and effectively address these lease action requests that we've discussed today. And that includes sustained funding and positions for commission staff who contribute to this work. Thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions that may have.
Any initial questions?
No initial questions. I've gotten to speak to Randy a lot over the last couple of weeks because he helped me prepare for the panel I was sitting on. And so I got to really ask him millions of questions about all this information, but it's a really helpful overview. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was super cool. Okay, so let's go to public comment then. I don't see any hands up online so far, but anybody who wants to come up, come on up.
Okay.
Bernard.
Yeah, so you heard the reasons of my issues for shellfish growing. And I participated in, over the past 6 years, I've participated in a lot of research studies. I've hosted a lot of research studies, particularly giant kelp. 6 years of growing giant kelp on my lease as a research. And also, we haven't gotten there with the California mussel. We haven't gotten out of the hatchery stage yet, but at some point, I would like to, grow native shellfish and seaweed on my farm. And the trouble is, the problems are is that there's no sort of economic commercial viability yet. I'm trying to make these things happen. And to add them to the lease is a CEQA amendment, and that is expensive to do. And so I'm just asking for help to a permitting pathway. I mean, I have a permit to grow California mussels from the Coastal Commission of the CDP, and I have permission for the giant kelp and the California mussels from USAC. So it's really, can we add California mussels to my lease economically? It's something that I can afford to do. And now, I know that the giant kelp is kind of a non-starter. It's going for biofuel. I don't really want to, I want to grow food. And so I'm looking for candidate species of native algae to grow. And we really don't have any that suit that particular environment of what I have. And so I've kind of proposed in the last couple months, I've changed it, sort of a host of, trying to think about what native species I can produce on the lease, and not to just get it permitted one at a time, right? So to engage the department in some sort of like defining of parameters and how I could, be encouraged to grow native, shellfish and algae. And so just looking for a help permitting pathway that's affordable, that we can all agree on and move forward on.
You spoke in the last item about the challenges and decline in production. Can you talk a little bit more about that? You do a lot of research. I know you are highly focused. I know some of these things don't have answers, but talk a little more about why it's supposed to have what?
Okay, so 2017, my mussels started dying. They would spawn and die, and I'd lose half, 3/4. I have sent in samples. I've never heard word from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They're supposed to have analyzed those samples. I didn't know, so I don't know why, but I've made you aware that I've had a decline in shellfish. There are no answers. Not that I know, but it does happen. I like, everybody says, oh, you need cold water. Like, actually, for mussel production, it's warm water. Is the bad. And so they target the young seed. You know, I can go lower. Ducks learn. So there's a lot of there's like a I do something, they figure it out, and then I do something more, they figure it out. So it's kind of back and forth. Farmer stuff, right? Farm stuff. And I'm doing really well right now because it's a timing issue. It's figuring out timing, and you only have one shot a year of planting shellfish. Like, you don't have many chances of doing this. And so the ducks have constrained the planting window down to like 2 months. So if that doesn't go through, you gotta wait another year. So there's a lot, it's farming. There's an environment, you have.
Farming in a more complicated environment than I farm.
Right. Exactly. So the current is always like soil that's always constantly changing.
Right.
And so you constantly, and it's intensive management. And so that's why for being more is less. And so I've actually produced less so I can do better at it.
I have all the complaints about vineyards. I'd rather farm vineyards.
Yeah, it's
at least the vines are there for 25 years.
But it shouldn't distract you from the greater good of eventually we should figure out how to sustainably grow seafood. Yeah, it shouldn't distract from that.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Thanks for your input today. It's really been helpful and informative. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Vice President Murray and Commissioner Sklar. I'm Ashley Gibbs with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. For 54 years, we have protected and sustained the unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin. Mr. Lovell, first, thank you for your presentation. It was a great overview. Thank you to Department and Commission staff for your work on leasing coordination. I know there's been a lot of improvements and a lot of communication in that area. And I did also want to say, thank you for your work on the marine debris grant removal. We were happy to submit a letter of support to that. And thank you to the commission. It's been discussed a little bit about how the leasing process is now enhanced and we have the public interest criteria. So thank you for that. So our organization is both interested in aquaculture policy statewide, but small stay is of special importance to us and to the community there. It's home to sensitive habitats, special status species like steelhead trout, coho salmon, western snowy plovers, essential fish habitat, and also a popular recreational clamming location. And one of the only significant clamming locations left in that region. So I'm speaking here today to re-raise some concerns related to the pending San Andreas shellfish proposal, which I think is one of the two pending under CEQA. Our legal counsel has submitted a letter on March 10th related to this proposal, and I just wanted to highlight a few points today. So unfortunately, it's not possible to mitigate all of the project's potential impacts to less than a significant level. That includes impacts to harbor seals and eelgrass, potential impacts there. So we have joined partners, including the Public Lands Conservancy, to urge the commission to study the project's potentially significant adverse environmental impacts through an environmental impact report as is required under CEQA, and also to consult with federal agencies to prepare a joint EIS under NEPA. So I just want to speak today briefly to request that the commission reevaluate the initial determination that legal requirements are met when we do have concerns around the area being so close to those recreational clamming areas. And just wanted to say that I hope the commission and the committee are able to take these concerns into account and follow those legal requirements around the public process. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else in the room? Because we do have one person online, I see. Oh, there, okay, Nathan Churches.
Yeah, hi, thanks guys. Again, I'm Nathan Churches. I'm the Chief Science Officer at Holdfast Aquaculture. And one of the things that we specialize in doing at the business is developing husbandry for native species. We actually sold the first kelp spools as a commercial entity in California back in the 20-teens. I was the first person to successfully close the life cycle of the California mussel and settle it on long lines. And right now, my colleagues at the business have successfully closed the life cycle of the Pismo clam for the first time. And we actually presented on this at the recent Aquaculture America conference. So we are at a place where we have the technology to approach, well, kelp isn't as big of a hurdle, but the California mussel and the Pismo clam, we have commercial quantities of these that we would like to outplant, but the way to get them onto farms without triggering CEQA seems to be missing. And so what I would suggest is some sort of easy to apply for maybe economic or experimental permitting pathway for native species. And ideally, some sort of framework that would allow farmers to avoid triggering CEQA once they would like to take it to full commercial scale. And so I've been talking with colleagues at Sea Grant, for example, and they've told me that the traditional, commercial fishing approach has an option for experimental fishing licenses. And I'm admittedly naive to all of the details of that process. I'm not a traditional fisherman. I'm an aquaculturist, but something like that would be good to develop, I think, for the aquaculture industry. Because, for example, let's take the pismo clam. If it turns out to be not economically a good choice to grow, then we need to know that and have the opportunity to explore that without investing years of our time doing a CEQA analysis before finding that out. Yeah, so I hope that's not too rambling, and I hope my point is taken that we need easy to access permitting pathways for native species.
Great, thank you, Nathan. Richard James.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm confused with technology. I'm using a phone and a computer. So thank you very much for this opportunity to comment. I've got a few questions and some comments. I did submit comments that hopefully were given to you. They were there for the secondary comment period. So you saw, let me bring those up. I apologize. Technology issues have gotten me a little flustered. I want to recap a phone call that I had 2 months ago with Fish and Game Commission staff. Today is about 10 years ago that it's been 10 years since I first started coming to commission meetings. And over the past few years, I've been told repeatedly that the Fish and Game Commission meetings are not the appropriate venue for me to bring up my concerns, which are many, with shellfish growing in Tomales Bay. And your staff, Susan Ashcraft, confirmed that commission meetings are the appropriate venue to bring up these facts that I've been bringing up. Also, we confirmed that the leases that you have between the growers, that lease is with the commission and not the department. So again, it bolsters the idea that these meetings are the right meetings to bring up my concerns. And we also talked about the fact that the commission is going to implement and enforce best management practices soon, something that has been talked about for many, many years. 10 years ago, I submitted a list of, I think, 10 or 11 best management practices, which have been repeatedly put on hold. So I'm very encouraged to hear that those will be coming about soon. And we also talked about a functional and enforced surety bond or cleanup escrow or cleaning deposit system for all growers that will be developed and implemented soon. I have just a couple questions I want to throw out there in response to Randy's presentation. Thank you for that presentation, Randy. It was mentioned that cultural growing method changes have to go through the commission, and I want to point out that in the past, growers did that sort of on their own. They did not seek permission, and they just sort of did what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it. So I'm glad to hear that will go through a more formal process. Randy also pointed out which leases had gone through surveying so that the survey lines are more accurate. Marconi, he said, is completed, but to my knowledge, there's only one lease at Marconi, and that's 43006. There are, I believe, 4 or 5 leases down in the south, down by Tomasini, and then there's another lease up north that is between Marconi and Walker Creek. Has that been completed? And I want to make a comment that relates to the earlier discussion that took place about the Santa Barbara growers that I think applies here. Well, I just want to point out something. I've been picking up trash in Tomales Bay for over a decade. And what I have discovered is that the growers that scale, that get really big, that have a lot of gear out in the water, are the growers whose loose gear and gear remnants I find the most of. So as much as an entrepreneur might want to scale and grow and make a lot of money and put a lot of gear in the water, it's my experience in looking at this for over a decade that it's hard with the staff that's allocated by these companies to manage their gear to actually keep track of all the gear that they put out there. The smaller companies in Tomales Bay that have smaller leases, I find less of their gear. I still find some gear, but there's two companies in particular that have large leases in Tomales Bay, and they have a lot of gear out there. So I find more of their gear. And I think, it's not scientific, it's just a hunch, that they can't manage it because nature is rough. The tides are rough, the conditions are rough. When a tree gets washed down Walker Creek and goes careening through a lease full of hanging bags and knocking them down like bowling pins so that there's bags everywhere, you know, that is harder to manage when you've got 200 acres that you're going on versus if you've got 15 acres. So I think that's all the comments that I wanted to make. And if Randy's got, if anybody's got any answers, I'm all ears. And thank you for this opportunity to make my points made.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments online, anybody else in the room?
Very helpful. Thanks, Randy. I wanted to just follow up on, I think it was Nathan Churches, who made, he was, you know, some of the requests that he was making in terms of guidance, I think will be covered in this aquaculture action plan that Randy also mentioned during his presentation. I was wondering if maybe, I know that's been in process with OPC, I was hoping maybe we can get an update on the status of the aquaculture action plan potentially at a future meeting, maybe July, if that might be possible. Okay.
I know OPC is planning on having it completed this year,
Terrific.
but we can provide a more significant update in July.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. Somebody else made a comment that said that we were working on the BMPs, the best management practices, and that was gonna be done soon. Is that true?
I mentioned that.
Oh, you mentioned that.
We
Yeah.
started a discussion about best management practices a long time back.
Sure.
And Richard mentioned that he had submitted a list of practices, and our discussion was geared more toward the entire state, not just an estuary like Tomales Bay, where we look at broader outcomes that the state would like to see, and that best management practices are not compulsory. They're volunteer is not the right word, but the growers buy into it as the state does. So the idea is to come up with performance standards or outcomes that we would like to see, like the reduction of marine debris, maybe biosecurity issues, other kinds of main themes. And we, through regulation, require that each of the growers submit a plan or complying with these outcomes for your approval. This is just an idea. It's not been fully hatched, but that is the approach that we took. We had to sideline that discussion and not take it all the way to the end because of other priorities we had to do on this list of things to do. But I think we're ready now that we have a formal lease consideration process. We have a much clearer public interest criteria to look at. And I think that having best management practice plans or outcomes we want to see from that may actually be helpful in the sequel context. And I also want to address something that Nathan brought up about something that implies an experimental space. Other states have short-term, small scale, limited duration experimental leases where the regulatory burden is much lower because their potential impact is viewed as much less of a risk because of the scale and the duration. And I think that if we can move forward, whether it's through the regulatory process or through legislative changes, create a space where we have the ability to foster experimental spaces, broader consideration of species within a given setting, like to do a programmatic sequel for a suite of species that are raised within this bay. It might take some of the burden off of individual growers but that's gonna take some subsidization to get through that CEQA process. So it can't just happen with a wave of a hand, but it is worthwhile pursuing with our representatives.
Like an EFP for aquaculture, sort of.
I'm not familiar enough with the ins and outs of how AFPs work, but yes, that idea that I understand what the term means, but I don't know what the details are as we apply to the fisheries.
Although I would note that in the EFP process, there is a requirement for CEQA for each individual project. There's no programmatic.
Right. But there can be foundational CEQA done that covers the commonalities of the projects, and then the burden on each individual project can be much, much less.
Right, so you wouldn't do it under an EFP just because that has its own specific requirements. You would do a project by the department on a trial type system, and you set out what the criteria are for, and you do a CEQA analysis based on what's appropriate for that.
I think there's a difference between a trial short-term scenario and very different from the programmatic CEQA solution that I'm talking about, where that would affect existing growers who just want to be able to do everything that's possible.
Well, actually, since we're sort of dancing very close to this area already, what is going on with the programmatic EIR that we have been talking about for some time?
It's been sidelined in deference to the action plan that the Ocean Protection Council is moving forward. So
waiting on that. Okay.
That programmatic EIR was challenging in how the legislature framed it. And it kind of mixed up steps. And I think that we agree that having an action plan that lays out policy more comprehensively gives a framework, and then potential rules might be considered. And then that makes more sense for a programmatic EIR to apply to those potentially proposed rules.
I want to follow up on the question of the best management practices. So when I understand that it's not simply us saying these are the practices you use, but rather asking the growers to provide them. When's that going to happen? Is there a time frame to get what you described in place?
We don't have it set in our calendar to commence, but we have a tremendous body of work that we can build on, so we don't have to start from scratch.
Okay, can you come back in July? Can you come back with a time frame?
Sure.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
No?
So it's noon.
Richard.
I think we
Richard, is your hand up again, or is that legacy?
Can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Can I add? I just know that having a more sort of programmatic approach, working with the universities and the research bodies will signal that you are available for business.
Right.
So it kind of sends a message like, okay, we're okaying you to research native species, and then that will spur research grants, and that will then spur more knowledge for you guys. And it's just like this tumbleweed approach.
And then I'm gonna, because of what you just said, I'm gonna make a comment that I thought I was not gonna make. And that is that, and Melissa helped clarify a little bit, that process as it's laid out is, as an entrepreneur, lifetime entrepreneur, I've been an entrepreneur for 40 years, I would never apply for an aquaculture lease in the state based on the process that I saw there and the risks involved, because that's what you're doing. You're saying, how much do I have to invest for a probability of an outcome? And at this point, that equation for me would be an easy answer. Now, Melissa says that chart makes it look more complicated than it really is, and we ought to simplify it for the chart, because otherwise, again, if I'm an entrepreneur, I'd say, no way. But it really helped that what Bernard just said, that if the state can do some things to reduce the process for individual companies, that would be beneficial. It's, it's my opinion my belief that if we don't get more protein, we need more protein from the sea. Humanity needs more protein from the sea, and we have to do it in a sustainable way. And aquaculture is one of the ways to do that. California doesn't look like it's open for business today for aquaculture, and we have to see how we can get there.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Sure, please.
So that's why it's important to vet the individual. I love what I do, and so I'm really knowledgeable. When I first started about it, I knew I could make it, and I had the skills to do it. And yeah, it's not just an economic sort of, yeah, if it was just an economic proposition, I'd say no way. Like, I really love what I do.
Awesome.
I have a question, just for anyone watching who's thinking about a future in aquaculture. Did you apprentice or something before you decided to do it on your own?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I worked for a eco bar. They scrape mussels off of an oil platform. And I had worked there for a couple of years. I went to Ireland for fisheries management, came back, worked for them, and my boss was planting oysters on one of the oil platforms, and University of Ireland sponsored that project. So I wrote a master's thesis on growing oysters off an oil platform back in 2000. So yeah, it kind of snowballed, and then yeah, it just snowballs. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Hello,
I think
can anyone hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. I neglected to thank Randy for submitting the application to NOAA for the marine debris grant with the hopes of cleaning up the huge mess that's out at Walker Creek that's been there since 1982. In light of the current federal policies coming down, I'm hopeful that grant will be fulfilled, but that remains to be seen. That legacy gear that's out there, the people that were talking earlier and you're talking now about how hard it is to get into this industry, 50, 60, 70 years ago, when the environment was less dynamic and not under so much pressure from anthropogenic, from us changing the atmosphere, look at what growers did. A big flood happened in '82, buried a lease, and there was no cleanup system set up in place. That grower filed bankruptcy, left thousands of bags out there in the bay that have been polluting Tomales Bay ever since 1982. We're now finding them. I've submitted pictures to Randy and to others to assist in that cleanup. Now that the environment is dynamically changing and we understand how important it is to keep it in good shape, I think it's more important than ever that we don't just hand out permits to grow food for everyone without examining things very carefully. In the past, look at the messes that people made. Look at the invasive species that were planted all over the place by introducing Japanese oysters into California waters, Atlantic oysters. Now we've got oyster drills. So I think it's very important that we walk slowly before we just hand out leases to people with no proven track record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. I think that's what we're doing, and I couldn't be slower in my view. So I think we're taking our time and we're doing it carefully. Thank you. Nathan?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that internship question, or how do you gain experience? And this is something that I think is important for the state of California and the United States in general. And I'll start by saying this statistic that the University of Hawaii developed at one of their in one of their aquaculture studies. Something like 85 to 90% of aquaculturists got there without any formal education or experience. You just end up on a farm through basically grandfathered in processes. And the reason that happens is because there are very, very few formal educational opportunities for people to get into aquaculture. I started the aquaculture certificate program and wrote the criteria to graduate with a certificate through Santa Monica College. And so that's something that's interesting, that's developing in the Los Angeles area. But sort of towards Bernard's point that if you want to create a positive feedback loop, you do have to have these mechanisms and expand those mechanisms for getting professionalized experience so that we do have more entrepreneurs that come in with real experience and have a more systematic internship opportunity for people interested in getting into this. So I know that's not exactly what we talked about in this meeting, but I think it's an important parallel piece. And for example, I myself got into this as a scientist and eventually figured out, hey, I'm doing actual commercial aquaculture in my scientific approaches. And so that's how I became, an entrepreneur in this space. There's no formal training available when I was in graduate school. So just a few pieces of food for thought there.
Really interesting. Thanks, Nathan. Well, I'm gonna let Jeff go and then we're gonna break for lunch. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
You can, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I just had a couple comments regarding this subject, and I'd like to underscore Bernard's sentiments and the Holdfast Aquaculture gentleman's sentiments regarding developing a fast track scheme to outplant indigenous species, mainly shellfish. I think would be useful as a climate change adaptation strategy, given we are in these uncertain times, as well as Fukushima is now releasing its scale. So we utilizing some proactive mechanisms to restore and maintain our ecosystem, I think is a positive thing. And that also segues into the next agenda item, which is potentially outplanting abalone, and as well as kelp. So I think within the big picture, we support commercial fisheries, we provide protein, maintaining ecosystem services in the nearshore ecosystem is all very valuable to us as a community, as well as the people of the state. So if there's anything you guys can do to facilitate a fast tracking mechanism to restore these habitats and these organisms, that's well received. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to wrap up and take a lunch break. 45 minutes, good for everybody? Or do we need more?
That's funny.
Okay, so we'll be back here at 12:50. Okay. Excuse me, everybody. Welcome back to the March 13th meeting of the MRC. We're picking up on item number 4, which is red abalone recovery. We're going to do A and B together, right, Susan?
Yes.
Great. Well, with that, I turn it over to Susan to introduce this item.
Great, thanks. So just a little bit of like logistics, kind of the game plan for the agenda flow on this is what we'd like to do. So we have Joanna Grable, the Environmental Program Manager for Invertebrate Fisheries here. She is going to give a separate presentation for Part A related to risk tolerance for reopening harvest, and a separate presentation for Part B related to the recreational fishery closure. So what we'll do is we'll have her give the presentation. We can pause for clarifying questions because there's a lot of substance to it. Move on to presentation for Part B, have another any other questions, and then we can open up for the broader discussion and potential recommendation from the committee. So just a note on Part A, a recap that this topic related to risk tolerance when considering limited harvest opportunities for red abalone in the context of statewide recovery planning. As a reminder, during the initial stages after that red abalone recreational fishery closed, there was discussion about exploring de minimis opportunities as a possibility to continue this rich heritage associated with the fishery. And the commission at the time was supportive of exploring that for the future. In addition, there have been several times that former advocates for former commercial abalone fishermen in Southern California have petitioned the commission to reopen a limited fishery for red abalone only at San Miguel Island. The most recent was scheduled for commission consideration last June, excuse me, in June. The commission denied that petition. The petitioner wanted to alternately explore an experimental fishing permit opportunity where where harvesters would then not only commercially harvest, but also provide data to the department. The commission requested that the MRC have a discussion first before he go through a process of going through an application, et cetera, to have a discussion about how much risk are we willing as a commission to tolerate to allow or reopen any fishing and harvest, recognizing that the priority statewide at this time is developing a statewide recovery plan. right, even though there's different populations. So thank you, Joanna. I just want to thank Joanna for preparing such substantive, and your staff for preparing such substantive content for these discussions to really thoughtfully inform today's meeting. So I'll turn it over to Joanna. Can you do public comment? Oh, sure. And by way of reminder, Melissa will give guidance
Okay,
for.
so as a
public comment.
reminder for those on Zoom, if you are interested in contributing to the conversation as we move forward on item 4, recreational abalone recovery, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom. It's located at the bottom of the window or the participant list. If when your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone. Also, if you're on the phone only, press *9 to raise your hand. If you press twice, you will take yourself out of the queue. And then when called on, you may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6. Joanna.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, so guess we'll be settling in for the double header here on a conversation with red abalone. And yeah, big just shout out to my staff. I really appreciate all of their assistance in helping to pull together this information. I'm the mouthpiece, they are the brains, and so I just want to acknowledge all of their contribution up front here. And they are diligently my phone of friends behind the scenes, so if there are questions that I can't answer, they are listening and will automatically give me all the information. So, all right, first presentation then is on the risk tolerance. So next slide, please. So to help inform today's discussion on the risk tolerance, we're going to kind of bounce around a little bit through history, take you back, provide the history on the commercial fishery, bounce around to look at what's the current status of the stocks, talk a little bit about the recreational fishery, and then what's been happening at San Miguel Island, and then we'll wrap it up with recommendations and next steps. Next slide, please. So starting out with the commercial fishery. So really it started in the late 1800s through 1940s. That was really just sort of the beginning and the growth of the commercial fishery in our state. The 50s and 60s were really the heyday of the fishery with the height of the commercial fishery. We had a lot of steady landings, and I'll be showing you actually graphics in the next slide. In the 70s, we started to have a rapid decline, and we were starting to see some serial depletion. We'll dig into that a little bit too. And then in the 80s and 90s, we had the low declining landings, and then ultimately the closure of the fishery in 1997. So next slide, and then actually forward one more slide. Thank you. So here we do have the figure essentially showing what I just covered in that history slide. So the graphic starts in 1941, and we really do see the rise of the fishery in the early 40s, the heydays in the 50s. This is all species combined. So we can see that we did have a couple of decades where landings were really at their peak and consistently high. However, landings dropped, and then this is between those red bars that we're talking about. So the late 60s, early 70s, we saw a decline and then a little bit of a peak. This is actually where the fishery shifted. And originally they were targeting reds and pinks. And then during that point, then they started to shift and they started to expand to other species. Let's go to the next slide and we'll dig into that a little bit more. So this figure is actually the same number of years. We have just broken up the landings into species just for orientation. We did color code them, so red on top, pink, green, black, and white. And so what we do see is that, you know, at the beginning of the fishery and in some of the heyday, it was all pinks and reds. And then when we focus in on those bars again, that's where we saw that dip and then a little bit of the change in the increase in landings. And what we actually see is when you look at it in total, it doesn't look that, you know, it doesn't really give you the clear picture, but what we see is actually the decline and then they're switching. And so this really shows how one species was fished down and then how new species were targeted for harvest. And it allowed the total abalone harvest to remain fairly steady, but it was really kind of masking the depletion of these individual species. Next slide, please. So all species of abalone in California are in a depleted state. And 2 of our 7 species are federally endangered. That's white and black, and then they both have federal recovery plans. White abalone have shown no signs of natural recovery. Black have some small surviving populations, but they are intertidal and they are more susceptible to mortality caused by acute events like landslides and oil spills. Since 2010, over $10 million has been awarded to the department and partners through federal grants for endangered species recovery. Nearly 17,000 captive bred white abalone have been outplanted to date, and hundreds of intertidal black abalone have been rescued and relocated. Next slide, please. So we thought we would sort of drill down a little bit and look at pink and green abalone. So we have 2 graphics here, pink on top, green on the bottom. And so we just wanted to, not show all the doom and gloom. We wanted to see, have there been some signs of recovery? And so statewide, pink and green, the populations are still extremely low, but we have seen some little peaks of recovery here. So what these graphics, these are all from Pisco, and they just are showing the mean density over time throughout Southern California. I'm just flagging that there are different time series for the 2 species. And we do see a couple of peaks, but I really want to flag, if you look at the y-axis and you look at the densities, those are still extremely low. So we're not going extinct, but definitely nowhere near fishery levels at that point. But
Joanne, can you remind us what fishery levels would be in terms of density?
I think in the AR&P, it's like 0.6, 0.7.
Yeah, thank you.
So just for. Next slide, please. So the current status of the environmental conditions. So as we know, abalone are susceptible to the environmental conditions, which can impact food availability and disease. Definitely seen a greater variability in the environmental conditions, starting with that large marine heat wave back in 2014. So the graphic on the right shows kelp in Northern California, and it has that similar correlation with the steep declines in minimal recovery since that large marine heat wave. Warm water events are problematic for animals that are infected with the pathogen that causes withering foot syndrome. Increased temperatures can accelerate disease transmission and mortality rates for the animals themselves. Next slide, please. So shifting gears, and I'm going to apologize in advance. This is not the first time you'll see this graphic in these 2 presentations, but we'll go more into depth in the red abalone in the recreational in the next presentation. But in the context of your consideration for risk tolerance, we did want to discuss it within this presentation. So the status of red abalone on the North Coast continues to be at extremely low levels. And so essentially the graphic here shows the decline in density over time at numerous reference sites from our department dive surveys on the North Coast. We have heard some information from members of the public at various meetings about the existence and persistence of some good pockets of red abalone, and we think that that is extremely good news. Documenting these locations is definitely information that we are interested in, and would like to talk about more of that when we start to get into next steps. We do need to be mindful, though, that while these pockets do exist, given the population's overall low abundance on that greater scale, any additional harvest is expected to limit or delay recovery. Next slide, please. So shifting south, during the height of the commercial fishery, San Miguel Island was not an area that was really heavily targeted, in part likely due to its distance from the mainland coast. As such, it became historically an important refuge for red abalone in Southern California. This has been a location of interest for developing that test fishery. And this was discussed extensively during the ARMP and led to a large collaborative effort by the department and their partners to determine the current status of red abalone at San Miguel Island. So surveys were conducted in that area between 2006 and 2008. Next slide. So while San Miguel Island was historically important for red abalone, that landscape has really changed there over the last 5 or so years. So this figure displays long-term monitoring data from 1982 through 2024, and this is National Park Service kelp forest monitoring data. And what we are seeing recently is that all sites are showing low densities. So the black line up there, so site 2, thank you, I know it's the wrong, site 2, which previously had high or moderate density, is actually now at historically low levels. So I want to emphasize that the one site that was like, hey, this is like our best site down here, is not looking well over the last 5 years.
For the period where it differed from the other 2 sites, what was any sense of what the factors were?
Natural variability. There's a couple of sites out there that are really good and have high densities of abalone. And so these are the Park Service's long-term monitoring sites, and they just happen to where they were located.
Right. I'm just wondering, since it was different for a long time and then it dropped,
It's also gone down.
because that should tell us something about the difference. I mean, I guess there's a lot of different factors that make a site good, but was the kelp just somehow more protected?
Yeah, my
there?
understanding is the kelp in that area has gone down. The Park Service has asked us not to use the site names when we use this slide.
Fair enough.
Chris could probably speak to where the site is and what the kelp is, and we can get into that during discussion.
Okay,
But
okay.
And can you tell us anything about what was going on just after 2022?
Oh, for me,
To trigger the drop, yeah.
It seems like it's a nice little experiment.
kelp, my understanding is.
well, yeah, and if we get to the next slide too, we do touch on kelp.
Okay, but I mean, kelp was already
Not in that area.
not in there, but there wasn't like some triggering event we can.
There wasn't.
Obviously, there are lots of conflicting factors in that.
Maybe it was COVID.
So if we, next, let's jump to the next slide then. So if we do look at kelp, right, kelp has been really poor over the last, 8 years in that area, so. So that could partially be contributing. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, abalone species remain depleted statewide. While we are seeing some signs of recovery in Southern California for those pinks and greens, it's a great news, but again, not at levels to support sustainable harvest without impacting future recovery. And then environmental variability, which obviously impacts food availability and disease transmission and or mortality, is expected to continue in the future. So even in the absence of harvest, environmental uncertainty can still limit recovery of abalone. Next slide, please. So the department recommends to continue to take a risk-averse approach when it comes to allowing any harvest, and instead focusing on species recovery and not harvest opportunity. Any additional harvest is expected to limit recovery. And while we may be seeing some signs of recovery in some species, it is not at a level to support sustainable harvest. Therefore, we recommend we continue to monitor the KRMP process, since this is directly linked to abalone, and continue to build partnerships for abalone monitoring and recovery statewide. Next steps. Oh, sorry, next slide, which is next steps. So we'll talk more about recreational in the next presentation. But what we would do is we would like to come back to the July MRC meeting and have a more in-depth discussion about the status of our recovery planning efforts and discuss data collection needs, and then really have a great conversation about opportunities for public engagement to help with this data collection. Next slide, and that is that end of this presentation, so happy to take any clarifying questions.
We've been sort of asking questions as we went, and that has been helpful, so I don't have any clarifying questions, and I think if you have any after that, we want to hold on discussion until after vote, right? Yeah.
Okay, so we'll jump to the next one then.
Yeah,
Did you have any?
I think that makes sense. I want to hear from Chris, but I think we should wait till after the presentation.
Okay, so now switching to the red abalone fishing moratorium. Let's just jump to the next slide, please. So in this presentation, I'll cover the history of the fishery closure. Again, the current status of the abalone population, and then we'll wrap up with the department recommendation regarding the future of the abalone fishery. Next slide, please. So by way of some history here, the recreational red abalone fishery has undergone several regulatory changes over the last 15+ years due to a variety of reasons, starting with unprecedented fishing pressure back in the pre-2000s or pre-2010 time period, excuse me. We had an unprecedented die-off, which was likely due to a harmful algal bloom in 2011, and then of course the large marine heat wave. Which led to starvation conditions and fishery collapse. So in September of 2017, the department identified a dramatic fishery-wide decline of red abalone populations from severe starvation conditions. As a result, the commission adopted regulations to close the recreational fishery. The commission also adopted a 1-year sunset provision for the closure based on significant public comments received during the rulemaking process to address concerns of a fishery closure for an indeterminate period. Under that action, the fishery would reopen on April 1st, 2019. In 2018, we came back, the department came back with another rulemaking, and in that it found no meaningful changes in the abalone resource, which prompted the earlier closure the year before. Based on that, the commission extended the sunset date for another 2 years. 2020, another rulemaking, again, no meaningful changes were found, and a recommendation to extend the sunset date to 2026. And what I really wanted to flag is that in digging into the history and in digging into the background documentation in that initial statement of reasons, which as we know was one of the very important documents for this rulemaking, it does say in that eyesore that it was noted that red abalone was not supposed to or not expected to recover by 2026. However, at that time, staff had been engaging with stakeholders in developing this FMP. And then the FMP was expected to be completed before 2026, before that the sunset date. And with the FMP adoption, language pertaining to that closure was expected to have been part of the implementing regulations to implement that FMP. Well, and as we know, the FMP progress stopped and we switched to efforts on a recovery plan. So here we are today, the regulations that we thought were going to be in effect through that FMP to keep the fishery closed were not there. And so the fishery is set to open on April 1st, 2026, unless action is taken. Next slide, please. So over the next couple slides, we'll discuss the status of the red abalone population, and then we'll touch on some recent data on kelp urchins and pycnopodia. Next slide, please. So essentially, we already covered this one in the prior presentation, showing the dramatic decline. And just densities at all of our monarch locations indicate a significant and sustained population. Next slide, please. So this is a graphic on recruitment information, and information is collected annually during our annual dive recertification class at Van Dam. And this graphic shows the number of young of year abalone observed in each abalone recruitment module over time. And this is what serves as the index of recruitment. And since the marine heat wave in 2014, we have seen several years of just very low recruitment. Next slide, please. Kelp. Well, we've lost over 90% of bull kelp in some areas, and essentially there's been almost no recovery since 2014. Next slide, please. Purple urchin. The population continues to increase. In some areas, we've had up to 60 times the historical level of urchin, and obviously it's been a critical factor in kelp forest collapse and the continued collapse or lack of recovery. Next slide. So Pycnopodia is a key predator of urchins, and it is vital to maintaining healthy kelp forests. Those have drastically declined. Only 5 individuals have been observed in California in 2023. So the near disappearance of a crucial keystone predator really just kind of further exacerbates this problem that we have of exploding purple urchin populations and hindering kelp recovery. Next slide. So despite the ongoing moratorium in the recreational fishery, abalone populations have shown no signs of significant recovery. Kelp forests on the North Coast still have not yet rebounded. Still seeing a lot of purple urchins out there and no return of our keystone predator. Next slide. So given the continued decline of kelp forests and the lack of abalone recovery, the department recommends to continue the current recreational closure and implement an indefinite moratorium. The moratorium allows time to assess kelp recovery through our KRMP process and to monitor red abalone recruitment for signs of recovery. Next slide. So the regulatory timeline is that, so we're going to be doing some tribal outreach through a letter later this month, and then some updates at the tribal committee. We'd like to go to notice at the August meeting with hopefully adoption at the December meeting, and the target effective date for this regulation would be March 31st, 2026, and that would be to prevent that lapse of the sunset date. And next slide. And then that's the end. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from public comments?
No, I'm interested in hearing from folks.
Yeah, me too. Okay, we have one person online. It looks like, why don't we let Grant go ahead and then we'll come to the room. Anybody from the room would like to speak in this, please come on up. We'll get Grant and Jack. Go ahead, Grant, please unmute.
Hello, MRC. My name is Grant Downey. I am a commercial fisherman in Fort Bragg, California on the Mendocino coast. Especially, I am a commercial sea urchin diver, and I've been working with kelp restoration. Besides all that, I am a native to the area and a recreational fisherman. I grew up eating abalone, not at an abundance, but it was always a special treat. And with all my underwater time, I see a lot of healthy areas of abalone that are still surviving. They're all very well grouped together. I know the department does random surveys, which in my opinion are just throwing a dart at a map. So you might not find a healthy area. So I understand why numbers might be low. I have seen in the last year recruitment of baby red abalone in nearby vicinities to healthy red abalone populations. I support what would be a diminished fishery, maybe a raffle style lottery system, maybe proof of residency to the area where abalone would be harvested. And I think the department could really ramp up their abalone cards and collect free data from this type of a fishery. My last comment I want to make is with the conversation of sea otter translocation possibly coming to the North Coast, I would much rather see red abalone being harvested for human subsistence rather than wiped out by what could be a sea otter reintroduction. Thank you for the time.
Jack, nice to see you.
I don't know how to raise my hand.
Yeah. Hey, Jack, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm an ex-recreational abalone diver, as a couple of you know, and I've been working with the commission now for, well over 20 years, starting with the MLPA and a little even before that. And I have to say that I'm disappointed in my ability to influence the decision-making here. And while I'm not criticizing the fact that people that I talk to don't listen to me, you do. And I really appreciate that. And you give me a chance to talk, which I also appreciate. I think the problem with getting things done, and I'm going to make a sort of a general statement here, is that as individuals like Grant and I agree with most of what Grant just said, we have very little influence over your decision-making. Most of it seems to come from, the NGOs that are well-funded, and those of us who have to pay our own way to meetings and wait for hours to be able to talk for a few minutes don't really have the opportunity to have that much influence over the decision making. And we don't have much political power either, because we don't have much money compared to the NGOs. Having said all that, I think the bureaucratic process and the regulatory restrictions really have hindered what we'd like to think of as adaptive management. You hear a lot about that lately in discussions about trying to adapt to these environmental changes. And I'm frustrated by it, as I think probably some of you are too, that we can't adapt fast enough to the environmental changes. The environment is changing faster than we can make changes to our regulations and make decisions that would impact our environment. And there are a lot of examples about that with the abalone management, a couple of which, I've been directly involved in, starting with the revised abalone FMP that Joanna mentioned. That process started 10 years ago. And before, like Joanna said, it could be implemented and agreed on and fully even discussed, we closed the fishery because of environmental changes. And then we decided, okay, we're going to change from an FMP and we're going to have a red abalone recovery plan. And this is for, of course, the recreational abalone fishery on the North Coast. That started 4 years ago, and we still haven't started anything. And I don't know what I can do more than come to a meeting every once in a while and talk to you about it. But something's got to change so that we can get stuff done, at least get it done in a timely fashion.
Bullshit, son.
Well, I don't know who you are, but anyway, I encourage the department and the commission to accept the idea of small scale risks as opposed to the greater risk of inaction. To me, not acting is a much greater risk than taking small, well-managed risks, actually doing something, because it can add not only to the information that all people have, but the data collection will be a lot cheaper and a lot less expensive, and you have more of it to make better decisions. I wanted to comment on a couple of other things too, and actually ask questions about it. First of all, there was no mention of otters in Joanna's statement about what happened with the abalone fisheries and the decline of the densities on the North Coast. So I'd like to hear from you what part otters played in that decline. And also, I'd like to hear from the department, maybe Craig, what position is the department going to take on reintroduction of otters to the North Coast? I know one of your members, Laura Rogers Bennett, has applied for endangered species application to the International Association for Endangered Species. That's just the first step in getting them placed on the federal and the state Endangered Species Act. So is your plan to go and try to make these animals, all species of abalone in California, endangered so we don't have to manage them anymore? I don't know. I just like to know. And, you know, when it comes to density numbers that Joanna showed, I see those declining numbers, and they're semi-real, like Grant said, because one of the reasons is the way abalone aggregate into pockets and the way they have moved since the urchins into the shallow water, which are not counted in any density surveys. The shallow intertidal area is not counted. So I'd like to understand better what the department's position is on listing abalone as endangered species, and I just encourage you to accept some small scale risks as opposed to the greater risk of inaction. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack. I see one more person online, and we're gonna go to the room. Brian?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Brian Taniguchi. I just have a quick question. I found the study on San Miguel Island to be particularly interesting, and I was wondering whether the surveys showed the urchin populations in those areas, particularly Site 2, which showed the decline post 2020.
Yes, part of, he cut out during
Yeah,
part of
Brad,
that question. I was unable to hear.
We're not hearing the full question. We heard you say that was the area you were concerned about.
I think it was area 2.
Yeah, Area 2. I was
Yeah, what
wondering
about-
about that because that showed the steep decline after 2020, and I'm just wondering whether that same survey had information on the urchin population.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Brian.
Oh, yeah, so, we'd have to ask, we only did a quick check with the abalone data through the national parks. I mean, that's something we could possibly look into. And there's also probably more data at different locations, at different islands, but just we did not look into that for the purposes of this presentation. So I don't have that information handy.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Brian. Chris?
Hey, wait. So I was actually president of the California Abalone Association when we did all the surveys at San Miguel Island, and Dr. Schumann was part of that process. And at that time, when the ARMP was adopted, there was this effort to include a provision in the ARMP that allowed us to pursue a limited fishery for red abalone at San Miguel Island. That was done in 2005. And so then the ARMP, or the AAG, was assembled, a subgroup of this commission. And we actually did surveys for 3 years collectively, but we as a community did a 4th year. And I think Dr. Valencia from UCSB's Brand School analyzed our data and included it in the time series in an effort to keep continuity. So we took it upon ourselves to add an additional data point to the surveys that were done in 2006, 2007, 2008. And I'm just telling you all this to give you a sense of how much we invested. And I spent the next 12 years working with the Department of Fish and Game to pursue a limited fishery for red abalone at San Miguel Island based on an entirely new principle of how a fishery should operate. All right. It was experimental in so many ways. And that's after consulting with all the world's experts on abalone management. And so I educated myself to the nth degree on to how to craft a sustainable fishery for abalone at San Miguel Island. And understanding that, and with that expertise, I was instrumental in the FMP development for the North Coast recreational fishery. Jack Likens and I are now close friends as a result of working on that for 7 years. And the reason that FMP was rejected was because there was no effort to include stakeholder engagement in a significant way in data collection. Okay. And that was what the Nature Conservancy, who were instrumental in bringing that whole collaboration about, also stated in the commission meeting that Commissioner Sklar was part of, where we rejected the FMP for the recreational North Coast fishery. And that was the essence of what we were proposing at San Miguel Island, was stakeholder information gathering, where we would be held accountable on an annual basis and submit a report as to what we believed from the data that was with ridiculous oversight and ground truthing of all the information we were going to collect. So the principle was staying the same, consistent. The concept was applicable for the commercial fishery to the recreational fishery. Incredibly well thought out. And in the end, we tried to conceive of what Grant was talking about, a de minimis or a biological fishery that would still allow the North Coast recreational community to stay engaged with the resource. And in a de minimis way, help the state have a sense of what was happening with the population up there. Right? Makes a lot of sense. And it's unfortunate that those ideas are just consistently rejected by the department and the state. And they're not applied. There's examples. It's done in other parts of the world. It's not like we were reinventing the wheel. And so I just can't help but, relive a lot of frustration. I've convinced myself that relationships with quality humans like Jack Likens and Dr. Schumann and others are the justification for having spent 12 years trying to do something I thought was a good thing to do, would introduce an important adaptive principle to the way we manage fisheries in the state of California. That's why Nature Conservancy was involved. That's why we engaged in a 7-year process with the recreational fishery FMP development. Okay, basic idea: allow us to stay. Empower us with the ability to facilitate and engage in sustainable fisheries management of a resource that, in my case, I made my living from, right? So it's unfortunate we've never been able to move to that place. But what Jack's saying about why don't we take a goddamn little bit of risk? We have MPAs everywhere. The resources there at some level. We need to know at what level. You saw the bump in the recruitment. I've disassembled and taken data out of ARRs, the abalone recruitment modules at San Miguel Island. It would be valuable to take that risk, to take a chance. I know it's paralysis of analysis. We're going to work on it for 20 years and guys will expend a fortune. Somebody should take the initiative and bring it about in a cost-effective way, whether it happens in the recreational fishery on the North Coast or whether it happens at a limited level. I won't even suggest that it should happen at a little limited level at San Miguel Island. I think a recreational red abalone fishery at San Miguel Island could give us information about whether or not we could have a commercial fishery. After we surveyed it for 4 years for an estimate of absolute abundance, that's what we were pursuing, to inform the commission as to whether or not there were enough there to take any. And so I know that we need to think in terms of recovering it. The ecological disaster is real. I don't deny any of that. I said that the day you guys closed it, in my comments to the commission in Ventura, when the fishery was closed. We acknowledged that. We just said, please open the door for a limited opportunity to gather information so we know what the hell's going on out there. That was the intention of a de minimis or a biological fishery. So, sorry, but I have a lot of history with this, and there's a measure of frustration, but maybe there's a positive way we can move forward. Thanks, Chris.
Hi, Ashley Gibbs with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. Thank you, Ms. Grable, for the presentation. So I just want to speak briefly to say that we join our partners in representing the public interest and urge the committee and the commission to take a precautionary approach to managing red abalone, which is truly a beloved species, but it's increasingly vulnerable, as we all know, to climate change and ocean acidification. And strong scientific evidence should demonstrate that the red abalone populations have sufficiently recovered and can handle both extractive pressures and other environmental stressors before opening the fishery. So we agree with the department's recommendations to implement an indefinite moratorium on the harvest, and we encourage the committee and department to continue to monitor the kelp recovery, continue to build partnerships, as has been mentioned, for abalone monitoring and recovery. And it's our worry that if the fishery is open prematurely, it could negatively impact sensitive ecosystems. For example, in our area, Duxbury Reef, which is a sensitive marine ecosystem and is already experiencing impacts from non-compliant take. And we have observed some declining and limited abalone numbers at this location. So thank you to the committee and department for your dedication to using best available science to make these types of decisions, making sure that these fisheries are resilient for generations to come and for ecosystem benefits, and also conducting tribal outreach as we discussed. So thank you.
Thank you. Anupa Sokin with Fish On. I usually skip the niceties, but given some of the other comments, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you both for being so thoughtful in how you hear us here sources for the meetings and the time that we're allowed to have discussion and back and forth. So with that said, I just wanted to add Fish On support for the department's recommendation for a moratorium. There are too many changes happening in our coastal ecosystems. I think there is too much risk for the species as we're still trying to understand what's going on in the environment. I also just wanted to point out, I think it's easy to take a myopic view of the thing that you're fishing for when you're in the ocean. Like when I get in during lobster season, sometimes I only see the ocean for lobster. But it's really important to look at a species across, when we're making management decisions like this, across the geographical span of where they were and where they are now. And also to think about baselines much further back than just a couple of years or even a decade that we might be able to remember in our recent memory, right? And I think I would also, my last point, I just think it'd be remiss to not mention the cultural significance of abalone to California's native tribes. And I would even go as far as to say, I would hesitate to consider opening even a small scale recreational fishery without thinking about tribal rights first.
Hi, Katie O'Donnell, Wild Coast. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. And I also want to thank the department for presentation, very really great information in the report and things like that. And I actually just wanted to say, you know, and just to thank you. I also looking forward to the July MRC to hear more about opportunities for public to engage in the like in this fishery for the data collection. I think is what you said. Is that correct? Yeah, so looking forward to kind of learning more about that and hearing that, understanding that there's a long history with this fishery. So really excited to hear about what those opportunities will be at the July MRC.
Great, thank you. Hi, Michael Quill, Marine Programs Director at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. I'm in Los Angeles, so not that familiar with Northern California, but I know people who are. So I picked their brains and I appreciate the presentation. It jives with what I'm hearing from the divers that I've dove with, and most of them are urchin divers in Southern California that I worked with in the past. And it just seemed that I like that we're seeing pockets as Grant recognized. Let's let those pockets get bigger before we start harvesting them. And Jack, I agree that we can't adjust to the changing conditions out there fast enough. So I don't see why we should, I don't see, and I speak for Los Angeles Waterkeeper on that, why we should harvest right now. And the experts that I turn to are urchin divers and other divers, and also, I will admit, scientific divers that are doing underwater surveys and seeing close to pretty much what I'm seeing from the Department of Wildlife's presentation here, that right now, let's just keep it as it is and let the abalone come back. I mean, just looking at that presentation, I really need some more rose-colored glasses to see some promise in that, and even think about harvesting more. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room before we go back to online? Not seeing anybody. Okay, we've got 3 people online. That'll be it online. Dave, go ahead. Unmute, please.
Hey, how you guys doing today? Ed,
Good,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
All right, I just wanted to let you guys know a little bit of history, those that are listening. Back in 1983, that's when the withering foot disease hit the abalone. That was the first time any of us had lived through had lived through a real true El Nino. I know there was some El Ninos before, but none of us were alive. That's when the withering foot disease happened, and that's when everybody panicked. Now we have these MPAs in effect, which do not allow the commercial urchin divers to harvest the urchins. Those of us that fish for a living and those of us that know about abalone know that abalone like to eat kelp. There's no kelp because we're not allowed to harvest the sea urchins. Sea urchins are a food that are eaten at most of the sushi bars. It's called uni. It's a very important product that kind of built the Southern California urchin fishery. Since we've been unable to take the sea urchins from the California kelp beds have been no longer able to grow. There's a direct correlation. I've been in the meetings where you guys have asked us, can we just go in there and start harvesting the urchins so the kelp can come back? As long as we keep closing these giant areas for zero take of any type of sea life, I just want everybody that's listening to understand the kelp is never going to grow back, whether the water's cold, the water's warm. The ocean is a cyclical animal. It's alive. And the cycles come and they go, and they're going to be coming and going long after we're gone. But if we do not harvest these sea urchins, you guys are never going to see the kelp beds that we saw when we were young. There's a lot of people here with a lot of time on the water sitting here listening, and they agree with me 100%. We need to bring back the harvest of the sea urchin, no matter what you guys do. The funniest thing I heard of was restocking the California sheephead to eat their sea urchins. That's not going to work. I don't know if you've ever caught a sheephead. Their face is not covered in sea urchin spines. They don't eat them, contrary to popular belief. The only thing that's going to fix this is to start allowing us to harvest the sea urchins in these massive areas that had massive kelp beds before we put the MPAs into effect. The moment we put the MPAs in effect, that is when we started to lose these massive areas of kelp. And I know you guys had the greatest intentions, thinking that you were going to save the kelp beds, which really weren't in any danger at all, because the kelp comes and it goes with the cycles of the ocean. When the water's cold, the kelp grows. When the water's warm, the kelp dies. It's been going on since the beginning of time, and it'll go on long after we're gone. But what we did is we disrupted the take of the sea urchins, and that's why the kelp doesn't grow.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Jack, you have another comment?
Yeah, it's just one more quick comment. I just want to make it clear. I don't think Chris, and I don't want to put words in their mouths, but I don't think Chris, Grant, or I are saying that we should open a fishery the way it was in the past. We all recognize that there's problems with urchins, there's problems with kelp, there's problems with Pycnopodia, and that all turns into problems with the abalone. So we're not saying that. What we're saying is you should take advantage of the desire of the public to participate in data gathering and allow them to fish, not for subsistence or any other reason, but fish mainly for data gathering. To take a few, they can take them home and eat them. At the same time, you can take a look at them, dissect them, know where they came from. There's all kinds of data that we could gather from a de minimis fishery. Nothing like the over 200,000 recreationally taken abalone, just before the fishery was closed. We're talking about a few thousand at as many different areas as we can to spread the data gathering over large areas, but with very few abalone taken. And the other thing I just want to re-ask is, what is the department's position going to be on reintroduction of otters to the North Coast? This is going to be a big issue. It already is. And I haven't heard anything from the department on what their position is. Anyway, thanks again. And I will lower my hand.
Thanks, Jack. We'll ask the department to answer that as soon as we're done with everybody. There's 2 more hands up, and that's all we're going to take, because otherwise, put your hand up right now. The next going to Brent, and then Jeff. Brent, go ahead. Unmute. Camera's good. Just need to unmute.
Hang on. Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. Hey, I'm a diver. Okay. You guys took away the abalone for no reason. Now, that's controversial from your guys's, because you guys say that you do the science. You're not following science. And if you are, let it be known to the public which one it is and which agencies. And if they're owned by the government, then it's not a proper thing. I'm here in Moss Landing. I'm the guy that called you liberals. I apologize. But we still don't know what's in our water here from the lithium fires. My mom is bathing in this water, so am I. I'm about to go start spearfishing halibut. So what's going on in my area? That's what I want to know. And I would like answers. The guy said he wanted answers, and the scientist on the board back there with a fish, when the last time you guys talked, you guys said you wanted answers. I was standing out there 15 minutes later with dead seals everywhere, live on my podcast. I'm not doing it for views. So the question is, when do we get real answers? When do we get the real science behind it? Do not go out there and do a 1 mile by 1 mile survey on halibut over rocks. They have to be in sand. That's where they live. That's all.
Yeah, thanks. Jeff, please.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to let you guys know I probably made over upwards of 200 dives at San Miguel Island this last year. You're welcome to check my records. They were just submitted to keep my slip from your data department. But to get more to the core of the subject, I was informed that the National Park Service data collection on their sites, the KFM, had been postponed and some years ago. And I actually know where they are and have videoed them and surveyed them. So I can say from a firsthand level with video, both on my YouTube channel and in public and private, that I've witnessed spatial variability of kelp forest ecosystems out there. There has been some variation on those sites. One of the sites is still in a dead zone, and it's not a purple urchin barren. So the kelp within 1/8 of a mile to a mile away is flourishing in many areas. So I just wanted to suggest that, probably dovetailing on Chris, to an extent, that the abalone have moved. There are high abundances. They just aren't in the same areas because they seek out food. They're mobile. So the lady that made that presentation that cited the KFM should be ground truth to an extent, and then maybe send out one of your vessels to have a look around. I think that in the last analysis here is we need solutions. What are we going to do? Every year, are we going to get together and say, well, there's not enough kelp or there's not enough abalone in high enough concentrations? Let me just digress a second here. I watched the Ocean Protection Council meeting the other day, and I made some notes, but to me, there wasn't anybody there. It was just a plutocracy of environmental organizations that walked away with over $10 million to collect superfluous data. You know, none of which is really of any consequence to the restoration or the sustainability of sport and commercial fisheries. So what I advocate in my world is, instead of collecting this endless data collection, we should be advocating for putting money into restoration and maintenance, especially since we're talking nearshore ecosystems, the kelp forest ecosystems, because they're so prolific with the 800 species that live in them, and they can provide so much food, recreation, and sustenance to us, as humans. So I'm kind of at a loss to suggest anything other than, I hope that the takeaway from this discussion today is the possibility, or maybe even the realization of a limited sport or commercial fishery, but with the proviso that we're outplanting. And I digress to the prior subjects. We have resources to outplant abalone while the urchin divers or sport or commercial are going out there to do a harvest. We have 15, 20 urchin boats active in the harbor here in Santa Barbara. So I'm happy to put 4 or 5, 6 barrels of juvenile abalone and drop them down and place them. So we need positive solutions, and we should be taking the money from what is this endless stream of people wanting to collect data, which provide jobs, into restoring our resources. So I just wanted to suggest that, maybe we can take a different track in this whole process. Especially since we're environmentally, we have so many affronts to our systems now, whether it's stormwater runoff, non-point pollution, source point, Fukushima, airborne fallout, acidification, who knows what. I think we should be more proactive and in restoring and maintaining the ecosystems. Sorry?
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Bye-bye.
We're going to go to these last two. If you don't have your hand up now, we're not going to be able to call on you. Chuck, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, I'll be really brief, but about 8 or 10 years ago when I was involved in these meetings, I was also recommending a de minimis fishery for the revenue that it would bring in with some of the tags, as well as the opportunities for research. And, I haven't attended for a long time, but what I'd like to share is that, I believe we've heard some great ideas. One was that there are areas where recruitment may be occurring, and there are pockets of healthy population, but and that there's opportunities to learn something in those areas. They may be outside of the normal sampling locations, but they're there. The other is, I've been out at Point Bennett before, and I've seen abalone 3 and 4 deep. There are spaces where things are still working. I don't know if that means that there are giant sea stars in that area that nobody's noticed or haven't been, really searched for. But I would like to hear more at a later meeting about restoration efforts. What can we do to have more sea stars? And what can we do to either aquaculture, outplant, etc., with kelp, said sea stars? I don't feel we're doing things that are productive. In the areas we know that we can be more productive. That's all I got. Thank you.
Terry Kennedy, please.
Yeah, hey, I'm just a recreational fisherman in Southern California, and I just want to add to something that Dave was saying, that warm water obviously kills off kelp and cold water brings it back, but we're kind of in a cold water cycle, and that kelp should be coming back. And with the urchins, when he was telling me, or when he was talking about all that, it made me realize that over the last 10 years since we battled this back then, the kelp's been dying in all those MPAs. There's definitely more kelp to fish in places where there aren't MPAs. So the whole urchin thing, I just kind of wanted to add that, just really makes sense. It's like maybe open up just the sea urchin type thing, harvesting, and I don't know, see if that helps. And then go from there. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Terry. Do you guys want to answer this question, to the few of the questions, particularly about, I guess, otters was one, and then we'll have discussion.
Sure. So, with respect to the question about the department's position on otter translocation, the department does not have a position on otter translocation. We're watching it closely, and if and when we need to take a position, we will. But at this point, we're watching the process play out.
Is there anything you want to add to the discussion, Ted?
Yeah, I was just gonna add that I think we can all agree that we need more data, we need more information, and really, I think, I'm hoping for a conversation at the July MRC. We have lost so much staff capacity. The ability to do those surveys that were done in the past were in specific locations. There is so much expertise underwater, different ideas on new places to survey, things that we haven't done before, to really get a good idea of what does abalone look like now, where is it at now. That's what we want to harness and use the community to help us. We can't gather that information. And so that's where we want to have that opportunity to, we tried to get some stuff going. Unfortunately, not all the pieces were able to come together at this point yet to develop a community advisory panel, but that's really what we do envision, because guys have a lot of experience, know where these animals are at on just a broader scale beyond the North Coast. And so that's really what we want to talk about, is how do we harness all of your expertise and really bring in the data that we need to help inform decisions.
We continue to survey the specific sites we've had for a long time. How else do we have these numbers at all?
So the last time I believe we were able to survey it there was 2023. They're expensive. Really, it's because they involve law enforcement vessels. It's like on the scale like $60,000 to $80,000 each time, for a field season. And so it's, with things being what they're being, it's.
So where's the data on those charts that we're seeing?
So those are from partners. So we leveraged partner data, as you heard, your executive director report, we've experienced budget cuts, staffing cuts. And so we've had to trim as much off of our budget as we can. And that was one of the places where we looked at, do we need to have data every year when we're looking at a multi-year recovery effort?
Especially species doesn't reproduce very quickly.
That's slow to recover.
Well, and on top of it, you aren't receiving monies from abalone Park Corridor.
Correct.
And I think we came at the November 2023 MRC meeting and let you guys know that we would not be able to continue, but we would still commit to doing the annual dive recertifications at Van down to.
So while you're doing that, you do the transit.
And one of so one of the pivots that we're making, so we'll, maybe I'm gonna get this one's personal for me for a number of reasons. So I'm going to overshare. So I was with Chris and Jeff and others on staff at that first 2005 San Miguel Island survey. I'd say we made friendships that'll last a lifetime. So there's benefits in that. My oldest kid was 2 when the commission first lowered the bag limit of abalone. He was 5 when we reduced the bag limit further and shortened the season by 2 months. And he was 7 when we closed the fishery. So he has never had an opportunity to go abalone diving, and there's few things in life that I would like more than to take him abalone and his sister abalone diving with me. I'll also admit that I was wrong to staff. So over the last 15 years, I've been asking them repeatedly, what is a safe number of abalone that we can harvest? There's got to be a number. Is it 5 per year, 10 per year, 1,000 per year? And they have repeatedly said the population is in free fall. There is no safe number that we can harvest given the state of the population. Yes, there are pockets, but it's not safe to harvest those pockets. And I pushed and I pushed and I pushed, and looking at the data now, they're right. I admit that I was wrong on that. I appreciate the passion, the interest from everyone that wants to continue to see this historical legacy of abalone fishing. I don't think we need to fish to gather data. I think we could leverage the resources that we have, leverage the interest from Chris and Jack and others, and get out there and collect data. And so that's where we want to focus our energy. So shifting the ARMP to the FMP things kept getting worse and worse and worse. We kept hoping it was gonna get better, and it just didn't. And so now, rather than continue going down this path, can we pivot again and start building this collaborative data network that Chris was talking about to get all of the energy, the eyes, the ears underwater to help us monitor these populations across the state so we can see recovery, so we can start looking at some of the restoration tools that Jeff was talking about. We're doing that through the Kelp Restoration Management Plan. We're doing that through the Pacific Coast Ocean Restoration Initiative, through white abalone, kelp, and sea stars, and see if we can bring this population back. So maybe my son, my daughter, maybe my granddaughter can go have a harvest abalone one day.
Yeah, glad we're having this conversation. The reason we're having this conversation is because we want to be able to signal to folks where we're at, you know, to better set expectations for the folks in the public, for stakeholders, folks who want to bring in EFP or who remain hopeful for a recreational fishery, de minimis fishery. You know, we wanted to have this conversation so that, yeah, we can just be really transparent about where we are. And, you know, this is just two of us. This will go to the full commission as well, and we can get a sense of expectation setting from everyone. Somebody mentioned something about NGOs. I can't help but respond. You know, this is based on the science and the data, right? There actually haven't been that many NGOs engaged, for better or worse, in this issue. I mean, you saw a few today, but it even came up in my briefing, like we were surprised that there was a letter from NGOs, because outside of Nature Conservancy, who worked on the FMP process, we really haven't had that much NGO engagement on red abalone. So I just want to say it's always been about the data. That's what's been driving this. On the issue of pockets, I see pockets too. I see green abalone. We see green abalone at Catalina. I have seen, you know, Santa Cruz Island, black abalone in the intertidal just everywhere, right? So I also see a lot of kelp in parts of Catalina. But if I just look at those spots for those species, I'm being really opportunistic about my observations, and we can't extrapolate those observations and make assumptions about other places. You know, it doesn't, just because I see kelp and abalone inside MPAs at Catalina doesn't mean all MPAs everywhere have kelp or abalone. It doesn't mean that abalone at Catalina or Santa Cruz Island mean we should start harvesting, because we can't make policy based on these pockets, right? We need replication. We need multiple places where we're finding abalone so we can build in this insurance policy in what is, I think we can all agree, scary times for kelp and abalone. I'll just be really honest. If we had opened San Miguel a few years ago, we would be in trouble. I'm glad we didn't. Now, you know, when I see the data that shows at those sample sites where we are now with San Miguel, I want to hear from you, Chris, too. I've gotten to hear from you a bunch, and I'm happy to hear from you again. I just want to finish what I'm saying.
We're gonna,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think we made the right choice at San Miguel when we made that choice. I remember a few years ago at the MRC in particular, having multiple conversations about a de minimis fishery. I've known Jack since 2007. I really like Jack. He's been so generous and invited me to his home when he lived up in Wallala, his beautiful property. You know, I've gone on his zip line that he had up on that property. He is very smart. He has thousands of dives for abalone under his belt. He has, I don't want to age you, but I'm going to say, could we say 50 years of experience diving for abalone? If there was, I'm like Craig, right? If there was a way to create a fishery, I would want to. I believe in like that iconic cultural nature of what abalone means, especially in that part of the state. But my understanding is that from a data collection perspective, back then we were talking about it like, well, how many dead abalone do scientists need? Because that's how many we can approve for a de minimis fishery. That's what we used to talk about, right? And we were sort of finding a number, but my understanding is now what I hear is we don't need, you know, abalones taken out. We don't need abalone bodies to get the data that we need. It's not the only way to collect data. I'm game to take a risk on data collection if there's a big reward at the end. Those of you who watched the February commission meeting, what we did on barred sand bass, or what we signaled we're likely to do on barred sand bass, we're taking a huge risk that I'm really ill at ease with, right? Yet there's a big reward for it because people get to keep fishing. If we can measure all those, short sand bass that everyone says they're seeing, and we can document it and get data, it could be better for the barred sand bass and for fishing communities in the end. So I'm game for a big risk if there's a big reward at the end. I don't see that in this case for me. I do agree with Jeff Masson. I mean, if he's out there doing 200 dives just at San Miguel, and he's seeing spatial variability, he's seeing where these abalone are now compared to before, we got to work together. We want to know that, right? So if there's opportunities for collaborative data collection, NOAA certainly does outplanting of whites. Are there opportunities for outplanting for reds? I don't know. These are things I think we should be talking about. Collaborative data gathering opportunities, potential for restoration efforts. More information is something we all want. So I'm really supportive of those ideas. In terms of creating a fishery now, I don't feel like I personally have a very high risk tolerance for doing that. We can talk about this. We haven't talked about, date, a time horizon that's 10 years or something like that versus I don't really like the word moratorium. I know that's a scary word, so I don't know that we need to do that, right? I know that's the recommendation, is a closure, but maybe it is something we can revisit in 10 years, just to, at least if nothing else, to make sure we have the conversation again.
Yeah, I'm very closely aligned with what you said, Samantha. I want to say some personal things too, though. I learned to abalone dive with Jack. Jack taught me how to abalone dive. Jack, you are very influential with me, and I think this, and Samantha said with her as well. But doesn't mean not always getting the outcome you want. But we hear everything all of you were saying. Chris, you're an incredible source of history and data on this, and have enormous respect for the wisdom you bring to it. It's about risk tolerance. It really is. We talked about that before under aquaculture. You have to evaluate the danger and the reward. In this case, taking any abalone seems an incredibly high risk for there ever being abalone again. It is enormously complex. It's a difficult creature to study. It has a very low recruitment rate. I want to say, if we want to solve this, everybody stop burning fossil fuels. That's something you can do. Because I've seen, from what I know, sitting here, that's the single biggest problem we've got regarding abalone. The Fish and Game Commission solved that with a regulation? No, unfortunately. So I want an abalone dive in the worst way in my lifetime.
That's BS.
I got left. I want to be able to do that again, as much as anybody in this room and anybody on the screen. And the only way that's going to happen is if we're very careful. And so I'm with Samantha on the precautionary aspect, but I also agree that an indefinite moratorium is really a bad idea because of the message it sends, because of the motivational takeaway from the community who can help us gather the data, because we need that community to do it. What we need you to do is what I've done with Jack, which is go out and look at abalone without taking any. And we need to do a lot of that. And so if the community who's going to take the risk of going in that rough, cold water is willing to help gather the data, let's work out a way to do that. And I'll be with you. I'll dive with you. And I want to see it for myself, but it's got to be scientific. It can't be, seeing spots is not scientific. It's wonderful. And if there's places where it's doing better, that, makes my day. That's not a scientific study. We need to build a scientific study and with input from the community where they've seen it and where they haven't. And an intellectual honesty on everybody's part. Because there's a lot of criticism of the NGOs. As Smith said, there aren't a lot of NGOs involved with this. But when we take their studies, we evaluate them for the quality of the science they produce, as we will from the community who helps gather data if we do this. So let's, work together on this. All of us and gather as much data as we can, and maybe sometime in the foreseeable future, and the risk reward variable will shift a little bit because of the data we gain. So we have two different motion options. I think we're both, we want to alter it, so we're not making it, we're just making a recommendation on
It's just
that.
a recommendation.
Yeah, and it doesn't include the question of timing on it, really.
It does.
It just, well, the motion itself?
Yeah,
It's
so
on
there's
species
a,
recovery. That's the other one.
Yeah, you're talking about the second one is too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, what I would do is, cross out indefinite, implementing an indefinite moratorium, or just, and have the extent, or do the or, right? So we do that motion. I'll make that motion, just tell me if I've got it wrong, Samantha. I recommend that the commission schedule a rulemaking to commence August 2025 to continue the recreational red abalone fishery closure by extending the sunset date for 10 years.
Yeah, I agree. I second that. I think we also do have to make the first part of the motion too.
As well?
Yeah.
Oh, it is an end. I'm sorry, you're right. So I recommend that the commission support the department to, one, prioritize a focus on species recovery, not harvest opportunities. Two, to continue to monitor the kelp restoration and management plan development process. And three, build partnerships for abalone monitoring and recovery, and recommend that the commission schedule a rulemaking to commence August 2025 to continue the recreational red abalone fishery closure by extending the sunset date for 10 years.
A second. Yeah, and I think built into that first part of the recommendation, it says right in it, build partnerships for abalone monitoring. So some of the stuff that we've been talking about regarding collaboration and data collection and restoration, I see that as all being sort of nested and included in those three parts of the first part of the motion.
Let me say one last thing if I can, and I hope that, maybe this is superfluous, maybe I should just go unsaid, but I hope everybody who's involved in this one understands that the two of us care very, very deeply about this. It's personal, and emotional. I mean, the hardest day I've had on this commission is when we voted for the closure. That was the hardest vote. I mean, there's some other hard votes. I think for me personally, that was the hardest vote I've ever made. And we want a solution to it. Resources are incredibly limited. Climate change is something that we don't have a lot of control over here, but we wanna find solutions that mean someday there'll be abundant abalone in the California waters again, and that's from my heart. So thank you. Can we take a 10-minute break? Come back at 2:25?
Yeah.
Thank you all. Okay, we're back at the March 13th meeting of the MRC. Commissioner Murray will join us just in a minute, but we're going to start off with we're back to item 5 and staff updates and agency updates. And we're going to start with Eric Ford and the law enforcement update.
okay, and before we do that.
Yeah, Melissa has one comment to make.
Yeah, so I just want to let folks know online, I know a number of people have raised their hands. And as you may have noticed, just before the break or as we were leaving on break, a number of folks kept unmuting themselves and making commentary while others were speaking. And one of the things that has allowed us to hold these in a meeting format instead of a webinar format, those of you familiar with Zoom know commission meetings are in webinar format. People can't speak unless we physically allow them to speak. We don't do that in committee meetings. We use the meetings format, which allows everyone to mute and unmute themselves. They can turn their video on if they want to, they don't have to. It's a more open, conversive style of meeting, but it also requires that we continue to be respectful of one another, and when other people are speaking, not interrupting. If that continues, we will have to keep everyone muted and you will get unmuted one at a time. We don't want to do that, so please be respectful and raise your hand if you want to contribute to the conversation, and Co-Chair Sklar will call on you as we get through the list of names. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. And I see a bunch of people's hands up. That's great. So if your hands up, it should be for item number 5. We are going to go through a bunch of different items first, so don't think because we're not calling on you, we're not going to get to you. But I would also request, additionally, when we ask for a call of hands, if you want to speak on that, and put your hand up, because everybody's spoken, and the way to longer put your hand up, then it's really hard for me to manage that. So again, if you want to speak on item 5, put your hand up now and don't be worried that we haven't gotten to yet. We're going to go through all three or all portions of item 5 before we start taking comments. So with that, turning back to Eric.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eric Ford, Assistant Chief for the Marine Enforcement District. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share again another year of marine protected area enforcement statistics. We had some great work last year by our wildlife officers, and there are some interesting stories to share about the data we have for you today. Can we have the slide presentation on? Great. So this first slide is our latest addition to the CDFW patrol boat fleet, the Barracuda, which has been an outstanding platform for our officers out of Half Moon Bay, where the boat was stationed. So before I start, I just want to thank a few people, Lieutenant Todd Van Epps and Judy Thomas, for doing the data extraction from our systems. Todd did quite a bit of work in getting the RMS and EDAR data in the spreadsheets and did a lot of work on the slides. We'd also like to thank one of our NOAA affiliates, Aaron Ristig. Aaron is a Marine Resource Protection Program Coordinator with the NOAA Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, who some of you might be familiar with her work on EFIN's data with Jessica Morton. So Aaron was kind enough to offer some of her time and help with presenting the data and many of the slides we have today. So thanks again, and great work by everyone involved. Next slide. So this first slide displays the 2024 NPA enforcement statistics. As a review, every year this data is captured from 2 programs we have in the Law Enforcement Division that our officers use on a daily basis. One is our Electronic Daily Activity Reports, or EDARs as we call it. This mainly captures our patrol time, activities, and effort. And the other program is our Records Management System, or RMS, that captures our citation data. On the left, the EDAR statistics show our effort during NPA patrols. These numbers reflect all of the officers statewide for the entire calendar year. And remember that an NPA patrol includes not just the work inside an NPA, but also around NPAs where fishers tend to congregate. So one example I can give is when our officers patrol from the west end of Catalina Island to the east end of Catalina Island along the front side of the island. In that case, we're patrolling through 6 different NPAs. So these hours, contacts, warnings, and total citations issued is for work occurring through the whole NPA patrol, which is near NPAs and inside NPAs as well. So on the left again, we have over 35,000 patrol hours, almost 53,000 contacts, over 2,900 warnings given, and 1,877 citations issued during an NPA patrol. Then on the right side, we can take a look at the RMS data. Remember, this information comes directly from the citations we issue in the field, and that is input by the officers into the report management system. So you also see on the right the term citation and violation. Citations are the actual piece of paper that an officer writes by hand and are given to a suspect to sign. And violations are what is listed on the citation. The key distinction here is that a single citation can be issued for one violation or multiple violations. So let's say a person gets a single citation issued to him for fishing without a license, and for an undersized fish, that is 1 citation, 2 violations. So for 2024, we had 3,743 related ocean-related citations that can be inside or outside of NPA, so everything on the ocean. Of those 3,743 citations, that yielded 5,556 ocean-related violations. And just looking at marine protected areas, our officers issued 471 citations, which yielded a total of 696 violations exclusively inside the NPAs. That's just the overview. We'll come back to this in more detail on the later slides. Next slide. So for the EDAR data, our officers visited and or patrolled through NPAs for a total of 7,461 times in 2024. And that is for all the CDFW officers combined in the state. Next slide. So this slide is based on the EDAR data again, and it shows the top 35 MPAs that are being patrolled by our officers. Going down the list, we have quite a few northern and central geographic areas. Asilomar ranking the highest, then Montara, a few down, Pillar Point, Portuguese Ledge, and then about in the middle of the list, do we see the first Southern California MPA at Blue Cavern. So even though you'll see later in the slides that the north and central areas MPAs have significantly fewer violations compared to the other geographic areas in the state, we can see here that it's not due to lack of enforcement presence and effort in those MPAs. Next slide. This slide is a map showing where the bulk of the MPA violations are. The colors indicate what type of MPA. Blue for state marine conservation area, purple for no-take state marine conservation areas, red for state marine reserves, and green for the recreational management areas. The size of the bubble designates the number of violations, the largest bubble being in the range of 51 to 72 violations. And from north to south, you can see the bubbles here are fairly spread out along the coast. The larger concentration being in the Bay Area and Monterey coastline. And then once you get south of Point Conception, you can see quite a concentration of bubbles in the south for the offshore islands and LA, Orange, and San Diego counties. Next slide. So this is a tree map diagram showing the percentages of MPA, specific MPA violations under section 632. As some of you know, 632 is a general section that we use for illegal take in an MPA. If you recall from the slide before, the number of section 632 MPA violations total for the state in 2024 is 370 violations. So for this tree map, it's another way of showing what you saw on the map from the slide before. The south having the bulk of the percentage, followed by Bay Delta area, then central, then the north. And then just to explain the geographic areas, north is Del Norte, Humboldt, and Mendocino counties. Bay Delta is San Mateo, San Francisco, Sonoma, and Marin counties. Central is San Luis Obispo, Monterey, and Santa Cruz. And the south is Santa Barbara, Ventura, LA, Orange, and San Diego counties. Next slide. So this next tree map shows the percentages of specific MPA violations under 632, section 632 per county. Orange, LA, and San Diego running at the top, with the smallest percentages from the northern counties. And colors are coded per geographic areas, as I just explained. Next slide. So this is always a fun one to look at. It displays the number of section 632 MPA violations by month. We usually see the same pattern each year, which is very predictable and also great for patrol planning for enforcement. The rise that we see in citations from April to May coincides with the rockfish openers on April 1st. The sharp rise in the summer months both reflects nicer weather and summer vacations, which means more people are on the water and along the coast visiting MPAs, and more people in the MPAs tends to yield more citations. And then there's a rise that we see at the end of September up to October 1st, which typically represents the lobster opener when we have a large number of MPA citations, and it's always hard for some people to resist the lure of plentiful lobsters in the MPAs. Next slide. So now we're looking at total violations in MPAs, not just section 632 violations. To recap, that means we're looking at any and all violations found inside an MPA. That includes getting a ticket for section 632, which is illegal take inside an MPA, but it also includes other violations that occur during an MPA ticket. So that would include things like take out of season or undersized fish or illegal gear. For example, someone could be getting a ticket for not only take inside an MPA, but they were also taking lobster out of season. So in that instance, it would be one citation, but two violations, but both occurring inside an MPA, if that makes sense. The bar graphs are colored. The bar graphs are colored by the type of MPA, being either a no-take SMCA, a partial take SMCA, or state marine reserve. And as shown in the slides, the south being the leader in the number of violations per MPA type, central and Bay Delta being fairly even, and the north having the fewest violations. Next slide. So for this slide, we have the MPAs with the largest decrease in number of violations from 2023 to 2024. Asilomar, South La Jolla, and Blue Cavern showing the largest decreases here. So if you remember from the earlier slide and looking at our EDAR data, Asilomar was at the top for number of patrols, and Blue Cavern and South La Jolla are also high on the list for the top 35 MPAs. So from an enforcement perspective, you can look at decreases in citations occurring for two reasons on occasion. When when the year before we had a very high ticket count, you can expect the following year to be less active violation wise. So people learn their lesson, the word gets out, and there's a decrease in citations the next year sometimes. The other reason will be if the public sees our patrol boats on the water more, and more often and an increase in enforcement presence, that will typically deter many people that are thinking about fishing in the MPAs. So definitely some correlations between the amount of violations the previous year to the increased patrol of the current year. That will often yield a drop in violations for that same year. Other things you might be able to take into account for a decrease in violations, maybe from outreach efforts. I'd like to see, if CALA has any comparisons to MPAs when they were very heavy with an outreach presence, trying to educate more visitors to MPAs, that might be more problematic, and if that yields a decrease in violations for the following year. So something to consider for future presentations. Next slide. So here we have the MPAs with the largest increase in number of violations from 2023 to 2024. This is probably my favorite slide for this presentation because when you look at the background information behind the statistics, it tells an interesting story. It's kind of an unfortunate story, but an important one to share. The glaring MPA here is Bolsa Chica Basin SMCA. We have a huge increase in violations, as you'll see in the next slide, but it's also the number one MPA for violations in 2024. So what happened, right? Many of you know it's a no-take SMCA right off the PCH in Orange County, right next to the city of Huntington Beach. And I spoke with some of the officers in the area to get a better idea of what was going on. And the officers were also telling me that they were not surprised at all when seeing the data. So Bolsa Chica Basin SMCA is in a well-populated area, easy to access. And over the last several years, officers were finding more and more juveniles, mostly in their teens, fishing there more and more frequently. And most of the time with juveniles, our officers like to give kids a break. Kids under 18, if issued a citation, are required to appear in juvenile court or juvenile minor offense court. And usually for infractions to juveniles, our officers will prefer to, hand out warnings. Well, in this specific case, after a couple years, warnings just weren't working. We kept getting more and more cow tips for this specific MPA. And one officer even found on social media that teens were bragging about, quote, "Don't worry, you can fish here. The game wardens are only giving warnings." So got a little out of hand there. And the next step up in the enforcement ladder for moorings is to start writing tickets. So in 2024, the officers in that county did several focused details on that area, worked a lot of weekends, Fridays and Saturday nights, and a lot of teens, and a good share of adults too, got a lot of tickets. While that is a downside, the upside is that once tickets were handed out, parents got involved, judges got involved, clients got involved, and I can say that from talking to one of the officers this week that he's very happy to report for 2025, hardly anyone has been fishing there, and it seems like the majority of the problem has been solved. So in the end, it was a successful enforcement story so far, but unfortunately, many teenagers received a ticket as a result. And while that particular location has a specific story, other MPAs that we see here with the increase in violations, most of the time it's because our officers are noting an uptick in fishers at a particular spot, or we get a lot of cow tips for a certain MPA, and that's going to yield more violations found. Next slide. So here we have the top 35 MPAs by violation count. The Chica SMCA at the very top, followed by some of the MPAs we usually have at the top, like South La Jolla, Long Point, and Blue Cavern. Next slide. And for this slide, we have number of violations for the top MPAs in each geographic area. McCarrasher, SMCA in the north, Pillar Point, SMCA in the Bay Delta area, Pacific Grove, Marine Gardens, SMCA for the central, and the bars are color coded for the MPA type. Next slide. For the south, we have our Bolsa Chica SMCA and the South La Jolla SMR at the top of the south. South La Jolla always seems to be in our top 3 or so each year. Next slide. Just a couple more for this one. It shows the categories of violations that are occurring in MPA. So besides the general violation of fishing in an MPA, which is green on the far left, we have other categories of violations that provide more of an explanation of what they were doing in there besides just fishing in an MPA. That list includes undersized, out of season, bag limit violations, gear violations, prohibited species, or fish generally that is illegal to possess because of the condition it's in, like fillets with no skin patches. And same from last year, the most common other violation in MPAs besides section 632 is fishing without a license. Next slide. And last slide here, we are back to total ocean violations recorded in our report management system. This includes every violation recorded on the ocean for our department in 2024. As is every year, the biggest category or column here is fishing without a license. The second one being section 632, illegal take in an MPA. Then we have minimum size for Dungeness crab and lobster, and then crab out of season, followed by clam violations, then lobster out of season, followed by more than one fishing line in San Francisco Bay, and then undersized bass there towards the end. One of the important things to note in the columns for other violations besides MPAs is some of those crab and lobster and fishing without a license violations occurred in MPAs. 326 violations to be exact that are grouped into other columns on this graph are also inside MPAs. And that number is back from the second slide we noted. It's 696 total MPA violations. So compared to any other type of violation we have listed here in the columns, only fishing without a license outcompetes the number of violations found in MPAs. And the point I'm trying to bring home here is that MPA violations are a significant part of what we look out for and absolutely a part of LED's mission objectives along the water and along the coastline. Next slide. That's Dan. I know it was a lot of information.
Really super.
If I could answer any questions, I'll try, but some specific, I have to look it up and get it.
No, that's interesting, Corey. Really super helpful. I like the way you sliced and diced it a bunch of different ways because it helped us get, I think, a greater depth of understanding of it. So super helpful. I guess, Samantha and I were mentioning a couple of things that popped out to us, but I think that one of the main things is clearly deterrence, as always. It's the key thing, which I can say probably more easily than you, that we just need more officers and more on the water. That's the single best way to reduce the number of infractions, number one. And number two, I think listening to both Smith and I kind of gleaned from it was it's not a big surprise that there's a lot of other kinds of violations within MPAs, because people who are saying that I don't have to follow the rules probably don't view the MPAs as sacrosanct the way the rest of us do. So it's interesting that they're grouping that way, because when you really group them together, a very large percentage of the infractions overall on the water are in MPAs and involve another infraction as well. I think that's really interesting. Those are my only comments.
Love it. It's so good. It's so nice to be using electronic systems now. For the first couple of years I was on the commission, I would be like, shouldn't we be able to just press a button and then spit out all this information? And now you can, and it's just so helpful. It's true. It seems like if you find somebody violating MPA boundaries, there's a pretty good chance, maybe 50% chance they're also violating something else as well, or at least a 33% chance maybe. So very cool. I was so excited when you showed violations that have gone down at South La Jolla and Blue Cavern, which are always top of the list for where we see the most violations. great to see they've been halved. Bummer to see they're still at the top of the list, but you know, if they can keep halving every year. And, you know, I did notice on the graph that you showed, visits,
Yes.
for both South La Jolla and Blue Cavern, you know, visits are in the 100 visits or fewer range. Maybe, you know, if visits continue to go up, maybe the violations might eventually continue to go down.
Yeah, I can say every time our boats are at Catalina Island, Blue Cavern is always
Yeah.
first place. One of the first places we check, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been on some of those ride-alongs and seen it myself. The third thing I want to say, well, first I just want to say again, it's so good. It's so helpful. It's just so concrete and easy to understand, and I just want to thank you. The fourth and final thing I want to say is, can we also get on this notion of like, if you're, you know, having citations that have multiple violations, not uncommon. So is there a way to show us a graph or some kind of visual that shows repeat offenders? How many citations are from repeat offenders versus first time? And how many repeats?
Well, we definitely track that in the field, that if we're coming across someone that is a repeat offender, that information definitely goes into the report, like, oh, we pull it up in our RMS. That's one of the really great advantages to the RMS system, is that it shares that immediately with the officer that's putting the information in. So that will definitely go to the DA when they're, or the prosecutor, that's, hey, this guy's not only been caught this time, but 3 other times in the past, and he's not learning.
For sure.
Thinking about a way that we could present that in a slide. I know you asked that last year, so
Did I?
yeah. Let me think of some good ways to present that in a slide, and we'll see if we can share some information.
No problem. Yeah, but really excellent, really just so easy to understand and accessible. So thanks for putting it together.
Yeah, and thank you to you and to all your team for the work on this. It's really critical to the well-being of the and success of the NPA systems. You referenced Kala, so we're gonna let her speak for a second. We're not taking public comment now. This is no, you're allowed to speak, because you when a law enforcement officer mentions your name, what's you gotta.
I get thrown under the bus. No, thank you. Excellent report. We look forward every year to.
Will you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry. Cal Allison, Executive Director of Marine Protected Area Collaborative Network. Yeah, we just look forward every year to getting that report. It's super helpful. We're also trying to augment it. You said more people in the field. We do have a lot of allied agencies that are out there, and we're trying to show that, to see where there is augmented patrol presence. Because an example, you didn't see Laguna Beach SMR up there. That's because they have a very robust, yes, they have a vessel now, they have tons of lifeguards, along with site authority. They really do a lot of outreach. So we want to be able to represent that on a map. So this is something we're working with Protected Seas to show visibly, geographically, and also the education programs as well. Is something we're working on.
Okay.
So it's showing exactly where we're hitting site-based education.
Terrific.
And then
Good.
Go ahead.
No.
I didn't know if you're asking me something too. And then just, I don't know if this is appropriate to talk about, or if you were going to talk about also the online violator training. Okay. We actually have a draft of a training for violators. It would be like traffic school, but for MPA and Fish and Game Code violators. So judges, maybe rather than just dismissing, or for, you know, making sure we can track repeat offenders, they get sent to this school, they take a training, they have to pass the quizzes, they get a certificate, and we get to track repeat offenders. And that goes to the judges as well, another tool in the toolbox.
Really good example of, you know, collaborative network and meeting with Kala and her associates and thinking outside the box of how they can help with enforcement and preventing, you know, people from violating in the first place. So really good job on it.
It might be particularly good with kids in the situation you
Yeah.
described, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
right.
You know, maybe a few less citations and a few more citations and less warnings, but knowing that they can get this first step of MPA MPA school.
Yeah, but if they go back out and violate again,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
the judges are
exactly.
aware and then they
Exactly.
actually have to follow up.
Beautiful.
And just the last piece too is just we are tracking or attempting to get as much information from allied agencies about the citations they're writing as well. So we do have pretty good participation from the South Coast. We're working on better participation, especially from state parks and national parks for the Central Coast and the North Coast. So that should augment. We should be able to show where citations are being written as well as where there's just general patrol presence. Because your point to the deterrent, you see somebody, you know, patrolling up and down with a uniform, that can deter people. So that needs to be acknowledged from our allied agencies. And I think it's just going to give a more holistic picture of what's happening for enforcement and compliance of MPA and how it's all kind of going together, really to make sure that these aren't paper parks and it's a kind of a team effort to do enforcement, but just so appreciate everything that Fish and Wildlife and those officers are doing. They're also great participants in our enforcement trainings for allied agencies as well. So we're really trying to just highlight that there can be more presence from more agencies. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Great, thanks, Assistant Chief. Now we're turning to number 2, A2, and Dr. Schumann and the Marine Region.
So we've got slides, please. While it's coming up, it's very brief. Marine Region by the numbers report. So we do this every year. So 24 year by the numbers is out, available on our website. Encourage folks to take a look. And I will be the buffer between the enforcement report that no one wants to follow. And then I'll turn it over to Todd, and he can give you a report on our electronic reporting, electronic monitoring work. We can have the next presentation, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Todd Near. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for CDFW's Marine Regions Resource Assessment Program. This presentation will provide an update on electronic data collection being considered in the Set Gillet fishery, while also highlighting the larger pilot study that will be starting very soon. Next slide. So the department has made considerable and incremental progress with electronic reporting and monitoring and is poised to leverage all those previous efforts and lessons learned in this pilot study and beyond. The following is a brief overview of the most recent electronic data collection. So in coordination with the Sports Fishing Association of California, a web application was released to the CPFE fleet in 2015, which is currently still being used. And then the commission mandated electronic reporting of landing receipts effective July 1st, 2019, and those are referred to as electronic fish tickets. We just eclipsed our 5.5-year anniversary since that effort. We've also undergone multiple logbook reviews since 2010, with our most recent logbook review in 2023 being the most comprehensive. We did review 13 individually numbered DFW forms, logbook forms, as well as 3 required reports. So the pilot test recommendation from our consultant identified a phased approach with focusing on the CPFE, market squid, Dungeness crab, and experimental fishing permits, as well as the Set Gillet fishery. Next slide. So in the summer of 2024, we interviewed 6 electronic reporting vendors and 9 electronic monitoring vendors. Moving forward, the presentation I'm going to refer to as electronic reporting as ER and electronic monitoring as EM. We then narrowed that list down to 3 electronic reporting vendors and 2 EM vendors. We shared that list with the Ocean Protection Council Resources Legacy Fund. And then at the March 3rd, 2025 OPC meeting, they approved a disbursement of funds to RLF to facilitate the pilot study. We have 3 years of funding for pilot testing and report recommendations. Years 1 and 2, we focused on development and testing and active use. And then year 3 will be feedback forum with our industry, making report recommendations and shaping a proof of concept that we can come back to the MRC and share with other partners. Next slide. So logbooks are currently due the 10th day of the following month. So we certainly have a need for more timely reporting and to change the sampling frequency, which can tell us a lot. We'll be encouraging participants in the pilot to attempt at submitting shortly after the conclusion of their trip, just so we can test how that is behaving. We've also consulted with law enforcement and the department counsel that the logbook submissions in the pilot will meet current reporting requirements. We certainly do not want industry to have to report on both paper and electronically, so they can just, volunteers in the pilot will just be able to submit using the vendors we selected. We certainly will be valuing industry feedback throughout the pilot. We're going to be engaging them very soon and throughout the whole course of the 3-year study. And again, I just want to emphasize that end goal is that proof of concept supported by the department, partners, and participating vessels. Next slide. So we are going to be starting with the CPFE fleet. This fleet is just going to be testing electronic reporting. There'll be no VMS or vessel monitoring systems used. The CPFE fleet in 2023, during the logbook review, participated in a usage survey in which we gauged their current use on paper, how they feel about using the web application, and then any thoughts on improvements. And that's was considered in our vendor search. We are seeking 30 vessels to test the 3 solutions. So that'll be 10 vessels per solution. And what's different here with the CPFE fleet, since they are currently using electronic reporting, a portion of them, we, rather than have all 30 vessels test and develop the solution, we're just going to be using a subset of that, looking to use 3 to 4 vessels per solution for initial testing and acceptance. We would like to have a regional approach for involvement here, because there are slight differences between the North and Central California log and the Southern California log. So we're seeking vessels in San Diego, LA, and Orange County, and the Bay Area. Next slide. Additionally, we will be testing this electronic logbook in the market squid fishery. The Squid Fishery Advisory Committee accepted the data flow mock-up that was also included in 2023 logbook review. So we kind of have a jump start in this fishery. Again, 30 vessels with testing the 3 solutions. And we also would like to have representation from the Southern and Central California clusters of vessels. Next slide. For the succulent fishery, we'll be doing both electronic reporting and electronic monitoring. So the bycatch analysis recommendations identified and suggested moving to and implementing ER and EM. So we have identified 2 ER vendors and 2 EM vendors for the pilot. We are seeking right now 5 vessels to test the EM hub that will be linked to cameras. The EM hub is about the size of a small briefcase, and it will be logging position. It also can be wired to sensors, and it has a external hard drive storage for HD camera footage. We'll also be we are seeking another 5 vessels to just do the position logger. So we certainly want to compare both solutions in order to inform what's the best electronic monitoring solution in this fishery moving forward. The logbook will be integrated to the electronic monitoring. So when the vessel submits their logbook, it will include both the EM and ER package. But those external hard drives we have to mail to the vendor for processing and review of the footage. And the other benefit of these position loggers and the EM hub is we'll be able to collect information on set and retrieval locations and also calculate soak times. Next slide. Dungeness crab, one more, please. The last fishery in the pilot is going to be the Dungeness crab and experimental fishing permits. What's new about this fishery is we currently do not have a logbook. We have biweekly reporting, so we'll need to implement a logbook. We have great examples with our partners in ODFW and WDFW, and with many vessels being permitted in all 3 states, it'd be great if we could have some overlap. And to prevent vessels from having to submit and have different reporting requirements across the whole coast. We are looking for 2 ER vendors and only 1 EM vendor, just because Pacific States and CDFW have already distributed the Archipelago Marine Research Line Unit to all crab vessels. so there's no need to test a second solution. We are looking for 10 crab vessels per ER vendor and another 5 EFP vessels here. As I mentioned, this fishery will only be using position loggers. They'll be integrated with electronic logbook and linked to sensors, which will be able to help us with soak times and identifying individual pots, traps, and strings. And the other benefit and a goal of this study is to also feed this EM and ER data to ropeless gear poles currently in use. And that was a discussion that came up during agenda item 2 this morning. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, we are actively recruiting volunteers now, and we'll be doing so through June 2025. We are attending some industry association meetings in the coming months. And while we wait for contracts to be set up in June 2025, we are setting up workshops now with these fishermen and vendors. We'll be traveling the whole coast and meeting with fishermen and vendors as we start to sketch what these solutions are going to look like, initial feedback, try to implement some added benefits for industry so they can also receive some data in return for this. And then those contracts will be set up in June and July. And then we'll be developing and testing and doing active use through the first 2 years. And then that final year being feedback, solicitation, analysis, and reports. Next slide. So I want to acknowledge support from the Ocean Protection Council and Resources Legacy Fund, who are the department's collaborators on this effort, who certainly it wouldn't be possible without their support.
Amazing, terrific report, Todd. Yeah, really, really cool. And thank you for including the full portion on bycatch. How much confidence do you have in that schedule? I mean, things happen, but do you feel like that's an pretty achievable schedule? And can you see any and where the risk points are?
We do think it's achievable. We have built-in buffers, especially, and that's what that 3rd year allows us to do, is if we had a season that did not open on time or was closed, we certainly have those buffers. It's our goal to have a minimum of 12 to 18 months of testing in each fishery. So we're pretty confident in what the results and the analysis will show.
That Todd will test. I've asked that same question of him a number of times as well.
Right, it's not anything more than just different schedules there's greater confidence than others. And it sounds like you're pretty sure that you've built in what you need to get this done, and the funding's there.
And these are questions that we've also received from OPC and RLF, and it's been a team effort, and we think it is certainly achievable.
It's very exciting, and this is a really important step, I think, as we move forward to having better data, which everybody wants.
And a key piece of it will be to get those volunteers, and in some sectors, some fisheries, it'll be easier than others. So we're probably gonna need some help in some of those sectors.
Right, so the NGOs, the
fishing organizations,
the departments outreach, the commission's outreach.
Yeah, there's a level of trust that's involved. You're putting a camera on somebody's boat. Right, we need to assure the fleet that this isn't something that's gonna come back, assure those volunteers that this isn't something that's gonna come back to haunt the entire fleet, and they're held responsible for it.
Right,
so we're sensitive to those optics and those concerns.
For sure, 100%. Awesome.
Very good.
Excellent. Okay, last one is MPA change regulation petitions, and then we'll go on to public comment. Welcome, Claire and Sarah.
All right, as that's coming up, I'm Claire Wagner. I'm the Marine Region Habitat Conservation Program Manager at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And today I'm going to just provide a brief recap of the Marine Protected Area, or MPA, petition evaluation process to date, and then talk about the department's proposed next steps and timeline for the BIN 2 petition evaluation that we're anticipating through the remainder of the year. Next slide, please. All right, this slide includes an overview of our journey thus far through the MPA petitions that the Commission received in 2023 that are proposing changes to the MPA network. This was an outgrowth of the 2023 MPA Decadal Management Review that included this recommendation to apply what is learned to support proposed changes to the MPA network and management program. So at the end of 2023, the commission received 20 petitions from tribes and members of the public proposing various changes to these MPAs. And then since then, these petitions have been referred to the department to first develop an approach for how to evaluate the MPA petitions, then evaluate them and develop recommendations. Last year, we made some good progress, working closely with commission staff, and the commission took action on 5 of the petitions in December. So these were referred to as our bin 1 petitions. And, you know, these were petitions that had proposed actions that were more straightforward and where the department had enough information to evaluate and develop recommendations for them in a relatively short period of time. The remaining 15 petitions are in bin 2 and primarily because they're more complex. Towards the end of last year, the commission gave the bin 2 petitioners the opportunity to take some more time, further refine their petitions, do some additional outreach, and then submit amended petitions. We are anticipating receiving amendments to 9 of the remaining 15 petitions, and then the deadline to submit amended petitions to the commission is tomorrow. Last year, we kicked off a internal working group for the bin 2 petitions that includes staff from the department, Ocean Protection Council, and commission staff. And this was really just to talk through the petitions evaluation process and get feedback to inform the department's evaluation and recommendation. So this is a group we're meeting next week, and we'll continue to convene this as we move forward. So that is the very quick version to bring us up to date. I am going to talk in detail on what we think this year looks like. So if you want more details, if you want to read the petitions, please visit the department's MPA petition story map. And I have a slide later for folks to access this. Next slide, please. All right. This flowchart outlines the 3-phase approach for the initial MPA petition evaluation process that was approved by the commission last year. The first phase is where the department sorted the whole petitions into those 2 initial bins based on level of complexity and policy guidance needed. As I said, the department has completed the evaluation of bin 1 petitions, and the commission took action on those in December. Those bin 1 petitions that were granted or supported with an alternative pathway are now mostly just awaiting implementation. Implementation is going to vary based on the actions in there. Some are going to require a regulatory package. Others won't need a regulatory change, but they will take, you know, staff time and resources to implement those. So this leaves us with these 15 more complex bin 2 petitions that approximately have, I think it's 67 proposed actions that need further evaluation before the department can make recommendations and complete the 3rd phase. Next slide, please. This brings us to our proposed process, timeline, and milestones for the bin 2 petitions through the remainder of this year. And just to orient you to the slide a little bit, the items on the left of the slide are things that would happen at MRC or at a commission meeting. Then the things on the right are things that CDFW staff would need to do in coordination with commission staff, the working group, in response to some of the discussion and direction that we're receiving. So some of the things on the right can't happen until some of the stuff on the left is accomplished. As I said, bin 2 petitions are due to the commission tomorrow. We're really eagerly awaiting those. During our regular coordination meetings, commission staff let us know that they're anticipating sharing the summary of the bin 2 petition amendments broken down into their actions at the April commission meeting. And this is really going to help orient all of us to know what's changed in the petition. Between the April commission meeting and the July MRC, the department's going to focus on a couple of things. First, taking a look at the bin 2 petitions, particularly the amended ones, and following up with the petitioners if needed for any clarification, so we just have a really solid understanding of what they're asking for and what they're hoping to get out of it. Additionally, we're going to be refining the evaluation framework for the bin 2 petitions. So the refined bin 2 evaluation framework is going to build on the evaluation framework that we used for the bin 1 petitions, but we are planning to include additional components from the framework that was approved by the commission in August 2023, just to account for the additional complexity of the bin 2 petition. We anticipate sharing the refined bin 2 evaluation framework at July MRC so that we can get feedback and make sure that we have buy-in on the proposed evaluation approach before we move forward with the evaluations. Additionally, at July MRC, the department's also going to share the VIN2 petitions grouped into categories based on similar themes or proposed actions. This is in response to a suggestion from the commission at the February meeting, and it also just seemed to work very well for the VIN1 petitions. We're also going to share a simplified process overview to help communicate not only the petition process, but highlight that there is an implementation step that's going to come after for the petitions that moves forward. So I think there's been some confusion. Some folks have seen that VIN1 is complete and they may think that they're effective. The evaluation is complete. Folks have, the commission has decided, but there's more steps after that process for the actions to be implemented. So this is just a process overview to help improve communication around that. All right, so then the refined VIN2 evaluation framework would go to the August commission meeting for full consideration, as well as the VIN2 petition groupings. And then if the petition evaluation framework is approved in August, the department would move forward with analyzing the VIN2 petitions and developing recommendations, which we could bring to the MRC in November for discussion. And then from here, we didn't really want to speculate on the subsequent schedule or milestones for the VIN2 petitions, as we really think it's going to depend on how the discussions of July and November unfold. We acknowledge, there may be additional steps as these discussions progress. Last meeting, we heard the desire to potentially meet as a committee as a whole. There's still some discussion on if and when that would happen. And then another factor, we really look forward to working with the commission staff and the commission to identify the appropriate review and discussion pathways for the NPA petitions that were submitted, particularly by the tribes, and then potentially for those that have a tribal component. All right, that's the proposed process. It may seem like a lot of steps, but we also know that these are really important decisions. And so what this does is it gives us plenty of opportunities to get feedback and direction from the commissioners, as well as for tribes and members of the public to engage with our process and decision making. Next slide, please. All right, once again, our MPA petition story map is the place to go for all information on the petition. Stay up to date. We are planning on updating this once we have the amended VIN2 petition. So please scan the QR code or you can navigate through our website. Next slide, please. All right, finally, just to wrap up, a reminder that the petition process is just one of the 28 decadal management review recommendations, including the 13 recommendations that were identified as near-term priorities in the left column. As you heard, we're largely focused on recommendation 4, plugging away, making good progress, but our goal is to continue to work with our partners just to implement the other 80+ management actions from the DMR in the next 10-year adaptive management cycle. So, we are making progress on some of these other recommendations, albeit more slowly, but we do anticipate being able to move forward with many of these faster once we've sort of cleared some of the petition workload. And then just a reminder, if you want more details on the status of the progress that the department and our partners made on these last year, that's in the annual report that was provided in December. All right, next slide. And thanks, that just concludes the presentation.
Great, Claire, thank you. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take comments now on everything we've had in item 5 so far. I want to look, and then we'll go on to the next couple subjects.
Before we do that, can I just ask one clarifying question?
Of course.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation, very clear, super appreciate it. Just the timeline and setting expectations for what's happening when through December. I appreciate that you didn't speculate beyond that because who knows? Yeah, but really, really helpful. I just want to say again how incredibly valuable I think the story map is. I use it all the time. I have it. I have a bookmark tab on it, and I look at it just all the time. It's just so valuable. And I love that you did organize it. It's like you can do it by petition number or by region or by the kind of change. That was a really brilliant idea. Whoever had that idea.
Kara Gonzalez.
Shout out to Kara Gonzalez.
Thank you, Kara.
Super smart. It makes it really handy. And I've used all 3 different ways of looking. I did have one question. In July at the MRC, one of the things will be proposed like groupings of proposed actions, petitioned actions. I was just curious, and I don't want to get ahead of it. If you don't know, that's okay. But are you thinking of grouping it by like the type of change, like it's, you know, what's like allowable take versus boundaries versus additive, or are you thinking of doing it by geography? I can imagine lots of different ways to do the grouping, or by, for lack of better words, easy versus hard, or, you know, like, do you have a sense of, or is it like a substantive thing, or, yeah, I'm just curious how you're thinking of grouping it.
Yeah, so the caveat being, amendments are coming in. We're,
100%.
you know, we're not anticipating anything like wildly new and different. I don't know. We don't know. But aside from that, you know, I do think they're sort of grouped in maybe 2 or 3 main clusters as to like, I think these are more straightforward, not as straightforward as bin one, but definitely more straightforward. You know, some of them I think, it's depending on how much information we have available, which I think will be a bit of a question is, you know, how much information do we have today? What's readily available? And then the one to just start thinking about that I kind of signaled to is ones that were either tribally submitted or have a tribal component. And so those ones, I think we just want to make sure we know what y'all want us to do with those. We'll, you know, put them through the same evaluation that everything gets. But I think those will have some additional probable pathways to get close to the finish line.
Thank you.
We're gonna take public comment now. We're only taking public comment on 5A, 1, 2, and 2A and B. I'm gonna be a real hard ass here, and a lot of people are gonna be pissed at me by the end of this discussion, but we don't need to know whether you like MPAs or not. We don't need to argue about why they're good or bad. Please don't. That's not what this topic was about. We don't need to know your feelings on any petitions. That's gonna happen in November. We don't even need to hear exactly how you think they should be grouped, and that's the current thing we just talked about. All we're talking, in fact, can we put up, Claire, your slide that showed the process? If we can put up that slideshow again, I'm gonna put that slide up, and for MPAs, the only 2 things we can talk about are enforcement and Assistant Chief's report, or whether that flow chart of the process makes sense to you. This is not a general MPA discussion. So I'm going to cut you off if you start talking about that. And we've got like 20 people online, maybe less now, gone up and down. I'm sure we have a bunch in the room. And I'm also going to limit you a little bit on time. We don't have a stopwatch here, but in order to let everybody have a chance to speak, I'm going to cut you off. And feel free to say, I agree with the previous speaker. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Let's see who in the room would like to speak on this topic. Please come up to the desk. First 3 people anyway. Or 4, or 3 agents. That's good. So again, this is what we were talking about. Does this order of process make sense to you or not? Is what we're looking for.
Or something on the enforcement.
Or on the enforcement, as I said, yeah. Or the other things we talked about. Yep, or the GillNet, or by the numbers. All those, I'm not was worried about those ones that having people going on about whether they like it or not.
Probably most, yeah.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Katie Wild Coast. Actually, I had a question for you, for if there's any like fishers that are interested in participating in volunteering, what's the best way for them to sign up in that volunteer recruitment? To reach out to you directly?
Yeah, we can do that, or through the email that's in the presentation, it's the R7 General Manager.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I also, for process, for the groupings, was just thinking about, just like want to ask if there's an opportunity, as I imagine a lot of people in this room, you know, travel and online, you know, come to the meetings because they're interested in particular specific ones. So wondering if there's just like when we're communicating that to like, so that way they can focus on like the agenda of like, oh, okay, cool, I don't need to come until this meeting because this is the one I'm really passionate about.
Great suggestion, great help. Yeah, we'll try to be as specific as possible for any given meeting, what's going to be discussed at that meeting.
Wonderful, thank you.
Try to be
and then I know that for the full committee, that meeting that's coming up as well, just want like seeking clarity, and I know that that's early on, and I know we're early in the process, but because we're talking through process, just wanted to have understand like which petitions would be like in that kind of committee, which I think is, you know, not until after this TBD, after December, but just having clarity as we're talking through the process of that.
Yeah,
would be really
I
helpful.
think that goes to Samantha's question, how, later in the process, we're gonna figure out how we group them, and then that'll determine where things
Who
go.
they
and
know,
when.
where they go.
And which ones go to the full commission? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watched the February meeting, you saw there, I tried to press and see, like, maybe we could just select certain ones that everyone's most interested in. We didn't quite get there, but I know we will get there eventually. And 1000% agree, setting expectations for like, this is the day we're talking about petition X. Like, we want to be able to do that, so that it's really clear.
So thank you.
Michael Quill, LA Waterkeeper. First thing, I want to give props out to the LED team. It's been really great working with the LED team out on the water, getting responses from our wardens and getting some citations written on the leads that I put down with CalTIP. So props out, and it's really great to build that community. And then when I do tell the story of what happens, that it keeps people from doing the same kind of things. And so, and this LA Waterkeeper approves of this. We really think that this can be helping the community back together after some division here, if we get a clear beat on what's going down. So I appreciate the effort going on. I know you're getting paid tons of money to do this, but just many blessings what you're doing and the patience that you show. Thank you.
Sure. You may have to cut me off because I'm not sure. If, I just had a bunch of questions about the evaluation framework. Also, Sandy Ellsworth with NRDC. Thank you very much for this very clear timeline. That's something that many of us have requested, and we're really grateful to have it. So thanks for your work on that. For the evaluation framework, so if we have recommendations on how that should look or factors to be considered, would that be, when is the time to provide that?
Probably the July MRC, I would think.
The July conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, yes, because then you can react to it, but if you know now, we're building it now.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like if you have ideas for things you think must be included in it, it seems like sooner the better would be for the department to hear that, so they can.
Because otherwise, I think if there's
Otherwise you're
significant
reacting
changes
to-
after July, we won't make it to August, right? Because,
Right. Right. Okay. So yes, go ahead and submit. I would, submit them.
Okay, great. And then is the foundation of the framework, the 2023 considerations? Yes. Okay, great. And then, I guess we would recommend having, this be a collaborative process with, the department, commission, obviously, and OPC. Is that something you're considering?
Yeah, I mentioned the BIN2 petition working group.
Yeah.
So that's something in collaboration with the commission staff as well and OPC. So that'll be something to help us, refine and build the internal products before they,
Great, thanks. And then, just last thing, if we can specify, I guess, the rating of different criteria, that would also be helpful and just help, I think, in terms of kind of people understanding, like, oh, is this a fair process?
Yeah, but I think that'd be on the department in the first case, and then in the end, whether the MRC and or commission in terms of how we, what the weighting is gonna depend on 5 commissioners talking about deciding it to some extent, right?
Yeah, I don't know that that we will be able to make some kind of broad brush. Here's how various considerations are weighted. It's gonna be case by case.
The department can do, the department can do it on its recommendations, right?
For sure.
But it won't, but that doesn't mean we're bound to them.
Certainly.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Andy.
Allison, MPA Collaborative Network again, just passing on some questions I've been getting a lot. At what point, I've been getting, especially from cities that are waiting for the point in this process where there is a scientific evaluation of the petitions. What's a good answer for them? How does that get weighed into the evaluation process? Because I think a lot of them are waiting for that type of report.
Let's listen. Everybody think, when is
are there gonna be?
I think it depends what you mean by scientific evaluation.
That was my question, because that's very broad. So if there's specific elements that you're looking for, that would be better than scientific Are we looking at size of spacing? You know, what factors are we looking
I think they're looking for a little bit more information than what was included in the bin one evaluation. I think they're thinking about like, what's the impact? What would be ecological benefits? How are they doing currently? Is there a need? These are the questions that are coming up in city council meetings and other discussions.
I mean, one tool, while the department, I'll buy you some time, but one tool that is going to be available that we're going to hear about later today that we didn't have available for bin one is C-Sketch, which, as you know, is, we're going to get to see a demo of it, but can see an MPA petition, see, okay, with this, if this MPA petition went through, it would, encompass X% or X square mileage of habitat Y. That would, then you would get a sense of like, that would be, Y miles between, habitat Z and the other habitat Z. So you'd get a sense of like any spacing issues that come up when overlaid with the original size and spacing guidelines from the science advisory team. You'd be able to look at things like level of protection, which MPAs are minimum size. So, and then I think really the decisions about like, okay, so there can be this much habitat of this particular kind of habitat encompassed in a new protected area at presumably, some benefit or some cost to the community potentially, and those are the kinds of conversations that we would have with everyone in the room. And then those decisions are made by a full commission. In terms of a specific scientific evaluation, and again, I think it really depends what you mean by that term for each MPA. I guess I'll hand it over to Craig.
Well, yeah, I think that's, if we're gonna go down that road, we need to be thoughtful as to really clearly define what that is. So like the economic analysis, right? Like that will take a lot of time and effort if we're gonna try to compare the economic costs versus benefits to adhere to the previous size and spacing guidelines. And so that, my understanding is that's not what we were intending to do here. But if that's what's being, so I think this is where we gotta really think about this July meeting and understand what we're bringing, because what we took away from the last meeting is we kind of wanted a cheap and cheerful, not do an MLPA 2.0, quick analysis, we'll make some policy decisions on this. That isn't that.
No, and it can't be. When I say benefits to the community, potential, I don't even like to use the word costs to the community, right? I'll just say community context. I think that's what we get from having discussions with stakeholders, right?
So we could do, I think, some qualitative metrics, maybe arrows up or down kind of thing, but going beyond that will be a couple more pages on that timeline.
But in terms of habitat and ecological, like we will have some of that to the extent data layers are available. We will have that in C-Sketch.
And the department will be referencing C-Sketch in their evaluation. I'm just trying to make that connection because they can look at C-Sketch themselves, but they're waiting for CDFW as the professionals to kind of weigh in.
So we'll be using the same data that's feeding into C-Sketch, but on the back end, it just takes more computer power and brain power to run the system GIS. So we'll get to learn more about C-Sketch pretty soon here. So same data with just a little bit more like resolution behind it. The reason that's very, very small amount of resolution gets taken out of C-Sketch is so it can run fast, so everybody can take a look at it. So,
but that's an answer I can pass on too. So that's perfect. I have one.
Just to manage expectations, they might not all need it, right?
Right.
Like there's gonna be so many other factors in there that I wouldn't set an expectation that everything's getting a scientific evaluation just because there's.
And maybe that's part of the evaluation criteria. These are.
Yeah. Also, we look individually. We'll see. So that's jumping ahead of it. I understand your concern, but let's see where.
I'm just reporting. Need to report back. The other question that we had. There's these great conversations that are happening within the collaborative about potential compromises. But at the end of the day, they're like, yeah, but I'm going to oppose. Yeah, but I'm still going to go with most of my original petition. Is there some part of this process, and I hate this term and I apologize for using it, for the sausage making that's going to happen? Or is it going to be like bin one where it's a kind of a yes or a no?
There's inherently, there's 5 commissioners. Right, there's always inherently that that time and place there. But it sounds like there's gonna be a working group and some of that can happen there. So
Okay.
it's not gonna happen in one place and it can happen right up to the last minute, all right, especially on some of the more controversial MPAs, for petitions, that may be the case. It may not happen until, after the final
Until
meeting.
later in the thing.
Just to clarify the working group, I think, when we refer working group, that's an internal working group. with
Yeah.
commission
Oh, I'm
staff,
sorry.
with
Yeah, I
PC
thought you were
staff. We're not
talking
gonna sit down with.
Because there was the question before about is there gonna be a public place where that happens? And the
No.
answer is no, it's only gonna happen at the MRC and the
We just
commission.
don't
So
have
that,
the capacity.
got it, because that wasn't clear from the previous answer. Okay, so, yeah, it's gonna
The
so you work off-
sausage needs to be made when you submit the amended petition.
Okay, so I guess that's my question, is that it's either it's what's in the amended petition, that's gonna be a yes or a no. There's not gonna be room for.
Well, there's always gonna,
Okay.
until there's a vote, there's always more compromise that can happen, as
Yep.
we've seen on recent things.
Okay.
But there's not gonna be kind of a for
Right.
process there was the first time where there's lots of work done before it gets to the commission. That's just not gonna happen here. That's not what this process is for about.
But in the commission, we color outside the lines all the time,
Yeah.
right? Like we're always, so it's not like approve this petition exactly how it is or don't, or support it exactly how it is or don't. If people want to show up and say, I like this petition with this tweak, I mean, these things happen all the time.
Yeah, wonderful. And lastly, just to support Katie, just with discussions, if we can group them in a reasonable way when we're having these discussions. Regionally is kind of what I'd recommend, because then you show up once for all the petitions that are
Yeah.
affecting you in your region. That seems to be what I'm hearing, so.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be on a case by case. There may be several groupings, there may be, because some of them aren't geographic, right?
Yeah.
And especially as we're starting to look, we're moving out of the regional evaluations that we did to a statewide evaluation, so we'll be looking at, if there's trade-offs, looking at trade-offs that might extend beyond regional boundaries.
And I'm
It
just
will-
thinking access.
it'll be one of the ways in which it could be, but once we see them all, it'll be.
Okay, I'm just thinking access because, a lot of people have to take days off work, off the water and stuff, so they're just trying to make it easy.
Understood.
Oh, thank you.
Ashley.
Okay, yeah, Ashley Gibbs with EAC of West Marin. I wanted to speak briefly on 5A1 first. So thank you, Chief Ford, for your enforcement presentation. It's always great to hear about the new data and your focus on MPAs. I just wanted to speak briefly about, so we focus on Marin County and Duxbury Reef, and we do see a lot of potential violations there, and we do provide education. We encourage our docents to report to CalTIP where appropriate. And we've already developed like a strong relationship with our, I think we have a fairly new, like in the last year, new warden to the area, and he came out to our docent training, which was great. But I guess just not seeing it listed there, I just wanted to kind of raise the awareness that, sometimes there are, quite a few additional violations that aren't, that don't make it to that data level, because it's hard, like due to the remote location, for them to be confirmed, cited. And then we do also submit that with our MPA watch reports, but I just kind of wanted to raise awareness to that, and thank you for the work that you're doing. Okay, now I'll try to be brief. I know a lot of things have already been said on 5A2. So first, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the department staff for all the hard work that you're doing on petitions. Well, I guess the first question is, any more clarity on bin one next steps at this point? Or we just, I know 2 more meetings, but.
Then one's on hold until we get.
Basically on hold till bin 2, okay, okay.
We can't do it all.
Rip it all. If there's a regulatory changes that we need to proceed with, it's best
as a package,
And
okay.
We don't have, we can do one or the other, so if we get directed to move forward, then one we would have to stop.
Okay.
There's your answer. They're
And I'll
on.
just say, we're down a specialist position on our MPA team due to recent cuts, so we've lost some pretty significant capacity. And again, we still don't have a supervisor.
Yeah.
And that position has been held up for the better part of 4 months now, you hired, 5 months?
Well, thank you for what you're doing with the limited staff capacity. I know that can be really challenging. Okay, so one other question, love story map, C-Sketch, excited to hear more about it today. One thing we've mentioned is there is this challenge of, like, so we submitted stuff November 30th, or there's our petition, then we've supplemented, we still probably have some more information we want to add. And I know like there's some constraints where you can't, like, is it possible to see that data in one place? Or we've kind of had some discussions with staff, like maybe we should resubmit as one big package, but I don't want to make more work. I want to make it more useful. Susan?
Yeah, I'm not sure I don't know if you're talking about letters of support, because I wouldn't call that data.
So, yeah, I mean, sometimes it's letters of
so-
support. I know we have like some updated MPA data that we want to add. I mean, yeah, there could be a distinction what type of material it is,
Yeah, I
but.
think it, there's not gonna be a tabulation of pro and against, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, importantly, if you have additional data that you've collected that you would like to be recognized, then you need to submit that as soon as possible to the commission office, and we will share it with the department, so we have it formally, and we can append it to your petition. I recognize we have had a lot of, you know, we get a lot of, comments about individual petitions, and we do have a record of them bundled together. I know it's hard not to have access to that in public. It's hard enough for us to make sure we're sharing them with each other. So we recognize that.
But still, that's the base protocol. It's just a supplement to the main commission and that's shared with the department.
Yes.
And, okay, well, I mean, hopefully if we can just continue to dialogue if there's anything else as petitioners that we can provide to you.
Well, and it's helpful to know that you have some additional information. Give us a heads up. Send us
We get it in,
joint
right?
The
email.
sooner the better,
We
yeah.
get it in, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then I think we talked about this a little. I mean, I think this has kind of already been said, but basically just everyone wants to be, the more specificity we can get about, I mean, it sounds like probably it's not until November when we're gonna get to the substance, but whatever, so people can just focus efforts, make sure to be at the right meeting where there's substantive discussion.
We want that more than anybody.
Yeah. Everyone wants that, right? Well, I think that's probably said enough, so, and I agree with what's been said.
Vamos a hablar de eso just briefly. We appreciate and approve of the timeline.
Thank you.
Cool, yeah, Casper Kazazin here with CaliforniaSurfishing.net. Couple of things I wanted to talk about MPA violations from, if you have statistics from like the shore fishing perspective, because my brother and I, we fish from shore 3 or 4 times a week. We're connected to hundreds of thousands of other anglers, whether through real life or, you know, on social media. I did think it was really interesting how the Bolsa Chica one has 80 violations because, I don't know much about Bolsa Chica. I don't fish that area that often, you know, but I know many people that have, you know, by mistake fished MPAs or not by mistake. And I also know, you know, videos that are on YouTube that are popular. They're talking strictly from a shore fishing perspective, where people are shore fishing, you know, in marine protected areas. So I was wondering if there is, if the statistics can be broken down to seeing violations, from MPA violations from shore. And I was also wondering the Bolsa Chica violations, because I know it's like a basin, it's like a, you know, inlet kind of thing. I wonder if those are from shore, you know, yeah.
Sure, please, yeah. So Bolsa Chica, Basin SMCA, that there's no boats in there, so that's all gonna be shore fishing. For our report management system, we don't have a way of separating, you know, an MPA citation for when you're on shore versus on a vessel. There's ways that we could try to pull that out depending on, you know, maybe the officer, if they're assigned to a boat or if they're more, you know, working more from the inland squad that are out by coast, but that's something that we can look at improving our report management system in the future. So maybe separate that out if we really feel that that's important to delineate a vessel citation versus a shoreline citation.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not going back, but it's going forward, if you can do that relatively easily, that I think would be a useful thing for all of us.
Yeah, I think it would be useful. I noticed what you said about Bolsa is that you had juveniles fishing that area and you like give them a warning and stuff, but then when they keep doing it, that's when you guys really crack down. Like I've noticed that with a few people that I've talked to that have run into enforcement while fishing marine protected areas, they get a warning and, you know, they go on their way. Maybe that's the way to do it until they become multiple offenders. But I would also say that fishing 3 or 4 times from shore in Southern California, especially not going to, I don't typically go to like, you know, the popular piers and stuff like that. I'll run into you guys maybe once or twice a year, something like that. So I would recommend, I don't know, within your budget, stepping up the shoreline enforcement. If there's any way we can help, you know, let us know.
And I would say a really important tool for that would be the cal tip. If you're seeing violations, keep getting those cal tips in. If, you know, an officer doesn't happen to be in the area on patrol right there where they can respond immediately, at least we get a report and we can kind of start looking at hotspots from the cal tip and like, hey, that's what happened at Bolsa Chica SMCA is getting a lot of cow tips. Land managers got involved there and they were really kind of shouting, hey, there's a big problem here. So if you see violations like that, definitely recommend.
Sure, I think the way that we'll probably approach it is kind of how you guys do it. If it seems like it's like, you know, a kid or like a guy with his kids and, you know, they don't, you know, they probably don't know or whatever, I'll just have a conversation with them or something. But if it seems like it's something a little more, I don't know, nefarious, I don't know if that's the right word to use, then probably go through the Cal tip route.
And outreach definitely helps from everyone in this room, online. The more outreach, the better. So we can prevent someone from going in there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna cut you guys off now.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Do you have another thing though?
Yeah, I wanted to add about the evaluation process. What Calla was talking about, it sounds like, okay, so the final amendments are being submitted tomorrow, but it sounds like once it goes through the MRC and FGC, there is room. It's not just a strict yes or no, there is room. Because we've had a lot of, we actually really, I want to point out that we've had a lot of really good conversations with a lot of the organizations that have submitted these petitions. And, you know, some of the amendments are going to be submitted in a way that we feel doesn't represent surf fishermen, and some of them are. So it would be great if they're, you know, once we get deeper into the process, there's a way to color things.
Yeah, for you individually and for everybody, you know, that work doesn't have to stop just because the amendments came in, right? You just continue to have discussion. We encourage those kind of discussions between any stakeholders who have differences. The more you work at it, we love it when you show up at the microphone and say, hey, guess what? We worked out a solution on this one. How do you feel about it? You tend to get the support of the commission when that happens, right? So that dialogue can continue right up including the hallway right outside before we make a vote. You guys can be talking about, right? So we encourage that to continue.
Yeah, they've been really informative. The dialogues with both the boat fishermen, the spear guys,
love to hear that.
All of them. So
love to hear that. Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else that's going to want to speak in the room? Please come up now. Mayor, go ahead.
First, I want to really thank Assistant Chief Eric Cord for that presentation, and I want to ask him if it's available to the public somehow.
Yeah, we're gonna post it separately on the website.
The commission website.
The commission website.
That sounds.
We'd asked to do it, but we will, yes,
That's a great presentation. I really liked it. This is going to be surprising, but from what I've understood with respect to Bolsa Chica, what was happening was the kids are fishing legally on the beach, and there's a bridge that denotes a boundary, and there was hopscotching into the MPA underneath that bridge, and so there was kind of like peer competitive pressure to push them in there. And so the department was pushing back against that and ultimately had to start issuing citations. And I expect it will work. I also want to provide a comment on Todd Neer's efforts with respect to the logbooks. So as you know, I work with the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel at the Pacific Council. And one of the things that and I mentioned this before, that we come up on is the recreational catch data is relatively slow coming in. It's a result of getting effort from the CPFV logs coupled with source data to quantify, to estimate exactly how much of what kind of fish were caught. Improving those logbooks will do two things for us. It will cause us to be able to have that information much more quickly at the council, in the council process, instead of being 2 months behind as numbers get crunched. Hopefully it'll be as current as the commercial data is currently. Most of it is. So that would be greatly appreciated. The other component of that we're especially appreciative of is kind of vetting this out with a couple or 3 or 4 CPFV operators in the beginning. I think it's a great approach. It'll help those CPFV operators provide feedback, and hopefully we don't expose the entire fleet to something which is not really as efficient as it could be and generate a bunch of bad will before the thing is even out. So I think it's a terrific approach, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Vanessa Sokin with Fish On. I have 4 questions. All right. For the evaluation framework, I think it would be really important to ensure that OPC is able to weigh in on that, given other statewide initiatives that I will not mention. I know you mentioned OPC weighing in on the actual petition evaluation through that working group, but I think the evaluation framework itself would be critical to have their partnership, I hope. That's part of it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as the timeline, so we have an evaluation framework that gets, I guess, approved by the full commission. And then the petition groupings and framework get approved in August, and then there's recommendations in November. And that feels like not enough time to make recommendations.
November is initial discussions of specific MPAs, right? Specific MPA recommendation.
We were intending to come back, we were intending, again, based on previous discussions, that we were told this needed to move quickly. That we're gonna propose a framework that would allow us to evaluate quickly. And we would, if that evaluation framework was approved by the commission in August, we would be prepared to come back with preliminary department recommendations in November, and it is very tight.
Yes, but that doesn't mean, I don't think there's an expectation that we would then act on those recommendations in November. It's a first look at the recommendations, I would imagine.
If I could add, Craig, I think in part what Craig and his team are responding to is Director Bonham's request that the department be finished up by the end of the year.
And the general consensus that this is taking too long and we need to move faster. So we will go fast to go slow.
Yeah, I mean, I expected that we would be, because we'd be receiving the department recommendations on specific MPAs, and because the first discussion about specific MPA petitions would be at the November MRC, that would be, I didn't personally anticipate, and of course Eric just went to the restroom, but I didn't anticipate that we would be making receiving and making recommendations all inside one meeting.
Yeah, and I don't think we were presuming what the MRC or the committee of the whole or the commission would do with our recommendations.
Yeah.
But I think we were working toward getting recommendations on whole petitions to the MRC in November. And yes, it does go fast.
Fish-On did a review of all the VIN2 petitions, and it took about 2 months, and your review, and granted you have more staff capacity and more tools, but
Yeah, it just depends on how we define a review.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
so like we could take 2 days, 2 months, 2 years, just depends on the criteria that we're evaluating.
And I remember the microphone's over here.
Oh, sorry, table. And then my other concern was data that's used and data transparency. C-Sketch is a great tool, but it sounds like you're using the same information, but maybe more. I think making sure all of that is sort of available for us to be able to understand where recommendations are coming from will be really important. And also noting what the data gaps are, I think will be really valuable to future adaptive management processes, and I don't want to miss that opportunity. And then my last thing was there was talk about at the last full commission meeting about a committee of the whole versus MRC, where things are getting decided. And so if there's any clarity that you can offer within this about who will be where and where things will be decided.
Yeah,
I think
on that
would really help.
On that one, that gets back to, I think Katie maybe had that question. I mean, we haven't talked to our fellow commissioners since that meeting because we cannot, because of Bagley-Keene. So we haven't had any subsequent conversations. Again, at the February meeting, we did press to try to see like, well, if you can identify which specific petitions the full commission is most interested in. We didn't quite get that. I know that we did set aside we put placeholders in December in case we want extra. No, we didn't.
You asked staff to come back with a recommendation for late 24 and early 25 for committee of the whole.
You mean late 25, early
26.
26?
I mean 25, 26.
Yep.
Sorry.
I wasn't there for that part of the meeting. It
That's
happened
right. So
after I
that's what
left.
the recommendation was.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So I think that we don't know yet, but again, as we said earlier, if we will absolutely say these petitions are going to be discussed by this body when we know. We don't know that yet. I don't know which, I got the sense from my fellow commissioners that they might want to be weighing in as a committee of the whole for all of them. I don't know if that's true or not.
yeah, I mean, there was some indication of that, but I don't think that's really was the predominant feeling. I do think, and I'm sorry coming in halfway in the middle of this, but I think in November when Samantha and I discussed, actual substance of it, we may be able to say that, let's just plow through it, because we can do that. We may say, looking at these, okay, we need to go to the whole commission in December and let them decide. Let us all decide as a group how we divide it. So I think that in that November, December timeframe is when you'll start to see that what we're gonna do that way.
Yeah, one other thing that you missed while you were in the restroom is Anupa was asking, so we sort of daylighted a potential area of different expectations for the November MRC meeting. So the department will be coming back with proposed recommendations, draft recommendations, initial draft concept discussion, recommendations for specific MP.
There'll be our record.
There'll be but it will also be the first time, people have been showing up at meetings, we keep saying now's not the time to talk about specific petitions. This will be the first time that we can do that. It wasn't my expectation, especially given the interest from our fellow commissioners on the full commission. It wasn't my expectation that we would come out of the November MRC with recommendations or, having endorsed their recommendations. That wasn't my expectation.
100%, I agree with you 100% of that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the idea would be that's when they get the first recommendations from the department get aired. We'll have we'll take, that's when people are gonna get the chance. We're gonna have to have a very long meeting that day. We may want to make that just MRC. That may be a 2-day meeting.
For sure, yeah.
Right, we'll get a lot of feedback then. And we should.
Sleepover,
I won't be a hard ass that day. I won't share that. I'll come in. I'll be here.
Yeah.
Promise I'll be here. And then that'll start to format it, because we'll see what they look like, right? And we'll see what the input we get. And maybe if we feel very comfortable, not at that meeting, but probably the March meeting.
I don't think it's realistic to think we're gonna come out of the November
Yeah,
MRCs
no,
having endorsed the
I think there'll be
recommendations.
unanimous support for the department's recommendations.
No.
Yeah, but we will be able to say, hey, look at all this, here's what we're thinking about, the next step in the
100%.
process, that's what'll come out.
But I
of
do
that
think
day.
we owe it to petitioners and stakeholders who have been following this process for, I'll say 2 years or at least 16, 17 months and wanting to say things about specific petitions. We need to give that opportunity.
Yeah, 100%, there's no disagreement between us. Yeah, perfect. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Sure.
add one more thought on that. Our sort of goal with this timeline is really truly the transparency aspect that you're talking about, right? We want everybody in the room to have all of the pertinent information available so we can have really informed discussion about the decision making. So we want the MRC and the commission to have that evaluation and all the information gathering in place, so that can inform the discussions that we've got moving forward. And we're all on the same page. So the transparency piece is a big part of that timeline.
Right, and along those lines, I think at the December meeting, having had that November meeting, without us having made specific recommendations, at the December meeting, we'll see what the whole commission wants to do. And they may say, MRC, take them all back and do them in March and come back with that. They may say these three, we want to do it committee of whole, and the rest do that. We just don't know yet. That's that, but the December meeting will be, if we stay on this timeline,
Yeah.
that core kind of sorting and where it's going to take place will probably, the discussion at least will happen then. I don't know if we'll get decided then. I don't think it.
I think that's right. Yeah. And then your third, or I think it was the third question, maybe it was this issue about C-Sketch versus the department using the same data, but not using C-Sketch. I mean, for me, I'm a cheerleader for C-Sketch because I'm not a GIS expert, right? That's just not what I do, right? So I like the visualization component of it. My understanding, I don't want to speak for the department about what you meant when you said that, but my understanding is you have a whole lot of GIS experts. So you can work with the data in other ways that aren't shiny and beautiful. But what I like about C-Sketch is we can take that same data that you're using and make it accessible and understandable to members of the public who don't have that skill set, like me. So I think it's the same information. You probably have more information as well that you'll be using. But I don't want you to walk away thinking there's two different processes or two different sets of data, and you don't get to see the black box one or something. I think it's all the same information, right? Yeah.
Yes, and we can disclose it on the evaluation framework of, you know, the historical data that was pulled, resources that were used, like there's a references section in the draft now, so.
Oh, that's really great.
I mean, you know,
And that's a lot. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Rootsard with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project in Monterey. My time doing this DMR petition is even before this, because we had applied in 2020 to do the Tankers Reef or in the MPAs, and we were told you can't do the MPAs, you can do Tankers Reef. And then Tankers Reef went 3 years, and then we have a year after that, and now we're doing the report, and still I'm in this process, right, of doing this. And I don't see on here where we're really coming out with any actionable item. And I had talked at the last MRC commission MRC meeting that I need to get going in April of this year, because conditions are like that, and we need to get going with a lot of other things, the blue economy and other efforts. So, and I said in my written comments too, that we're going to start doing kelp restoration with the existing rules at Tankers Reef. We're going to use the commercial urchin divers, Jeff Moss, you heard him today, and others to go ahead and remove the purple urchins with airlift in the place, and we'll remove the red urchins with bags. And we'll just start going, and we'll develop it as it goes, and then we'll maybe when you catch up with us in a year, you'll be further along, and we can go into the MPAs at that point. But it's just it's not. I understand the process. I'm not blaming any. Yes.
You might want to check with enforcement about what role that.
I spoke again, this is not about giant kelp. This is about the process we're doing. I understand you're saying the frustration with the.
Yes, that's.
I'm
voicing my frustration, my Charlie Brown.
We understand. Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I do love the shirt. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mio Senzaki. I'm with Environment California. I'll make my comment very brief. And we just request that the Fish and Game Commission establish clear outreach expectations for each MPA petition, as the lack of clarity on this issue has made it more difficult for petitioners and stakeholders to engage in the process. So clear expectations will ensure, a meaningful process, meaningful participatory process. Yeah.
Outreach is a challenge always. But this process has been very public, and we notice every meeting, and we're getting better, I think, at specifically in the notice spelling out exactly what we're doing at that meeting. We've been very conscious of trying to do that. So I mean, I don't know what much more we can do in this process.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of outreach expectations, I also feel like from the dais, I think we've been very clear in saying, the more outreach, the better. Everybody wins if there's more outreach, right? Because as Eric said before, people come up with a petition that everybody agrees on, it's a compromise. The commission responds very positively to something like that usually versus something where everybody disagrees. So there's a linear relationship between outreach and community work and outcome, I think, probably.
Well, I just add, thank you for the comments. I think this timeline is, I think, one good attempt to our to do that, just to be really clear with what the steps are, and then to be very thoughtful and deliberate with what are the design criteria. Let's agree to that. Then we'll go use that, or the evaluation criteria. I think in terms of outreach and communications, we heard it about getting people together to talk about it. So when we did MLPA, I guess 1.0, right? The state and the partners brought people together to have those discussions. We're not doing that in this model. And so I think we need to be really clear and transparent that that's not part of this process that we're proposing.
You said it, I tried to say that, you said it better than I did, that this is happening within the context of the Fish and Game Commission and its subcommittee. And so we have a process of notifying people. It's not perfect. People have to be interested and pay attention, but it is posted. So I encourage folks like you and your organization to let your people know as best you can. But so I'm just, I think it's more to not set expectations that we're going to be able to do big community workshop stuff. That's not part of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think for those who were here this morning when we were talking about the proposed aquaculture lease, I think there was a good lesson learned in that about what happens if there isn't lots of community outreach and, so.
Example of how not to do it, is everything.
I just think it's more difficult for us when it looks like that, than when people come up sort of together saying that they are, that they have a lot of agreement. We don't expect consensus. Consensus is elusive, maybe impossible if you mean 100% consensus, but, having some support from folks on, with different perspectives and on the other side of the aisle is very helpful in this commission process.
Yeah, and I want to say just broadly, I feel like there's been a lot more of that work between stakeholders
Yeah, for
lately,
sure.
where folks are coming to us and saying, hey, we've talked among ourselves and worked this out. And the more that happens, the more trust it develops between, say, NGOs and the commercial fishing community, for example, the better outcomes are going to be for everybody over the long run. So we really appreciate that. And we've seen a lot more. Anybody else in the room want to speak? Speak now or forever, not forever, but for today, hold your peace. Okay, we're going to turn to online. Let's go ahead and take that, the slideshow down. I think people understand what we're looking at. We can see them better. And we go back to my Zoom. Call the first person.
First person's
Yeah.
Brent.
I'm going to give another quick reminder. We're talking about 5A, which includes 5A1 and 5A2, A and B. And we're just taking comments on those topics. And again, in the interest of time, no need to tell us whether you love MPAs or hate them. This is about the process that we're going through with these petitions. And of course, the other topics we talked about, law enforcement's presentation or court presentation, and also Craig's presentations on the numbers and the set FieldNet update. So with that, Brent, please go ahead. Go ahead and unmute yourself and come on. Hey, Brent, you're first.
Well, thank you all. First of all,
Absolutely.
I'd like to thank the game wardens. I do believe in them and the men and women. But I don't believe in this board. The lady that's running the board doesn't even know what a coyote is. She told us last time. Eric, my
Brent,
friend, hang on. I get to talk. This is America. You work for us. You work for us.
Under public comment, you can talk about anything
It's
in
a
general.
public comment, my guy. You work for us.
On this topic? Do we need him or did he need him? I think you muted Brett. I think you muted yourself. We can't hear you. You're still muted.
There we go. I've unmuted myself. Now, you told us about fossil fuels was ruining our kelp beds and just in that last segment, you said that. That's your own personal opinion. We're not that you guys got these windmills over there on the East Coast that are killing 15,000 whales. And you're telling me about your energy? That's your opinion. You work for us. I want you to know that. You can cut me off. I'm coming to your meetings because I am passionate about this. This is my ocean. You guys are shutting down everything. Laguna was a big mistake, but you got all those ladies behind you clapping you on.
Let you go for a minute. Do you have a comment on
I
the
do.
topic?
I do. I would like to tell a story. Thank you. I am the best lobster diver out there. I have over 50 that are over 10 pounds. I've been under investigation 5 times because I'm so good. With zero fines. Now, did you know, Eric, that because of your rules, I can't grab a 10-pound lobster and put it back into an MPA? Did you know that? So that forces me to kill it and eat it. And I enjoy doing that. So that's my time for this time. Next time I'll come up and we'll look at each other. And you can't cut me off. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry, please. Terry Kennedy, go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead, please.
Yep, hold on just a sec. It looked like I was more like fourth in line there.
Got it. Okay, yeah, it shows up different screens.
Okay, so I wasn't ready.
We can come back, Terry, if you want.
Yeah, come back to me. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought I was looking at the order.
I'm gonna call them out, please, everybody. Gail, next, please.
Charlotte.
It's different on every screen, so I'm calling them on Wednesday. Charlotte, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. I'm really disappointed. I've spent all day waiting to speak in support, or for many people, against these petitions today. And now you tell me I can't. And I don't see how you can make a good evaluation without hearing from us. I mean, how do we now ask?
And let me explain, Charlotte, real quickly. The agenda states very specifically what we're going to talk about today. If you'd like to talk more generally, you can during public comment at the end of the meeting, because that can be on any topic not on the agenda. We're actually required by law to state what we're going to talk about and then stick to that, or it's violating state law. So I'm sorry for the confusion. If you want to talk generally about the MPAs, please do it at our last item, which is public comment, okay?
Okay, can I speak about, even though it's a subject that we're talking about now, I can still speak at public comment about this?
Yes, you can, of course.
Okay.
Because this is very specific about a specific part of the MPAs, whereas the other one's general and it's not on the agenda. So yes. Okay.
Well, it's too bad that we weren't better informed on this.
I'm sorry you weren't. Gail, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gail Waite, and I'm president of Laguna Canyon Conservancy. And I'll make some comments about what I think you want us to make comments about. Just for background, Laguna Canyon Conservancy is an all-volunteer, nonprofit environmental group founded in 1988 to save and protect Laguna Canyon. We have been, involved in expanding the South Coast Wilderness Nature Preserves of Orange County that now include over 22,000 acres of parks, open space, and marine preserves. So today's presentations were actually very informative, and I would like to comment on two parts of today's meeting. Regarding the violations, I mean, it was disappointing to see how high the ones in Orange County number. And so knowing from trail rangers that there's problems with people abusing our environment, marine, canyons, whatever, I hope that when the warnings are not just warnings, but they warrant citations, especially for juveniles, that there is a way to perhaps involve the guardian or parent of that juvenile when it's, elevated to the status of a citation. So I think that might help with repeat offenders. I wonder if there's a program for something like that. And
well,
I
let
do
me,
think.
Let me address that. If you're a juvenile, you're required to bring a parent with you to court. So parents are involved at that time when it goes from warning to citation.
That's great. And so regarding adult offenders that are maybe repeat, or even the citation level, is there sort of like a police blotter where it's published that people can see these people? Because unfortunately, the world today revolves around social media and, publications of people that aren't, let's say, playing by the rules.
I think I know the answer to that, but maybe I'll let the chief answer. The law enforcement can't publish those names and names of people who are cited or certainly not warned. The newspaper can if it's a public court hearing, and then it can be in a blotter. But as you probably know, I live from a small town, and we hear every week everything that happened, but names are excluded because generally that's not a great idea.
I know it's not a great idea, but for they are published in many cases. So, but I'm just saying perhaps it's for the more serious offenders.
Yeah, it's up to the press.
If it reaches a certain level, that perhaps.
You're right. So you're absolutely right. On the real severe stuff, it does get, the releases are sometimes published.
Yes, they are. So my last comment is regarding, my purpose today, for which I devoted most of my day, was to speak in support of a specific petition, which I gather you do not wish. And yet I can tell you my organization has sent in letters to the commission at least twice, by mail, by email, and we never receive an acknowledgement that it's been received, which to me is kind of pretty basic to expect. If some organization supports a petition, why we don't get acknowledgement that we have received your communication.
Yeah, Melissa, do you want to answer how we
So-
acknowledge receipt?
Yeah, so when letters are sent to the commission via email, the email system will let you know that correspondence has been received. Typically, when we receive something in writing in the office, we receive sometimes hundreds, thousands of correspondence. We aren't able to respond to each of those individually. We can electronically because the system does it for us. We don't have to respond to each one individually.
Yeah, got that. So yeah, if it's sent by snail mail, we don't have the capability of letting you know we got it. But believe me, the odds of us not getting it, not showing up in the commissioner's packet is very, very small. And it's just that the reason we haven't responded about them here is because we're not dealing with that yet. I know a lot of people, the minute the petitions were in, wanted to talk about them. There's a multi-year process before we can even begin that. What we'll see in November and December, we'll start to, and those letters will be part of that process. So thank you very much. I'm gonna go to the next speaker. Mike Beenan, please. Got to unmute yourself. Mike? Mike Beenan, can you unmute yourself?
Yes,
there you go.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, Mike Beenan, co-founder of Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. I want to thank you for including us in this process to evaluate and hopefully approve petition 202324-R to protect all of Laguna's marine life. Since most objections to petitions warn of lost fishing income, I think it would be useful to have a process that has site-specific socioeconomic data and cost benefits based upon CFG logs. By the way, based upon stakeholder input, we did submit a petition to increase enforcement along one common latitude line. Our original petition followed Laguna Beach city limits extending southwesterly from the shore, but this made the determination of the offshore boundary difficult to participants at a recent stakeholder meeting hosted by the Orange County Marine Protected Area Collaborative in Dana Point. While there's some debate about who made the suggestion, which led to an unfortunate misunderstanding, the revised petition before you is a smaller SMCA no-take than originally requested, but still protects kelp and essential fish habitats. Fortunately, Laguna's unique MPAs have dramatically improved recreation, education, and enforcement by marine safety lifeguards, park rangers, and community volunteers.
Mike, I thought you were going to ask about process for information flow during this thing. We're not talking about individual petitions now. If you'd like to talk about that, bring it up, please, under general public comment at the end of the meeting. Okay.
Yes, but I was speaking to enforcement, our enforcement capacity in Laguna Beach.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Go.
Okay.
That wasn't really clear to any of us, but okay.
But I'll reserve my comments to later. But I did want to point out that we mobilized a lot of people to speak.
He is not. He's talking about other stuff.
Will you please mute? Mike, it's not real clear what you're getting. What are you asking of law enforcement?
Well, what we're saying is we need more data because a lot of the objections are on economic issues to these petitions, and yet we have no data on site-specific income.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Thank you.
That's part of the process, I think.
Yeah, got it, Mike. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You bet. Next, Jinger Wallace,
Mike out.
please. Jinger Wallace, go ahead and unmute yourself. Jinger Wallace.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
Yes,
Can you hear me now?
yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry about all the confusion. When I read the agenda and through the documents, I tried to be very thorough. And I saw the staff mention their praise for the Channel Islands letter that made some recommendations about the planning and evaluation phase that we're in. But that particular letter included reference to the Channel Island petition. And so that's why many of us were confused. We tried to talk about evaluation, but
right. Thank you. Do you have comments on the specific agenda item?
Yes, I do. But you'll have to forgive me because I'm going to have to chop everything, I had planned to say up. So read between the lines. I wanted to let you know that I think that to evaluate our petitions, we need to look at the specific MPA goals. And those goals are very well spelled out. They were spelled out in the Channel Islands petition, but they talk about, for example, in those petitions that increase natural diversity and abundance of marine life. So if we can look at the petitions and see, do they accomplish that? Others include intrinsic value. What intrinsic value do these petitions bring? A fourth would be, probably most important, would be how does this petition improve the network of MPAs? And we all know from the last review that bigger turned out to be more successful. And certainly the connection between the various MPAs, how in terms of larvae and connectivity and greater biodiversity is really critical. Just lastly, I just would like to remind you that in researching the MLPA, they made quite a comment that surprised me, that the MLPA prioritizes conservation over economics, not to dismiss the impacts, of course, but to emphasize conservation. So I hope that when you review the petitions, you'll look at these broader categories. Thank you.
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you very much for the comment. Zoe Collins, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Zoe Collins, and I'm the MPA program coordinator at Heal the Bay, which is a nonprofit operating in LA County. I coordinate LA's MPA Watch chapter, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share some brief thoughts at today's MRC meeting. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for the very clear presentation and explanation of the process. This timeline seems to be realistic, and Heal the Bay certainly supports and is grateful for the clear breakdown of the process. I'd also like to quickly echo some of the comments on both the submitted letters and the other speakers today, that we're looking forward to learning more information as it becomes available regarding the nature of a full commission MRC style meeting. We're excited for those discussions, but an altered format will certainly change opportunities and expectations for community engagement in the process. And I understand there are lots of unknowns at present, but would just like to emphasize a need for more information on how exactly this will fit into the timeline and process that is outlined here. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Zoe. Next, Raymond.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I wanted to start off by commenting on item 5A1, the enforcement. I think I know why Morro Bay is doing so much better than it was. When I was out there paddling around hunting Brant geese, the signage was absolutely amazing. And even in the fog and everything else, I knew whether I was in or out of the MPA. So I just want to mention that type of help really makes a difference. On item 5.2, the process, I specifically want to look at having an outreach to local entities that are interested. For instance, in the City of Laguna Beach letter that they sent in, they requested creation of a task force that includes commission staff to help discuss this item there. So I just think they're asking for that outreach, and it would be great if they had the opportunity to work closer with staff during this process. Thank you.
Ray, I'm just going to be transparent and honest with you. We don't have the resources. The committee doesn't, the commission doesn't, and the staff doesn't, to do all external meetings that way. We have made it clear to the staff that local authorities, city councils and so on in a given area should be notified and be aware of our process, but it's all going to happen at a committee or commission meeting.
Okay, thank you. I mean, we did have an excellent city council meeting where that letter ended up being generated that was respectful and everything else. I just wanted to highlight that they were asking for that. Thank you for your answer.
We wish we had the resources to do that, but we don't. Thank you, Ray. Jamie Diamond, please.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners. Jamie Dimon with Stardust Sport Fishing out of Santa Barbara. Very cold day in the harbor today. Anyways, I just wanted to thank law enforcement for the really great report. It's really helpful and informative. But I also want to just add the idea of a common theme that we hear here, as well as at the Pacific Fisheries Management Council when dealing with enforcement, is the more complex regulations get, the more difficult enforcement gets, because it makes it more difficult for compliance as well. And so just in the grand scheme of things, ways in which we can still offer rules that are necessary, but in a streamlined way, is really helpful, because the more layers of complexity, layers of closure areas or take areas or seasons and funny lines around the water, it makes it more difficult for people to comply sometimes. And yep, when you buy your license, you say you are responsible for knowing those rules and regulations. Absolutely, I'm a firm believer of that. But I just want to, as we're getting into the next phases with MPAs and other things, just every time you add a layer of rule or regulation, it makes things more complex and difficult. So just putting that out there. I had the opportunity to visit Natural Bridges area recently, and it was absolutely stunning, but the signage there was rough. And so I could see from a high public use area where compliance might be difficult if you were not familiar or looking for signage. So that was just kind of a anecdotal into that. As far as logbooks, I'm really excited about the upgrade and updates to electronic logbooks for the CPFV fleet. The logbooks have been a really useful tool, definitely a step up from paper logbooks, but looking forward to much improved systems to make it easier for the guys on the water to utilize this tool. I know that your tech support gets a lot of calls because things get jammed up. It's an older system, and so we're really looking forward to moving forward with something that can help you guys and us with that. So thank you. That's it. Have a great day.
Thanks, Jamie. Annie, please. Annie, are you there? Can you unmute? Annie, do you want to unmute?
Yeah, hi. Sorry about that. My name is Art Seavey, and I'm calling to.
Are you calling from Annie's phone?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Thank you. That helped you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries.
My wife's Zoom account.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I'm just calling regarding the impacts, the potential impacts of these of these petition MPAs to the economic and recreational opportunities for people, especially in.
Hey, Art, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. Well, that's going to be discussion in November and December. This is just about whether the process for how we discuss it is one that you support or have suggestions on. So if you have suggestions on the process, let us know. Otherwise, we'll be talking about that in November and December.
Okay. I mean, so I guess what my suggestion is that, I mean, there's going to be no discussion of the environmental values of these proposed MPAs, and apparently no discussion of economic or recreational impacts.
Art, we're going to talk about all that. That's what that discussion will be about when we get there. We're just not there yet.
Okay. All right. In November, you said.
Yes, in November.
Yep, in November, December. So I'm gonna, okay. And any questions on, any suggestions on the process?
Other than, none other than to include an assessment of economic and recreational impacts. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, next speaker is your saltwater guide.
Hey, thank you very much for taking the time. Myself and my family have been involved in the MLPA system since it very started, 1999. And I just wanted to thank you all very, very much. And I'm being serious. All I've heard the whole time from you guys is transparency. That is going to be such a wonderful thing. And we're very excited about that. We've been in this thing the whole time, and the one thing that's been lacking is transparency. So thank you so much, every one of you, to give yourself a pat on the back, because that's something that we have never had in this process. So all of us that are in the industry are very excited about that. So thank you guys very, very much from the bottom of my heart. The next thing is the enforcement part of this. And it's the reason why it's such a big number in Orange County is because it's in one of the most beautiful cities on the planet Earth. So the temptation is there. I'm just trying to explain it to the people that don't understand. Laguna Beach, California, there's nothing like that on the planet Earth. So it's a temptation that most people can't understand. If you're a child, if you're a young person and you have a fishing pole and you've learned how to fish, you want to go to Laguna. It is absolutely spectacular. And like Jamie was saying, the more layers you put on it, the harder it's going to be. And these young people, they're not. I heard some people saying, hey, can we volunteer to help? Listen, I just want to help those that want to volunteer to help law enforcement. They carry guns for a reason. So be very careful out there thinking you're going to stop somebody from fishing in the ocean. Just be careful. I'm just saying, it's not a threat because I don't care. I live in Mexico. So do whatever you want to do, but there's law enforcement for a reason. So be careful. Then as far as that's it.
Well, no, do you have to comment on our process for the MBA process or on the
Yeah,
other topics?
that's what I'm doing. You said,
okay, go ahead.
Direction. You said enforcement. That's where I started. Now I'm going to the process. So the process, we're super excited about the way that the process is going to be done. For the first time, there's going to be transparency, because back in the very beginning, we all got to look at 3 maps, the whole process. And then the day that the decision was made, there was a 4th map that came out of nowhere. It's documented. Everybody can see it. So I'm glad and I'm happy that there's going to be transparency. So that's it. I thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Blake Herman. Blake, go ahead and there you go.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hey, everyone. Blake Herman, petitioner, petition 15. Speaking specifically to the process here and referencing something that I did submit under this agenda item. Very glad and very hopeful kind of seeing the master plans being utilized in the way that they're being utilized as the primary driver of this evaluation framework. I mean, the objectives, the way it breaks down the MLPA goals and lays it out into clear objectives that are measurable, definable, and can be used and applied on these petitions is something we don't really see anywhere else. They're very unique to these master plans. So I'm very thankful to being able to see that on the evaluation timeline. And yes, speaking to the document that I did submit regarding an analysis of my petition through the master plan objectives. I'm not going to speak onto what it analyzes in specificness, but kind of just that could act as a template in a way to kind of show how an evaluation framework through the master plans could look. And I just very much encourage anyone to take a look at that, because the really beautiful documents when you go through them and see the way that they lay everything out. So just thank you for that.
Thank you, Blake. Ethan, please.
Yeah, I actually want to just support what Blake just said about using the master plans. Some of the petitions, in my opinion, are trying to move the goalposts with MPAs. So I think the master plan is kind of our guiding star with this. And you did so well with the bin 1 petitions. I think that really builds a lot of trust going into this process with the more controversial petitions. So thank you for that. And yeah, just keep up the great work. All Waters is really stoked on what you're doing. So keep up the transparency and everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Appreciate it. Brian, take it, please.
Hi, it's Brian Taniguchi. I'm a diver and
interested in watching for kelp forest health and restoration. I really got a lot of information out of that law enforcement report, so I thank you very much for putting that together. I have a couple of comments regarding that, or suggestions, I should say. I noticed when you do more monitoring, you get more violations. It might be helpful to have a chart, XY chart showing number of violations versus monitoring effort, and see what that looks like, to see what the efficiency of monitoring is. Another suggestion is, a lot of people use Google Maps, and I'm wondering whether there's a way to have Google overlay the MPAs on their maps so that people can real time see where the MPAs are, and even if their location is on their phone, they can see whether they're in the MPA or not in the MPA. So just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
From Brian, while you were asking, I see some head shaking here. Yes, so Craig, go ahead, please.
So for, sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but the KMZ files is what Google Maps use. You can download those off our website and use the Google map on your computer. I don't have the ability to do that on my phone, but we also have the ocean fishing guide on your phone, which has the map layers on them and tells you where you are in real time, as long as you have cell service.
Self-service. Yeah, so Brian, there's a couple different ways you can do that, but thanks for that comment and question. Next, Jack Likens, please.
Thank you, commissioners. My comment is in regard to the wardens. Personally, I think that the spending money to improve enforcement and public education is one of the best ways that the commission and the department can spend their money. So I'd like to encourage you to do that. And I just have one question of the wardens. I've heard anecdotally that there's been an increase or a lot of poaching on the North Coast since the closure of the abalone season. And I was wondering if the wardens had any statistics on that, or if because of the closure, maybe they weren't spending as much time trying to enforce their abalone regulations. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Please, Assistant Chief.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Actually, the officers up there spend a lot of time looking for abalone poachers. If you look at our social media, we released a few big cases that we've had recently. So we've made some pretty significant cases on some very large abalone poaching busts. So we continue to be vigilant about that as well.
Yeah, I guess I would put it this way, Jack, that, there's some feeling that having fewer legal abalone divers in the water means more poachers have less eyes on them, and that may or may not be true. It's really hard to get to a correlation and causation there, because it's just impossible to get the data. So I understand that concern, but the folks, I think in some ways, my observation has been lately, the law enforcement has been really focused on that and have made some really good busts on poachers.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Terry Kennedy. He spoke already.
No, this one that
Wasn't ready. Oh, Terry, you ready now?
I am ready, and I learned how to unmute. All right. Hey, so I am one of those little fishermen. I'm one of those guys out on a kayak and stuff like that. And 10 years ago, and if you could just give me, I don't know, probably take me a minute and a half to say what I'm gonna say. It's all stemmed from when the warden was giving numbers on, patrol hours and expenses and how many violations and all that. That's really what I have to talk about. And it's kind of just in a sense to just sort of give you my feelings on, hey, here's a better way to look at it. I might not have a discussion on how to change how things are discussed or whatnot. I'm not sure if I'm following the rules here, but if you could give me about a minute and a half, I've had so much time to actually write this down. I'll just read it. Sound good?
Yeah, go for it, Terry.
Okay. So, like I said, I'm a small craft fisherman. I started on a kayak 20 years ago. The current MPAs took a lot of my accessible fishing away, just because I was a paddle guy. But I adapted, now I fish from a pond prowler that I could, it's a little plastic boat that I can put a motor on and I can actually reach the areas now. But now this is coming up again. We're looking at, expanding or whatnot. Occasionally I fish from larger fishing boats as well. Sometimes I catch limits, sometimes I don't. Actually, most of the time I don't. Saltwater guide's laughing at me right now. Sometimes I take them home, but most of the time they're released unharmed. And, I use a descender on rockfish, things like that. I'm very much a fan of conservation and respecting my fisheries, right? Most of us are. I said this over 10 years ago when we went through this before. I'll say it again. I have never or has the small navy of us little recreational fishermen been a measurable impact on fish populations. Science proves that. You guys know that. I mean, we take home a duffel bag worth of fish on the best day, right? But it all applied to us too, and most of us back then, we didn't have the GPS capabilities, and that, like Brian was saying, we could get a ticket and it was literally like we didn't know. But most wardens are very logical, very level-minded. They're going to take your level of, hey, I really didn't know. And a lot of the times they were cool about it, but that was very unclear. So I want to kind of reiterate what Brian said, that there needs to be more clear. I know that there were other links and other options to get those overlays on maps, which I will look those up. But me as just a little plastic boat fisherman, I don't have the technology, and I kind of have to do the whole looking at the shoreline, like all the guys out there have taught me. Okay, well, you look at the dome, and if you're lined up with this, then, well, you're out of the MPA or whatever, right? That sucks, because if you get a ticket, it's huge. So I definitely want to echo Brian on that there needs to be more clear. I mean, seriously, even if you have to go dropping an engine in the water and putting a buoy there on the corner of an MPA saying, hey, anything south or east of this, don't fish it, right? Something within eyes view. But I will say, millions of dollars are spent on the fuel and time and wages patrolling these areas to ticket and, take our money from the recreational fishermen, the little guys, right? Because we don't have the funds to fight this whole thing. That you proved that 12 years ago or whatever. We lost bad, right? Ticketing the average recreational angler is a huge waste of money, time, fossil fuel for very little impact on us, right? Or should I say from us, right?
Jerry, can you wrap up?
I basically, I'll finish with this. Maybe think about stop targeting the little guys. I mean, spend all this money on really researching, looking at the science. All this stuff has been discussed during this meeting, the science and all this stuff. And you've got people that have given their feels, and then you've got people that have given logical stuff. Spend the money on, I mean, bag limits, enforcing those. We're all fine with those, make them tighter, regulating abusive, fishing practices, poaching, things like that. That's all stuff we stand for. And most of all, the storm runoff pollution, that's what's killing our oceans. And it just seems like everybody just ignores that. I'll stop there, but it just seems like the money's kind of just in enforcement, and it's like they're just getting us. I've almost gotten a ticket myself, and the warden told me how much it would be. And I was like, ouch.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Zach, please.
Hello, my name is Zach. I'm involved with the San Diego chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. I just wanted some clarification on the process for how the Bin 2 petitions are going to be amended. I'm aware that the NGOs tomorrow have a deadline to submit amendments to their, or not the NGOs, but the petition filers, to submit their amendments to their initial petitions. But I think it was also mentioned a little bit earlier that these petitions could change all the way up until the final vote by the commission. So I was wondering if there was ever any kind of like deadline where the petitions were basically going to be like set in stone. Personally, like I'm all for them being able to be amended all the way up until they're voted on. I mean, if there's like a deal that can come together and
Zach, let me interrupt and explain. maybe it's amending is a term of art, maybe a little bit here. What we're saying is the people who submitted the petitions, given some input over the first year or two, did they want to make changes before we really started digging into them? We're not going to, they can always send in a letter saying, hey, we're willing to give this up, or we're willing to change that. But in the end, it's the final amending process, if you want to call it that, it is the final commission discussions when we vote on it. So we want to set a deadline so that people really saw major changes they wanted to make in their petitions before we got into the meat of the process, they'd have a chance to do so. We set that deadline, but it is then a process that substantively will start in November and continue on for as long as it takes to actually decide how we're going to come down on each of these petitions. Does that help?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure. I see Merritt has a comment, I think probably on the mapping, right?
Right, exactly, on the mapping. So long ago, I discovered there's an app. It's not available for iPhone, but it is for the droids, called Map Pinner or Map Inner. There's only one P in it. It's all run together. And it allows you to mash up your own KML files, which are resident on your phone, with the Google Maps file. So you can see the whole thing there, and you can zoom in as far as you want. I am no spring chicken. I'm working on my 10th issue of my master's license for running charter boats. If I can do this, anybody.
So you mean I can't?
I've got the 20 fathom point-to-point lines on there that the state has, and the federal, all the different federal ones, the 30, 50, 70, etc. It's possible to do. Once again, the app is Mapinner, M-A-P-I-N-E-R. Look it up. It's old. It's simple. Even I can do it.
Thanks, Merritt. Hey, Chris, you have something briefly?
No,
You don't?
I'm waiting for general public. I'm trying to be first in line.
Can't do that? Okay.
Other agenda item before that. Yeah.
Okay. So, Samantha, unless you have anything on that one, I think we've made it clear that, where we are and we've given our input.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks to everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
And,
Want to reiterate though, I do want to reiterate petitions. We have petitions from tribes, fishermen, NGOs, many different petitioners. And so I don't, they are not a monolith. I don't want to paint them all with some broad brush, right? So petitioners from lots of different kinds of folks, from lots of different walks of life and experiences. And so this is, everybody wanted to submit petitions. And here we are talking about how to move forward with them. Yeah.
I guess I would add, it's really under item 6 and we'll get to it officially, but I want to mention, Samantha and I both originally said we should start doing 2 days of MRC so that we can have a whole day just devoted to MPAs. We thought because today was really just a narrow little sliver of the process, we could do it and still get through our stuff. Yeah, right. It's gonna, and we've made, folks wait all day to speak on important topics. That was a mistake on our part, not keeping MPA separate today. Going forward, for as long as we need to, we'll try to do a 2-day MRC with one devoted entirely to MPAs. That way I don't have to be such a hard ass, but it's really a matter of fairness to people of other topics here that I have to do that. I don't like doing it. And we want to hear everything everybody has to say, but we also have a job to do in terms of making sure everybody gets to have their topic heard. So with that, we'll move on to B, which is California Ocean Protection Council. And I invite Stacey Lewis, who's been waiting here very patiently for quite a while.
Fine. Thank you guys so much. I only have 20 pages of comments, so I'm going to curtail it. I'm going to be quick because the stars of the show are the Sea Sketch California developers. Commissioners, department staff, commission staff, very patient meeting participants, thank you so much. I'm Stacey Lewis. I'm the Marine Protected Area Network Manager. I'm going to talk briefly on a few things that OPC has been doing. We'll talk about wildfire response. We 10 days ago had a pretty big council meeting, so I'm going to talk about a few of those things. And some of our fisheries investments, 30 by 30. And then I'm going to hand it over to our Sea Sketch developers. Okay, first, unprecedented state of wildfires in the state of California. OPC worked closely with state and local partners, and we provided emergency funding to the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project and the Regional Water Board in Los Angeles. So we now have some sampling of post-wildfire water quality. We're going to have a public-facing map, and we're really grateful for the opportunity to support this work, and we're committed to future work. And so we're really grateful for the ongoing post-fire issues and work that we can support. Last 10 days ago, which seems like a year ago after today, the council dispersed $4.6 million across 6 projects for NPA projects. I would encourage everyone who has some interest or concerns about our investments to check out our website. All of our staff recommendations are there. You will see that there are investments for restoration. You will see that there are investments for fishing communities. The California Collaborative Fishing Research Program received 25% of that work to support a lot of the research on spillover effect and across our NPAs. With this investment, it'll be the first time that all 5 ecological monitoring groups are funded as a cohesive program. I think that's a huge achievement and something worth celebrating. We also are scaling out and continuing successful human-centered research, monitoring and engagement programs, and this will be really important for informing adaptive management and the outcomes of NPAs to coastal communities. Okay, again, go to our website. There's tons of information about all of our council meetings. And we are funding a variety of things, and only certain council meetings we fund certain things. So don't look at 10 days ago as our only way of things that we invest in. Okay, 30 by 30, we needed some additional time to further engage and consult with tribes and coastal stakeholders. So the final decision-making framework and an updated calculation of conserved areas in coastal waters will be presented at our June council meeting. We anticipate releasing the $10 million request for proposals to advance 30 by 30 during that June council meeting. Okay. I will not repeat the great introduction to the work that Craig and Todd are doing at CDFW, but we are excited about the investment and the collaboration that's very important between CDFW and OPC to move forward with electronic monitoring and electronic reporting. So thank you all. We really look forward to working with you. OPC is soliciting nominations for non-commercial representatives to the Dungeness Crab Task Force, 1 voting and 1 non-voting member representing sport fishing interests, 1 voting member representing crab processing interests, and 1 voting member representing non-governmental organizations. OPC and CDFW are also conducting elections for commercial fishing representatives to the task force based in Crescent City, Fort Bragg, San Francisco, and south of Half Moon Bay, and fishery permit holders should receive election materials by mail. So that concludes our general announcement. Agency updates. I went from 20 pages to 2 paragraphs, so that's fantastic. Now,
Are you gonna see sketch? Can I ask a question?
Oh yeah, please.
Unless you have more after see sketch.
Nope, I'm gonna hand it over to them.
Was hoping to get an update on the connectivity model. We have lots of people asking for, more and more data and data sources and information. So I just hope to get an
thank you
update.
for that opportunity. Yeah, so we are really excited that this summer we're gonna see our first results coming through from Ramundi Lab. So they're working on the ROMS model right now, which is updating how things are going to move in the ocean. And we're really excited about what that's going to do. And so it's going to be this summer that we're going to see the first round of updates, and maybe July MRC. I don't want to,
perfect timing.
Maybe Ramundi is listening and will send me a really interesting email, but maybe we can provide some updates at the July MRC about it.
Terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, we know how important it is to petition evaluation and just the decisions we're making around adaptive management of the network.
And so at your June meeting on 30/30,
yeah,
you're going to present a framework for how you're going to evaluate. I mean, it's kind of what we're.
It's a decision-making framework. Yeah, it's an update. It's basically we presented a draft, and we're going to be, we've taken in all the public comments that we've received. We're working with different groups right now, and we're going to be presenting that final decision-making framework.
And so that'll allow you to say, this is how much we've already got protected, and this is how much left we have to do, and then you'll begin the process of identifying additional.
That's right, correct. So we'll announce kind of our updated calculations, but also talking about how we work with state agencies and external partners to get us to 30. Because it's a statewide effort, and it's going to take a state to get us there.
100%. Thank you.
You're welcome.
on to Sea Sketch.
Yay, okay. So I am beyond excited to introduce Sea Sketch California platform and its developers, Dr. Will McClintock and Abby Meyer. Come on forward. So with this upcoming public demonstration, and after a year of work, Sea Sketch is officially launched. I really just trying to bring up the end. And I can't go any further without acknowledging that Sea Sketch California was developed with very close collaboration with CDFW, and especially Kara Gonzalez, who I'm sure is listening. So thank you for your hard work, your tenacity and thoughtfulness. Amazing. Will is going to talk a little bit about Sea Sketch, but I just want to frame it up for you guys that it builds upon the success of Marine Map, which was instrumental in the creation of California's MPA network originally. And thanks to our investment and the collaboration with CDFW, this platform serves as a one-stop shop for all spatial data related to proposed changes to California MPA network. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce these guys. I'm going to step back because they're the stars of the show. Dr. McClintock is a senior fellow at the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis at University of California, Santa Barbara. Say that fast 10 times. He worked in over 24 countries, and I think he's been supporting like 50 rollouts, something like this, of this type of map around the world, which is amazing. And it kind of started here, and it's gone other places, and now it's home again, which is so great. You're not a stranger to this group, and we thank you for your work on how you're helping us accomplish adaptive management in California. Thanks a lot. Abby is the geospatial developer in the McClintock lab and is a spatial analyst and developer for Sea Sketch. You're responsible for translating the analytical needs of the client to the geoprocessing reports, which you're going to talk a lot about because reports are kind of the bread and butter of Sea Sketch. Thank you both for your dedication and bringing this important tool to California. You guys have done a tremendous job, and thank you for all of that. Okay, without further ado.
Thank you so much.
Take it over.
Thanks for the collaboration. This has been great. So I'm Will McClintock from UC Santa Barbara, and it is great. It is a treat to be back and see you all. I just wanted to say a couple of things before Abby does a demo. First, again, thanks to the collaborators at Fish and Wildlife and the natural resources, and folks in my lab. In particular, Chad Burt, who's a lead developer of Marine Map and is still with us working on Sea Sketch 17 years later. Peter Menzies is in my lab, and Abby Meyer, who's going to show off some of her great work. For those of you who did use Marine Map, like the power users, Merritt being one of them, Sea Sketch is going to look a little different, but it's basically the same kind of thing. It offers a lot of the same features. It is for visualizing map data, visualizing MPA boundaries, petition boundaries, and analyzing those in the ways that Samantha described earlier. It's intended for non-technical users. You're not a GIS person, that's great. It does have the ability to download the data. So if you are a GIS person, you can access those data and use them on the desktop. So both of those types of folks are welcome to use the tool. I think with that, I'll just pass it over to you.
Okay, great. Sea Sketch is live. You can access it at seasketch.org/California. And everyone here. And I'll be sending that link in the chat as well, so people can access it at home. So what Sea Sketch is a web-based platform, and we've tailored it to this MPA petition process, working closely with CDFW and OPC to include both the data layers that are going to be used in this petition evaluation, as well as incorporating the size and spacing analyses that the size and spacing guidelines that were determined in the original MLPA process. And today we're going to kind of demo the more exciting, bigger features of Sea Sketch, but don't feel like you have to memorize everything I say. On the website, there's a link to full user guide documentation here. And in the About page, you can also find a link to a full tutorial that I recorded, as well as links to the MPA story map and frequently asked questions, as well as a contact form for both the Sea Sketch team for technical questions, California Fish and Game Commission, and CDFW's MPA team. So all those resources are available and open to anyone who has any questions about Sea Sketch after this demo. So let's just jump into the data that is available through C-Sketch for the public and for stakeholders to be able to access whenever they want. First, we have the existing marine protected area network that we know so well. This map, you use it as you use any other map-based application, as you use Google Maps. Super intuitive. In the top right, you'll see a legend comes up when a data layer is active and checked off in this layer table. You can also find more information by clicking on data layers or by hovering over data layers. So some of the key data layers that are in C-Sketch are the Marine Protected Area Network. There's the studied region boundaries from the MLPA, the MPA bioregions. We also have lots of fisheries data in there as well. Habitat data, and this is where we've been working really closely with CDFW to update some of these data layers. So we have bathymetry data in here. There's bottom substrate and depth layer at super small resolution. There's eelgrass and estuaries and kelp extent. So both the original kelp extent data that was used in MLPA as well as data that goes all the way up to 2023 from Landsat. And we also have shore type data. And all of these were used in the original MLPA with habitat replication guidelines. And we'll talk about that a bit more later in the reports.
Hey, Abby, if I could for just a moment, I think when you were saying MLPA, which is the Marine Life Protection Act, that's a piece of legislation. I think, just for people's awareness, I think what you were referring to is the MLPA initiative planning process.
Okay, yes.
Is really what you mean. And I don't want folks to get that confused. MPA, Marine Protected Areas, MLPA is a law. MLPA initiative was a planning process.
Yes, the initiative. Thank you.
And maybe we can make that update on the table here.
Yes. Thanks. We also have human dimensions and infrastructure, jurisdictional and administrative boundaries, and then marine management and other managed lands. So a lot of data, and all of these data layers, you have access to zooming to them. You can view their metadata, which describes where the data is from, how it was generated, and then any differences from original CDFW layers that we are using in the reports. We're going to be looking through some of the petitions. These petitions were selected just to demonstrate some of the features of C-Sketch. We're not trying to talk about any particular petitions. These are for the purpose of demonstrating the tool and how it can be used in multiple of the bioregions.
You're very brave, Abby.
So we'll first start by looking at an MPA petition that's proposing to add an MPA. And so we can zoom into this petition. And now we can see it on the map. And these petitions were separated out by bioregion in the forums. So you can see south, north, and central bioregions. And currently the only petitions that are in C-Sketch now have been finalized, and the amended petitions will be added as soon as they are finalized as well. So they're also separated out by a particular action. And this one is to add a new MPA. And in each of these threads, we have links to the petition itself. We have a link to the petition on Story Map. And then the real bread and butter, as Stacy was saying, are the reports. So by right-clicking on a petition and viewing the reports, we can get a lot of information about the petition and how it relates to the data that's in the overlay layers in C-Sketch. So here we can see the classification of the petition. We have a full glossary of terms that are used. We also have the size of the petition and what percentage of California state waters it contains. These layer toggles allow us to see the data layer that it's being run against or comparing to. And then we also have included the MLPA initiative, size and spacing and habitat replication guidelines. So here there is a size guideline of 9 to 18 square mile minimum size that was originally in the science guidelines. And then whether or not that petition meets that guideline. We have the same thing for a longshore span. So the amount of longshore span that's within this petition, and then the percentage of the total California alongshore shoreline. And that's comparing with this data layer. We can also see these drop downs. These are less exciting for an individual MPA, but as we start to talk about MPA networks, they become more informative. So you can show by both planning region and by bioregion. And then each report as well has more information in a drop down, which allows you to learn more about what the report is doing on the back end and what the source data that the report is using is. We also have when the report has last been updated. And then we have habitat replication that is within the MPA or the petition. So here we have a depth report that shows the minimum, average, and maximum depth in the MPA. We have the kelp layer, which tells you how much of the maximum kelp extent is within the MPA. Here you can also see the guidelines, the science guidelines for how much kelp should be in an MPA for it to count as a habitat replicate. As well, we can see the shoreline habitats that are contained within the MPA, both landward and seaward. We can see the estuaries contained within the MPA, the amount of eelgrass contained within the MPA, and predicted substrate within that MPA, both offshore and nearshore. So that's already a lot of information, and that's just for a petition that isn't being compared against an existing MPA. But where C-Sketch can get really interesting and exciting is when we start to look at petitions which are trying to change something about an existing MPA. So we'll move to the North bioregion to just a test case study. And we'll look at this SMCA that and a petition action which is recommending a boundary change. And so we can see the existing SMCA on the map, as well as the petitioned boundary change. And you can see the existing and the petitioned boundary change. And then what's great is we can run these reports side by side and compare between them and see how a petition action will affect the MPA. So here, one thing we can see is a difference in size. So how much this MPA will expand with the proposed change. We can also see that whereas the original MPA meets the minimum alongshore span guideline, the petitioned MPA meets the greater than 6 mile preferred span guideline. We can continue these comparisons in habitats as well. So how all of these different reports change and how they would be changed due to a proposed petition. From there, we can start to look at not only how an individual MPA will be changed by a petition, but how that petition change will also impact a greater network. So if we go to the South bioregion, we can see the existing South bioregion MPA network. We can run reports on that entire network. So here you can see the classifications of all the MPAs in the South bioregion. You can also see these drop downs show by MPA, which shows all this data for all the individual MPAs within that network. We can see the total size in the MPA network, as well as by MPA, and whether they meet the minimum and preferred size guidelines. And this continues for a longshore span, for all of the habitat reports that I showed before. And then you also gain access to habitat spacing analysis. And this as well is based on habitat replication guidelines, science guidelines. And for an MPA to count as a habitat replicate, it has to meet a certain level of protection, and it has to meet a certain size, excluding estuaries. And then an MPA has to contain enough of that habitat for it to count. And from here, we can see how these MPAs interact with each other in the network of MPAs, for example, for beach habitats, or for rock habitats, or kelp habitats. We can see that in this petition, while it's not trying to change any of the boundaries or the size of the MPA, it is a take allowance change. And this take allowance change would cause a drop in the level of protection of the MPA, and it would no longer count as a habitat replicate. And so we can see how this would affect the wider network, as this MPA, which originally was providing, it was networking here, it no longer provides that network in the southern bioregion. And there's a recommended distance of less than 62 miles between habitat replicates. And so we can now see that there's a distance greater than 62 miles if this petition went through according to the science guidelines. And then from there, we can expand further and look at the entire MPA network and run reports for the entire network and see all this information. And look at how a petition change would affect the entire MPA network as well, which is new in C-Sketch, whereas before in the MLPA initiative, it was by bioregion. So now we can start to compare between bioregions and see percentages of the bioregion that are being protected in MPAs. And that's mainly, those are the main features we were hoping to demonstrate, and we'd be happy to take any questions, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you both. Quite incredible. Samantha, you go first. See if you want to say anything, because you know how excited you are.
I'm just so grateful that we are here today with, you know, I know what C-Sketch is. I know what it's capable of. I've been really looking forward to this moment where we have lots and lots of data. There's just so much to dig into and for people to go play with on their own, because it's open source, and you know, you have a tutorial, which is really helpful, and an FAQ, which is really helpful. So I know throughout this process, people have been waiting for it to become concrete, and, you know, having a decision support tool and having a place to take existing data and make it really understandable and accessible. It's an extraordinary tool that we have to use. And I'm just so grateful to OPC, grateful to the department for working together with C-Sketch, grateful to the commission for also, you know, some of whom, some do know what marine map is and what C-Sketch would be, but for some people, I think it was like taking a chance that, you know, okay, well, it sounds like this will be helpful, but not really knowing what it is. And I just hope that now that, I mean, I'm not saying it's the end all be all and makes the process easy from here on out. I'm not that naive, but I think it's an incredibly valuable tool that anybody can use. And it just, again, enhances transparency and keeps us all sort of, speaking the same language and working from the same data. So I'm just really grateful, have been excited and looking forward to this moment for a long time.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. It's extraordinary, and it's going to be an amazing tool for us. If you can only just add AI, you can eliminate us.
Right. I just want to add one thing. For those of you, maybe folks online, particularly who are thinking, I'm not used to using mapping tools and doing mapping analysis, I would encourage you to go there anyway and just play around, click on things, right click on things, try it out. Because one of the things we discovered in the MLPA initiative was that by playing around in this application, stakeholders got a better understanding of what the science guidelines were all about and what the whole planning process was about. So if you really want to understand the petition process and this information, just play around in the application. It'll help you out.
Terrific. Want to open it up to public comment?
Can I say one other thing?
Samantha first.
The petitions, you said this, but the petitions chosen, my understanding is you chose those particular petitions just because they allowed you to show a few different kinds, right? There was one that was like a brand new MPA petition. There was one that was to change modify an existing. And that was why you chose those. They are just examples. They are not to be read into. There are no foregone conclusions associated with the choices that were made by the Sea Sketch team. So I just wanted to say that out loud for the world to hear, because just
We're
wanted
a
to nip
couple
that
of
in the bud.
naive tool providers.
Exactly.
We're not pushing an agenda.
Right.
Susan, please.
Thank you. There had been earlier questions around the kelp data layers. There's the maximal extent, over a longer period of time, which you showed us. There had also been questions about the most recent data layers that might be available to reflect some of the dramatic changes in kelp availability since starting in 2014, and in different areas it showed up at different times. Could you show us how we take a look at that?
Yes, so you would go to the main menu, look at overlay layers, and then in this habitat folder, you can find the 3 different kelp data layers that we've access to through CDFW. So first is the very specific kelp maximum extent from 2002 to 2016. And then we have kelp maximum extent, which goes all the way from 1984 to 2023. And then we have a kelp persistence layer, which is on that same 1984 to 2023 timeline, and it shows the persistence of the kelp. So you can see from 1 year to 40 years of persistence based on this gradient.
But what about 2017 to 2024? That seems like that
Really
happened.
2014 that started, right?
2015, I guess, 2015.
2015.
Well, you get what we're saying, post the blob, right? Post the warm water event. Seems like pulling that out, if we could, would be helpful. I don't know if that data layer exists, because what we live in now is so different from that. Is that where you were going with this, Susan?
Yes.
So are you asking if we can filter years?
Yes.
That's the question. Okay.
So just, and I'm not the expert here, but the CDFW flyover data is what ends at 2016. The other 2 are Landsat data, and we could satellite data. So we could potentially pull out a separate layer that splices those particular years. It might take a little bit of time, and then they can add it in, but it's something that is available to us.
It's so critical and so worthwhile. It's such a narrow time frame that we need to look at, but yeah, that's getting the weeds.
I mean, I think persistence actually is trying to get at that, but it's across such a long time scale that you're not getting that fine resolution of change.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe the general point is, if you have data, interest in certain data layers, we can easily add those.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to call for public comment on 5.
Can I ask one more question?
Of course.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I really have been waiting for this moment. One thing that was really, and this, you might wish I didn't ask this question, but one thing that was super useful, however many years ago, 18 years ago or something, was that you could take a petition, I mean, so my first question is, I assume that once amended petitions come in, you'll just sub those in for what we've got now? Okay.
Yes.
Next question is, what if people who were on their own talking to their community members wanted to tweak a petition, an amended petition to add something else or take something else out or change a boundary or change a use? Is there a way that they could sort of invent in that way and see what kind of statistics come out with that modification? Because that was what was really useful as a stakeholder way back when.
Absolutely, those weren't demonstrated, but yes, you can copy MPA petitions, and in your own account, modify those boundaries, and run your own analyses to see how those changes would affect the reports.
The best.
And we can do that in meetings.
Yes, and that's all in the.
I'm kidding. No, this is so amazing. Wonderful.
Marine map on steroids.
That's right.
It's awesome.
On global.
So good.
Okay, now I'm going to call for public comment on 5D. Anybody in the room would like to speak? Chris, go ahead, you're first. Anybody else want to grab a seat and pull it up?
Well done.
You did it.
He was actually waiting for public comment on the public.
So I assume AOAs and the leases for the offshore wind can also be easily put into the system. And what we did in Santa Barbara was we used C-Sketch to map our fishing activity in the face of the aquaculture opportunity areas so that we could get a sense of what the displacement was going to be like. And so we have that data that we hold because we don't want everyone to know where we fish. So yes, my comment is we love what you've done in that it's incredibly valuable for us to capture our own important information to contribute to a better understanding of what this industrialization of the federal waters might do to our fisheries. So I guess I'm just making a general comment about how valuable a tool is. And I'm grateful that you're capable and willing, and anybody, I guess, could include those other footprints of other activities. Yeah, okay, that's it.
Thanks, Chris. Great, thanks, Chris. Anyone else in the room? Terry, do you want to comment on this one? I think your hand may have been up from before, but Terry, if you'd like to comment, please do.
Yeah, Eric, it is from before, but if you just give me about 5 seconds. I know us SoCal fishermen are a thorn in your committee's sides. We all know that, okay?
No,
but
that's not true.
But hold on. That's what we believe, though. That's what we believe. I was literally on my final sentence. I even told you that. I said I literally have one more sentence I want to read, and was literally gonna say thanks for your time, try to be polite, and you cut me off. That was rude, man. That's all I want to say. That was rude. I was done, and you're like, hey, you're done. Click me off. That's not going to happen when we're in a public forum, Eric. We've been through this before. Are you laughing at me? All right.
No,
my hand's down. What?
Okay, thanks, Terry.
Yeah.
All right, Blake,
November.
Next speaker is Blake.
Hello, everyone. Blake Herman again, petitioner 15. Really cool tool. I've been actually trying to follow this, and I didn't even know that there was already petitions in the discussion forum. So that's really neat to see. Just a couple questions kind of on this to the C-Sketch team, kind of mostly around the timeline. Is there a planned date for all the petitions to be in here?
In fact, they're all in there now. If you go to csketch.org/California and then you go into the discussion forums, there are 3 discussion forums. Each one is dedicated to a bioregion, and each of those has all of the petitions that pertain to those bioregions.
Sorry, only all the finalized petitions. The petitions that are being amended are going to be added once they have been finalized and sent to us.
Okay. 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 Perfect. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Does that answer your question, Blake?
Yeah, for sure. I just had one follow-up. And this might be getting a little bit into the weeds on the specific example provided, but I did see looking at the Point Doom SMCA really quick and comparing, how that petition affects connectivity and the like. And I couldn't figure out how to do it on the site yet. I'm sure I will be able to at some point, but the site references how connectivity is lost by opening Point Doom to take of sea urchins, is all that petition's asking for. So I'm more or less curious if there's something that explains, how allowing take in already a limited take area of something like sea urchins removes connectivity of, say, species that are still protected in that area. Or, because, there's still species that are protected, so there's still some level of connectivity. So I'm more or less kind of seeing if there's a line or
Yeah, we
something.
understand the question. Yeah, Blake, Susan suggested that you call her on. It's a great question. And it's probably more than we can answer on the fly here, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say it has, I'll answer, but it has to do with the level of protection. And what quote unquote counts once you allow certain kinds of take that then, according to the science guidelines, make it a low or moderate low or medium or moderate protection level. So more to come on that. Susan would be happy to explain it all to you.
Yeah,
Okay,
and we
yeah.
have
Let's
the
do
table available that I can point you to.
Yeah, okay, so Blake, reach out to Susan, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Joe, you've got some people very excited to see you.
Hello there. How are you? Sorry, I've been away from this process for a while. Basically, I love the tool. I worked a lot in the marine map and a lot. One of the questions and concerns I had is the hardest thing for us to do on connectivity was kelp. So I'm wondering, you have all that data layers on kelp. Which one are you analyzing to figure out what the distance is between the kelp protection?
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, we're analyzing under the habitat folder, the kelp maximum extent, the linear layer from 1984 to 2023 from Landsat, because the science guidelines are against a linear measurement. I'm forgetting the exact extent that's required for that to be the for it to count as a habitat replicate, but it's based on that linear maximum kelp extent.
Right.
And in the report itself, if you click on that toggle, it will show up on the map which data layer it is being run against.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And that's all I have for today.
Thanks, Joe. And I think that points out that we're going to need some more granularity for what's going on right now. But that's really helpful. Thank you. Jack, last speaker.
Hi, Eric. Thank you for letting me comment again. I have several friends and people who I've worked with in the past that work at OPC, and I really respect the work they've done and the people themselves. So I want to start off by saying that. I do have a concern, just sort of a general concern. And then there seems to be, listening to all these presentations, and I've been sitting here since 9 o'clock this morning, listening to everything, overlap among the agencies and departments in California, like the CDFW, the OPC, the CEPA, the CCC, all those agencies. And I'm a little concerned that there's not enough coordination among those agencies, especially when it comes to ocean pollution and the runoff that we have, the outdated waste management systems, and the closure of beaches due to environmental dangers to humans to swim in the beaches. So I always wonder what that's doing to the marine environment. So that's just a comment I have, and I'm concerned about it. And I'd like to see a little more action on that and discussion on it at the MRC and the commission meeting. I haven't really heard much. And I kind of contributed to the fact that there are different agencies and different agencies have their different programs. So I wonder, if there's good enough coordination among the agencies to deal with something like pollution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack, for that comment. There's a lot more coordination than meets the eye, but it ain't perfect. And things fall through the cracks. But it's a good point, and thank you for bringing it up. We've talked in the past about having joint meetings, say, of the Coastal Commission and the Fish and Game Commission, or the Water Board and the Commission, and we'll keep looking at that. But this staff to staff, there's an awful lot of coordination, and they're all under the agency. And therefore, ultimately, the secretary is responsible for make sure those agencies, most of them are under him, that they coordinate. But it's a valid concern. Thank you. Thank you both. With that, we're going to be seeing you again, I know. By the way, I don't know if I've ever heard applause like that before. After that,
Applause.
So,
We never do it. Sorry, one clap.
Okay, Susan, we're on to C, commission staff with the coastal communities.
Okay, great. There is a written update in your meeting materials about some of the recent efforts that largely were led by our previous Sea Grant Fellow, Devin Rossi, and that our new Sea Grant Fellow, who's been with us a month, Caroline Newell, she just walked out, but she is very interested in fisheries and will be digging in deep very shortly. And so the main thing I want to highlight is that the commission does have a coastal fishing communities webpage. It was sorely out of date, but it's completely up to date. And there is also just about to be a link to her story map, which is a story map that's really intended to help. It makes it more accessible and less wonky. So because we really, the commission really wants to hear new voices from fishing communities and to bring them up to speed so that they can be able to engage and be on, caught up. That's the tool that we hope will help support that and honor that. So those are the main things I wanted to note. And thank you to those that met with her at the National Working Waterfronts Network Conference, and she shared a lot of those perspectives back to us. So thank you very much. Public comment, yes? Yep, please.
Isn't taken to a presentation?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
So for public comment, we should have Kate Fitzgerald online, and she is a graduate student at Scripps Institute of Oceanography at UC San Diego. She's been interning with the commission with our staff this quarter, and has been looking into a topic that commission staff cares about, the commission does care about, but hasn't had the bandwidth to do it. And so she would like to share some perspectives from her experience. So she is on offshore wind and fishing communities. So there she is.
Good evening, co-chairs and staff. My name is Kate Fitzgerald, and I'm in the Master of Advanced Studies program of Marine Biodiversity and Conservation at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I do have a career focus on fisheries policy, so I did a quarter-long study on offshore wind impacts to fishermen and fishing communities. This is a purely research-based study to get more experience understanding policy and jurisdiction within the California state waters and communities here. I really want to note that this presentation does not speak for fishermen or fishing communities and does not replace valuable collaboration between these stakeholders in offshore wind development. Research and effects to tribes was not part of this study. However, tribal representation is really important and impacts to them is a critical part of offshore wind development and should be studied in the future. Next slide, please. So current offshore wind development leases in California have been approved along the coast of California. These include the Morro Bay Wind Energy Area and Humboldt Bay Wind Energy Area. They are currently in the site assessment planning stage before predicted start of construction in 2026 for Humboldt Bay and 2030 for Morro Bay. Next slide, please. So offshore wind development has been underway to create renewable energy sources as an alternative for oil and gas. However, this relatively new expansion to the West Coast, fisheries may face the following impacts listed. This presentation will be accompanied by a 5-page policy brief on findings that expand on several of these impacts. However, over the next few slides, I'm just going to be focusing on the 3 that are bolded and starred. So working towards a sustainable future, it's important to consider all factors of climate mitigation, even in renewable energy, especially to fishermen and fishing communities, since these offshore wind farms are relatively new to the area. Next slide, please. So intergenerational fishermen are already adapting and changing to the current pressures of climate change, decreasing fish stocks, fuel prices, and management regimes. Some more economic and fisheries job loss impacts include changes to shoreside infrastructure, potential gear damage, potentially increased demand for seafood imports and less availability of fresh and local seafood, and as well as just support for local businesses. There potentially will be fisheries exclusivity, and fishermen and fishing communities provide a holistic and detailed picture. Paired with science, they can provide a critical voice in potential solutions and mitigations to offshore wind farm development, especially in this stage. The picture on the right, or the table on the right, shows 4 types of effects across a typical development timeline for offshore winds. It's from Gill et al. And the parentheses show potential effects, but it's a little bit harder to predict because there's not a ton of research on decommissioning these offshore wind farms, especially on this scale. Next slide, please. So the next impact is going to be ecosystem damage from electrical cables. Normally, the cables used in offshore wind are high voltage alternative cables, and they emit electromagnetic fields. Any change in fish behavior to the area of offshore wind, as well as from the cables to shore, are a concern to fishermen. And according to the study I was referencing earlier, Hill et al., there's no current restrictions on electromagnetic fields in the ocean. Burial also does not eliminate electromagnetic fields, and some specific species of concern, like sharks and rays, their information on sensory ecology, movement ecology, and life stage should be taken into consideration. Digging up marine ecosystems, especially those close to shore, potentially it will adversely affect the critical functions of organisms. Next slide, please. For my impact number 3, a particularly interesting point to me was the influence of marine protected areas to the lease sites. And while Humboldt and Morro Bay lease areas potentially do not have cables running through an MPA, this could be an important factor to look at for future management determinations. The offshore wind farm might act as a marine protected area, potentially increasing fish aggregation and spillover. So that's a really interesting question. And when planning for future marine protected areas, as California approaches its goals to create more, fishing area loss and impacts to these fisheries should be considered when you're planning for these. Next slide, please. So this is regarding the coastal fishing communities policy, and it's related to these 2 points I found specifically really important to offshore wind development. However, there are some caveats definitely with unknowns in these large-scale offshore wind projects, and it's difficult to understand about what falls within the Commission's jurisdiction to do, since lots of the leasing and regulation in federal waters is controlled by NOAA and BOEM. Next slide, please. I did come up with a couple recommendations to the California Fish and Game Commission, and these include creating a reoccurring space for fishermen and fishing community input to collaborate on mitigation within the state jurisdiction, having more offshore wind discussion panels like the one in December about the Humboldt wind area, and to explore cable restrictions within state waters such as MPAs. Just staying informed about impacts to Morro Bay and Humboldt Bay, especially as they start to enter the construction stage. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation today. I'm excited to continue exploring this topic and California fisheries. Next slide, please. Oh, there's my references at the end. I just wanted to give a special thanks to Susan, Kimmy, and Samantha and Mike Conroy for consulting with me on this project, as well as all the public comment that I got to read.
Terrific. Thank you, Kate. Really, really interesting stuff and very, very helpful. And we'll be referring to it regularly, I'm sure, as we get into this issue. All right. Any public comment on 5C? Yes, Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Kate noticed any research or papers that addressed the potential of the EMF on larval fish and echinoderms, mollusks, with regard to their survivability and recruitment.
Hi.
Kate, go ahead, please.
I definitely, that's going to be part of my policy brief, is diving more into the specifics on those. So I'm looking forward to looking into that more closely. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you both. Anybody in the room?
I'll make a brief public comment because I'm tired like everybody else. But I'm actually on the 7C working group with the Coastal Commission sponsored collaboration between the wind energy companies and Mike Conroy's on that group as well. And I'm grateful, Kate, that you did that project, and it's a good thing. We need that kind of analysis to kind of back up what we face as commercial fishermen and with respect to the impacts offshore wind's going to have on it. The one that wasn't mentioned that I think is significant or potentially significant is the wind shadow effect that might cause upwelling to decline downwind of the farms themselves. And it seems insignificant given the first 5 leases, but the full build out might really ultimately have a broader scale ecological impacts. Something to think about.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Thanks, Chris. Seeing no other comments, we're going to move on to 6, which is future agenda items. And all I would suggest we add is that we're going forward for July and for November MRCs that we do 2 days, and that the staff be meticulous about making sure that on whichever day is not MPAs, that under public comment be stated very clearly that no comments and MPAs will be taken in broad public comment that day, but that's for the other day. And make sure if there's any mention of MPAs in any of the materials for backup, that it be redacted. So we can be really clear to people that one day's MPA and the other isn't, to be fair to everybody with all the other issues. And also to be fair to anybody who wants to talk to MPAs, that they have the time, we don't have to cut them off.
Thank you for that. And I think we can, I'm appreciating the comments that we heard today of discouragement with, you know, that your personal investment and time to come and speak. And so I think we can do an enhanced job of making it more clear in the agenda itself, but folks are going to have to read the agenda.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Yep, on a page.
I think it was successful in November, right?
Yeah.
When we did a non-MCA and an MPA day.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. It
we
was.
can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a little bit of lack of clarity that we could be a little better on.
100%.
Because there were a few people who came one day and were confused about it, but then that's what was my comments. But yeah, I think it worked quite well. And the 2-day thing, you know, it's a lot of extra time, but I think for this critical subject, it's absolutely worth it, and it'll just be much more productive. I think people will be happier with the process if we do that, right? I think we're all good with that. Okay, all right. So with that, I move that the Marine Research Committee recommends that the committee approve the agendas, approve the agenda changes to committee work plan in Exhibit 1, 2.
And with 2 additions, there was the request, your 2 requests to add an update on aquaculture best management practices project.
So it was the action plan. It was the aquaculture action plan.
I had both. It was 2 things.
Oh, yeah.
Asked for the timeline from Randy for BMP, best management practice
yeah.
plan. If you still want to do that, and a state, hopefully we can get that in writing, so that'll be in your meeting materials.
Okay, good.
And then an update from OPC on the state aquaculture action plan development and completion.
It's unanimous, right?
Second. Motion
Third.
carries, yes.
Okay, that's it, right?
Now this brings us to
General
general public
public
comment,
comment.
and I would note that there were some materials for the people from Laguna. There was a letter from the mayor of Laguna Beach and a city council resolution that were in the supplemental materials provided to you. Those are not posted online, but they were received. Just want to acknowledge that, as well as some other comments about specific petitions from individuals and organizations.
So with that, we're on general public comment, which for anything that was not on today's agenda. And Chris has been waiting patiently for a long time.
Got something to say.
This is probably the most important thing that I came to speak to today. Susan's been working with us, Ava and I. Ava's the executive director of the California Lobster Trap Fishermen's Association. She's also the assistant executive director of CFSB. I spoke with Captain Ford minutes ago about the tailing option for the lobster fishery that's been before you in the past. And the department did a bunch of foundational research to determine whether or not it's doable. They also had a questionnaire out to the fleet, and there was a problem with the majority of the fleet supporting the idea. We've talked to the newly constituted Lobster Trap Fishermen's Association, and there's more general agreement that it's not a bad idea. We just saw the lowest price we've seen in over 15 years for lobsters, and having the option to sell into a global tail market wouldn't be a bad idea, given we have serious trade issues that are upon us. If you've read the news, and so it's important that you don't stifle our ability to market domestically, because that is a more desirable domestic product, a frozen tail. And we also can talk about the ability for that option to allow fishing to happen in areas that are high in domoic acid, because once you separate the guts, the viscera, from the tail, you reduce the likelihood of any kind of domoic acid issues that are found in the gut.
So what would it take? We seem to have lost.
I know all the people.
But what would it take to do what you're asking?
So I saw Hagemeister on here, Jenny. She was the former lobster fishery department staff person. Hoffmeister, that's right.
That was a close.
Yeah, this is Craig. I'm on.
Craig's still on. And so Craig.
And Jenny's on too.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so-
The idea would be to bring up all of what has been done previously and revisit it, because I'm not certain why it completely fell off out of the process.
Okay, Craig, do you want to comment here?
Yeah, so I think we did the research. We, working with enforcement, determined it was doable. There were some pretty significant conditions that would have to be followed to make it happen. And then talking to the broader fleet, it sounded like there wasn't general agreement that that's the way the fleet wanted to go. I think we're certainly, we've done the work, we can dust that off. This sounds like it's a petition for regulatory change. And so that would probably be the avenue that this would go through.
Okay, so my suggestion is, given that we can't talk about it today, is that you talk with the department with Craig, and then based on that discussion, submit a petition.
Yeah, if conditions have changed and the fleet is more largely in agreement than maybe it was before, maybe having a reconstituted organization has brought some, more consensus to the group. Yeah.
Yeah, last year we had about 70 members, and this year we're only at about 40. And I think that's largely due to the fact that it's really difficult to get guys to re-sign up. Fishermen are really hard to get to sign up for anything, especially something online. So, my recruitment efforts are still taking place every day, but our membership continues to grow, and the support for our organization continues to grow. So the consensus that we have about this, to me, still stands, even though it's only about 40 folks that weighed in on this. That to me is a lot, given how controversial all these guys are in their own opinions. So,
Perfect.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. Nipa.
Hi, I'm Nipa Second with Fish On. I've been hearing, just people are concerned about the impacts of heavy metals and other contaminants in the Los Angeles area after the fires on nearshore fish. For, fishermen that are eating what they catch from shore here. It might be a reasonable assumption that like the existing guidance that's out there on every pier about what cuts to take, how much to eat per week, all of that guidance could still stand and we can double down on it. But I was wondering if there was any effort or opportunity to maybe consider sampling so we know whether or not those assumptions are reasonable. I've spoken to Heal the Bay. They're doing more extensive water quality testing for additional heavy metals and other contaminants from the fires and might be able to offer guidance on what to test for.
Yeah. So we're discussing in real time. So it's a WEHA who would be most responsible for determining, toxicity levels. And then I guess, and probably California Department of Public Health, but they would then put the advisories out for the localities to change any signage on the piers and so on. So that's the place that would be.
We've also had like a recent domoic acid outbreak, and I know that CDFW works with Department of Health
They
on
do.
that. So just thought I'd bring it up because if there's
Yeah.
any sampling taking place with that, it might be the good opportunity
Hey,
to
Chris-
test for other things.
Yeah, Craig, do you hear that? Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so we were involved in some of the initial sampling that took place with the health agencies, and fortunately, there were no elevated levels of toxins detected. So that's really good news. We're certainly keeping an eye on it and staying in coordination with the health agencies. As I shared with Anupa earlier today, there is a fairly robust biotoxin monitoring protocol when we see algal blooms, evidence of domoic acid poisoning in birds and marine mammals that then does trigger additional testing. So we would continue to follow those protocols.
Yeah, but what about any toxicity coming from runoff from the fires in LA?
So the initial sampling did not show elevated levels of contaminants.
Okay. Right. But it is being the point is it's being sampled, and if there was elevated, then both the department and OEL would go into action to make sure that people know about it. So
Correct. There was initial sampling, and we can look into seeing if there's additional follow-up. And I know OPC did fund SCORP to do some work as well.
So there will be ongoing, because you mentioned that funding.
Yeah, and they're developing a map right now, so we have 200 mostly water quality.
Right.
Yes, and we've heard a similar concern because of the Moss Landing. Yes.
We're monitoring there as well now, is that right?
I'm sure there's monitoring, OPC isn't necessarily supporting that.
Now,
particular
that video
area.
project, yes.
Yeah.
Thanks
Right.
for raising that.
Yeah, thanks for it's really important, yeah. Please.
Hey, Casper Gazazian again with California Surf Fishing. That's good news, about the monitoring, not finding much, because I got a bunch of doom and gloom, like articles from my friends, because we fish Malibu all the time about, what could happen, and it's gonna die for a long time, but hopefully that doesn't happen. I'll be quick, I want to thank you guys, for, running the show again, and especially, I guess, the way you guys moderated it, I thought was great, even though you took some flack here and there.
Part of the deal.
I think it just gives, I think, confidence for me and for everybody else here, moving forward, that, the discourse is going to be respectful and productive. So I thought that was great. I did think there was going to be more room for commenting on specific MPA petitions, but I did submit something earlier about the Mishapshano SMCA, and we've been talking with the folks there, and the conversations have been good. So we'll leave that for another day. But that's all I got.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. It is part of our job to take some flack, but it's nice to hear somebody say what you have. And we try to be respectful, and we hope this folks will be the same to us.
Absolutely.
It does remind me, though, this is something I probably should have brought up before. Something to think about is because this process has the MPA petition process and people have been submitting letters for a year and a half, I do think we might want to think about, once we're ready to talk about specific petitions, can we create some kind of clearinghouse where all the letters that have been submitted live together so that they're easy to find, so everybody doesn't have to resubmit them all?
Right.
Yeah, I think we should definitely do that. I don't know if it's attached to the story map or someplace else, but I think it would be nice to, you know, we don't want to make it a popularity contest. But we do want to have all the feedback people have provided over the last year and a half in one place, so.
And we have for each petition, we do have them located in. I mean, we have
A secret place.
a secret place.
But.
No, but-
Yeah,
but-
that's
but-
what
but-
it's
but-
taking.
but-
Yeah.
the FBA stuff
In other,
one
in other
place.
words, it wouldn't be a workload.
It wouldn't
for
be
us.
hard to do.
They're available.
Wonderful,
Got it,
thank
yeah.
you.
I mean, it would be a workload,
Yeah,
but I
but,
mean,
you know,
it's-
rather than have them be in the.
we have been
different
prioritizing
meetings,
that.
rather than by
Thank
meeting,
you.
but by FBA.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
great
Thank
points.
you.
Thank you. That was- okay, we have 4 speakers online. We'll start with Jamie Diamond. Or Jason Diamond.
It's Jamie this time. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know.
What is he?
It's a family affair. It's a shared account. It's how it goes.
All right, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie Diamond, Stardust Sport Fishing. I'm calling actually, or zooming in, to talk to you about this really great program that I have talked to you about in the past called Fish for Life. Myself and Donna Kales wanted to start here and let you know that we have Fish for Life trips that take out special needs kids for free, them and their parents, for a really amazing special day on the water. And we have trips starting in May, rolling all the way through October. We will be sending out more formal invites to all the commissioners to participate and staff. We really appreciate when staff are able to be there, especially wardens, and it's just a really great opportunity that we feel very privileged to be able to provide for a really special part of our community. And so I definitely want to share that aspect with you. And then, switching gears to the lobster, just speaking to what Chris Voss and Ava were talking about, as the mother of a new entrant into the commercial lobster fishery, this was a bit of a scary year with prices as low as they were. And I really appreciate the potential work for creative solutions, especially when it comes to end of season, being able to tail lobsters. So thank you for flagging that as needing attention to move forward. Have a great night.
Thanks, Jamie. And Jamie, just for the record, if you and Jason, because, you know, names with the J's starting together have trouble, just try mine. My wife's name is Erica. So she gets threats against me all the time. But,
oh, no. Yeah. Well, thank you and have a lovely evening.
Yeah, I wanted to mention something actually, Jamie, just while you're here, so I don't have to text you, but I had a nice full circle moment. My son, who's 12, was up doing the Cardboard Classic Dinghy Dash up in Dana Point for the Festival of Whales. And I think Fish for Life had a table, and he came back and told me all about it. He's like, oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe this program that exists, and I want to go do it. And so I would love to go do that. You know, we have said this before and we've talked about it, but would love to do it. Would love to bring my son. He completely independently expressed his own interest and was telling me about it. So
that's amazing. And that's what it's all about. It's bringing people together and giving people the space they need to be able to enjoy what we love. And we get to share that with others. It did start out of Dana Point there. Fish for Life started there. It's now expanded to Santa Barbara and San Diego. So we have a range of sites for you guys to participate from. And just with it being Women's History Month, women lifting women up on each other's shoulders. Thank you to all the women and the staff here. And also Donna Kales would have been able to be here, except she actually was just awarded Businesswoman of the Year for Orange County today. So go women in fisheries. And thank you to all of you here today.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie. Blake, please go ahead.
I promise this will be my last one. Kind of separating myself or separating this comment from the process comment earlier. This is the first MRC meeting of 2025. So kind of as the petitioner, I'm letting everyone know that back in January, I did submit an amended petition that was included at the commission, but I figure I just let everyone know here. and that kind of touching on that past process document that I submitted under the last item. While that does show, the benefits of looking at the petitions through the MPA master plans, I also really encourage everyone to kind of look at it through the scope of my petition specifically, because that's obviously what I was using as the test case. And that just provides more insight into, the petition itself and kind of what myself and the community around me kind of thinks about it. So that's all I got, but appreciate it a bunch.
Great, thank you. Jack, please.
You're on mute.
Jack, you're muted.
Sorry, do I have it now?
You do, we hear you.
Yeah. Thank you again, commissioners, for an opportunity to voice my opinion. My comment for general comments is in regard to marine pollution and MPAs. I really appreciate your answer, Commissioner Scalar, about trying to have better communication among the different agencies and departments within the California government. And I think one of the ones that's not under the natural resource agencies is the California EPA. And I encourage you to cross that line too. It doesn't make sense to me that we spend so much money establishing and monitoring and now amending these MPAs while we still allow runoff, which is deteriorating all the coastal waters, including the MPAs. And I can see that in my many years of experience of diving. I've seen it firsthand. And I just want to encourage you further to take further action in regard to pollution. Thank you.
Yeah, we hear you, Jack. Thank you. Mike, please, Mike Keenan.
Hi, Mike Bannon again, co-founder of the Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. And I want to compliment Jack Lifkin's observation. One of our projects actually is working with all the inland cities in the Aliso watershed to capture the summer nuisance flows that flow down and go into the MPAs and Laguna. I also just wanted to comment briefly that our revised petition was offered as a compromise to support and ease the nearshore enforcement along one common latitude line. Yeah, but I also, I want to emphasize the fact that this came through a compromise of the Orange County Collaborative. The other thing I wanted to share with you is to be sure that you received, we mailed up the recent Laguna magazine that showcased the Laguna Bluebelts photo contest. And alert the folks that coming soon is a new film short capturing one person's feelings for Laguna's MPAs. And this is one of our ways to quietly support community education and enforcement through awareness. Please visit the Laguna Bluebelt website and you can scroll down and enjoy 13 years of winning photos. And when you get a chance, I invite you to come swim with me and see our incredibly large kelp forests, our thriving sea life, all free of sea urchins. So please come and take a look to Laguna. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Terry, please.
Hello.
Cut me off again.
Sorry for my harshness before. Was this a place where I could have voiced what I wanted to voice before?
Yeah, Terry, it is. Thank you for that apology. We appreciate it.
Okay, so for next time, I know that if I want to just say something general, keep it brief and sit it out to the very end.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it. But do know, you did hear that we're going to separate MPA days from the regular days for the next couple of meetings, so we can really give everybody the time they need to speak, because we want to do that.
Right. And I will say Jack hit on a point that I think I was making there at the end, and I'm not going to go on and on, but we did some research because I'm in the construction industry, and they've shut all sorts of stuff down in our industry because of runoff and things like that. And you guys or the EPA or whatnot has done great things because they realize that every storm, every 10 minutes of rain puts barrels and barrels of oils onto our coastlines. So that was kind of the statement I was making at the end. It wasn't really on you guys. It was just I think that's just a huge problem that I think has been silenced,
Absolutely, Terry. I mean, in agriculture, the same goes for agriculture. We've really worked hard over the last 20 or 30 years to stop runoff, which causes all kinds of problems.
Yeah,
So
huge.
appreciate that. And it's an enormous problem. We've talked about it here before and we will again. But Jack's point about the fact that different agencies are responsible for different parts of it mean that sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, but we can do our part to make sure there's better coordination.
Yeah. Those construction companies they have a lot of money to fight. So, I've always, I've watched that personally with corporate, business owners and things like that, where they have fought tooth and nail to silence that, the asphalt runoff and stuff like that. So it's amazing how successful they've been at it. So, all right, well, thanks for your time. I appreciate it, and I'll tune in another time.
Right, thanks, Terry. Take care. And that is the last speaker. And so thank you all for sticking it out. Those of you who made it here all the way to the end, and we'll see you next time.